I'm trying to find something else, man. I mean, Amazon's trying to go, it looks like, a little bit. Amazon trying to go. Amazon is going, Sean. There it goes right now. So Amazon, nice little move to the upside, as we can see. Straight up, almost. I mean, 220 up to 224, almost $4 straight to the upside. And again, I'm glad to be obsessed sort of with NVIDIA because we're able to make some money back and sort of really happy to have stepped away there from Tesla. But yeah, missing other opportunities is always the case when you're day trading. There's always going to be, you know, a hotter name out there or something that you look back and say, oh my gosh, we missed that opportunity or we didn't. But that's, you know, that's sort of the rub there. But Amazon right now, nice little move up. I'm going to have to zoom back out a little bit on this to see a little bit better. Right there, 224.50. Yeah, good little top. I think there's going to be a good break spot here, actually, for Amazon as we wait to see if it can get a little bit higher than where we are right now. But a fade back into 223, 223.25. Good levels there for AMZN. I'm still trying to watch out for Tesla, man. I probably going to get back into this short pretty soon here. Just trying to wait to see what it does again at that 390 level. So, oh man, I don't know though. Maybe we'll just leave it alone. We already had that big move down, and then we in and out there. Bitcoin 97 and change. It looks like that is the real winner. Okay, numbers and the desk with the Dara.
Lower than expected construction spending print coming out here. 0% month-over-month change compared to the forecast of 0.3% and the previous print of 0.4% month-over-month change. So that is lower than expected. Not much of a reaction here in the market, which has had quite the interesting move here. We were poised to open here in the Qs at one point, up more than 1%, dropped out the open, actually red on the day, now back to up almost 1%. So quite the drop and pop for these markets. Of course, one of the leaders today on watch is going to be TSLA. This name's still below that 400, even below 390 as of right now, releasing lower than expected Q4 delivery prints. It's worth noting, too, this is actually the first year-over-year drop in deliveries on a fiscal basis for the entirety of the year that Tesla's ever had. So 2024 total deliveries actually below those of 2023. As a result, Truist here reiterating its hold rating and $360 price target on the stock. We also have Unity, which looks like it's continuing to push higher here, thanks to a post from Roaring Kitty or Keith Gill. This is his second post in about a month that has potentially referenced Unity. So keep an eye on you here. Back to you guys.
Keep an eye on you. It is making a bit of a push. So it's trying to break that 26. I still am looking at that one for the top. It's not a break of the high of the day because technically Unity did have a bigger pre-market top up here, like 26.5. But since the open, that 26 level got wicked. There's 26.10. So if we break that, I'm going long on the break. It just held on to VWAP. The trend is definitely reverted. Tesla is still, you see, Tesla's just not, it's not that strong here off of VWAP. It just made another curl, looking like it wants to round into the bottom again. So obviously Tesla putting in some lower highs. Yeah, if we hold underneath VWAP, we're going to take another shot at this bad boy. So Unity's very, very close, within 1% of the breakout of the high, and Tesla looks like it wants to roll underneath VWAP. Rigetti, which we haven't got yet. Now it's holding VWAP. This is starting to look a little bit better for Rigetti. If you can hold on here, this local top is a 1640. So 1640 opening range, 1640 before. I mean, this is not really a pre-market high, but you can see it's that last hour. If we break that top, I think we can look for the long on Rigetti now that it's holding on to VWAP. But Tesla still doesn't look very good, everybody. As much as the market's rebounded almost 1% up, I don't think Tesla's got the juice just yet. I see you, chill vibes. Meta has broken 600. That is unabated to the quarterback. And unabated to $610, it looks like when you look at the daily chart. The 50 period is undefeated for the last couple of weeks here on Meta, so you want to respect it. Just watch out for that overhead resistance up there at like 6, 7, 8 on META. Dara?
Meta did sell off here, of course, with the rest of the market at the open, but it's interesting. There is one catalyst that could potentially lead, or at least explain this push to the upside. Actually getting a price target increase here from JMP Securities. This came around 9 a.m., raising its price target in the stock from $660 to $750. META there reclaiming that $600 level. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yes, it is super strong.
Not pleased with. We talked about that Tesla trade. I mean, if we're talking about sitting here trying to wait to get short, trying to play the back end, trying to do this, trying to do that, definitely. I mean, you have the chart right here. Definitely missed opportunity. It's kind of feel like a little amateur hour, to be honest with you. That trade was there, right there at VWAP, right there at 390. It's $5 in the money. It should be in the account, and we don't have it. So a little bit upset with that one. I'll take my pill fine because of what Nvidia is doing now, continuously going higher. But I feel like that was a missed opportunity there, and I don't. Like, there's the pullback, basically. Now let's wait to see. Now we can wait to see what it does. Yeah, so 390. Now we'll have to wait for it as it comes back up to us. Again, it's very different trade kind of when it breaks through you rather than trying to resist. Like, you sit here and you watch a stock for 5 minutes and you don't put it on. It's like that's too bad because that was a.
You got to have an execution rule.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that 390 was right there. It was about as easy as, I just closed it, about as easy as it could be there. If you take that 388 into 390, you definitely have, and that's what it's all about. It is. I mean, it's 100% about rules, and it's about looking back and saying, where is the trade? And what has been working for me in the past. And I think that support and resistance right there, pretty key. But you know what, man, to have $3, Neil, in the money on, I mean, I see that we're a little bit light on trades today, but this one right here, there it is, 138 right now coming into play. So boom goes a dynamite there. So we got back in the money, $3. So I don't feel so bad about missing the 3 there on Tesla, 5 maybe on Tesla, but there it goes, man. Nvidia 140 incoming. Wow, that would be nice if we can get that one right now, $3 in the money on Nvidia. What's up, A?
Keep an eye here on Carvana, CVNA, already trying to recover a little bit, but this one dropped with volume on a short report from Hindenburg. I'm just seeing this circulate on social media now. So CVNA with a short float of just over 10%. Now also getting shorts here, it looks like, from Hindenburg, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I saw some interesting price targets on Carvana recently. It's like 300, somebody was sort of saying when it's... I think it's a little bit unlikely, but it's a squeeze play, and it has done it before. So we did just get, obviously you just saw the break on Rigetti if you were watching it. I just broke that 16.4. I got 47, so a little bit of slippage on it. Pre-market high, 16.75, so we'll get a couple of scalp trades out there into 16.75, and then this top here at 17 or 16.90 or so, we'll look to get some out on Rigetti. So obviously a very, very strong rebound. We've seen V-shaped recoveries on Rigetti before. So it looks like it's on for another one. Just watch out. The last time it did this, it failed the pre-market top pretty nicely. If it does it again, then I want to make sure we're scalping out and waiting for VWAP on that retracement. And when we're talking about execution rules, if it's a revert trade, I got to play a reversion. So my execution rule is if it's doing a trend line like this, then I have to wait for it to close the bar underneath. I'm not going to chase it to the bottom of the bar. Usually I want to make sure I'm getting the price up at that top. So that's my execution rule on a mean revert, which means a lot of times you might not get it right away if it does that quick dipsy-do move. Nvidia looking fantastic to the upside. Still nothing on Unity. I'd say Unity is a bit of a disappointment. I would be breaking out that top, but we're still waiting for it here on Unity. So we just got into Rigetti, looking for that Unity break at 26. And what else we got going on here? Meta, of course. I mean, Meta's a rocket ship at this point. I'm not chasing the move. I think it's a little bit too tight to that 606 to 608 area that we were just discussing on that 15-minute chart. So I think you want to play a little bit of patience. If you're in it, there's no reason to get out because the trend is so clean there on Meta. But I'm not rushing in to buy any tops like this.
Yeah, it's a good point there about Tesla there. Yeah, blowing again to the upside. It's just these little cuts, right? But you're waiting for the bigger move. As long as you have a plan, like, you're getting out for $1, $2 hits, waiting for bigger trades. I mean, you can get it back right now. But Tesla's going to be a red stock today, so we'll wait for it. Nvidia right now, we were able to get some out at 138, our highest level there. 138.20 was our best level. And as I look at it, look, greed is definitely good. Greed is what got us into this spot that we're in right now by trying to hold out for this. But you got to sometimes play technicals, and I'm just looking. I zoomed it out because I was like, where are we really getting out of this trade? And we only have about like a little bit 10%, a little bit less than that left on this particular trade. So, so far so good. But at the end of the day, that 138.50, we had seen some tops into there, 138.75. So potentially pullbacks, getting some more out up there would be somewhat wise, I am thinking. So if we get another fill into there, let's just put it at 138. You know what? Now that we're falling down a little bit, I'm going to get something out now at 88, 89. I mean, you can clearly see these kind of winners in this market. If you got short early, you got them. If you got long, 10 minutes in, you got it. But other than that, can be pretty difficult. So we'll get out another piece right there and sort of just get out now and get back into that 5 to 10% left and now see if we can get a real good runner into back to the positive side. We were talking about the NASDAQ being up 1% coming into the day and then all of a sudden going red on the day. And now right back up. There is room to go. If the NASDAQ wants to go, a lot of these stocks can really, really get going again there. So nice play on Rigetti. I'm still on the same play here with NVIDIA and Tesla and getting a little bit more out and looking for some more opportunities, including maybe SMR pulling back a little bit, still up that 1.5% to 18 bucks. Here's SMR right here, pulling back into like the 200 period. So could be a decent buy right there, but I'm still looking and watching out for NVIDIA. As Tesla now back under 390 again.
Yeah, it just can't seem to sustain.
That could be something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at SMR. I was looking at Carvana as well. Obviously, Unity's taking its merry old time to do any kind of a breakout. Maybe Keith Gill just doesn't have the juice that he used to move the markets. I don't know, but it's certainly feeling like it because the pre-market's one thing on lower volatility or lower liquidity, but in the once we're open, pretty much nothing happening on Unity to the upside. Carvana, this is obviously a hefty reversal. So for everyone looking at this, I think it's a squeeze stock, 100%. I won't talk anything positive, fundamental. I don't know too much about it other than I think it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. But it is what it is. So 206 is prior resistance. I think you look for some kind of a hold in here in that $1 range, 526. I like those prior highs as potential bounce spots. If it's going to continue, then you have to continue through there. Unity. All right. I mean, it's very likely the next trade, as you can see. It's trying to break out this top. It's within pennies of it. So I feel as if we're going to get this trade here on Unity almost any second now, and that's what I'm waiting here for. It's just a little bit of a breakout through this 26 level. 2610, the local high on Unity, and why this price? Because that's what the key bounce spot was when he tweeted on the 5th. And that, of course, is Roaring Kitty, everybody's good friend.
Yeah, good friend for sure. Good dip buy opportunity there in NVIDIA. If you got it at 137, we do have a new position alert, so we'll hit this for now. It's going to be a smaller one, though. It's a SMR. It just fell into this level. Here's the 5-minute chart. Nice little fall right back into some of these levels where we've seen before. So that's 1810 would be that bottom. So I'm actually bidding. Actually, for some reason, I put 1806. So we're bidding 18, just close to 18 there. If it does break below, then we're going to get out of SMR. Give it some room now to breathe as the market's trying to, get right back there up into the upside one more time now. So there goes SMR, whatever. We're in the money 10 cents. I do have an offer up near 40 to get something out. That's kind of where that 200 period moving average is. So if we can get a little bit of a blast up there on SMR, that would be good. Palantir, 76, not good. 76. There for PLTR. Yeah, but I mean, it got as low as 72 there. So I don't know what was going on earlier. That was a huge missed opportunity again. Although being on Tesla today has cost us money. We're not up on Tesla. But definitely that Palantir fall down there into 72.50 would have been a good play for sure. Look at that right back up to the 200 period. Yeah, good look if you're looking short on something right now. Palantir right back into that level. Not bad at all. Now that I see that, I'm actually going to... Now that I'm and again, Palantir is not making me change my mind on NVIDIA or anything like that. It's just... thinking about how top heavy maybe this market is right now. Nice move to the upside right now into some of these pre-market levels. And then just looking at Palantir there, saying to myself, do we really want to go short anything right now? But there is, again, I'm in NVIDIA, so I'm biased to the long, which you really shouldn't be. Because you got to trade what you see and maybe not just what you think. If the trade is off, you got to get out, which we did with Tesla. But right into there, $76 coming back right there would have been a nice play to go short with that 200 period. So you guys asked for a little bit of a look there. And there's the break higher. This is why I'm not in this name. As we continue to break everything there upside right now. Nice move again, SMR. There it is, Neil. It's another winner right there on SMR. So hopefully that can now go. We just took 23s to 37s, 15 cents there on an $18 name. Let's see if we get a little bit higher on SMR as NVIDIA going right back to day's high. So two decent winners on board right now.
Yeah, I still think the market's looking like it wants to break out that top. I mean, I feel like nothing's really changed. All right, Rigetti still wants to break the high. I still think it can get through that top, and there's plenty of room to get to this 17 and look for some adds. If it can break 17, I think the gap fill is right to that 18 level we talked about. But there's that NASDAQ. It's just screaming toward the high again. So I don't think there's anything that's setting up particularly great for a short trade if we fail that high. If we fail that high, the only thing that still looks like a short, I hate to say it, it's like Tesla, but I'm kind of backing away from that until it picks a trend direction off of 390. The other name worth watching is to sort of go back to the well, what was I looking at for resistance up here? And it's AMD at 124. So when I sat down, I actually had an offer pre-market in front of 124 that I've subsequently canceled. But it's very close. You're now $1 away. If we do scream a little bit higher, it's multi-day resistance on AMD, and it would be the next level worth trading. So Unity doesn't seem to want to break higher. Rigetti sits about 10 pennies in the money, but it's done that before. I wanted to get to that 17. It's at the 16 half zone. And Tesla, I know a lot of people are still looking at Tesla. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. It's still, even with this move up, it looks like it's still a bit of a short. It has not really held out and about above that 390 zone. So I would watch out for this one. Tesla not looking very good. I don't think it's going to join the party just yet.
All right. Yeah, overall pretty, I don't know. I mean, the problem with Tesla was just this early take right there. Yeah, that part was crazy, but that part was great there. And we've, again, there's the 390 that we talk about, and we went over to SMR instead, which was definitely, not definitely a mistake, but, wow. Okay, we just got another piece out there at 138 here. I'm going to get one more piece out. As we just talked about, possibly like, Palantir topping out and some of these other names starting to get a little bit top heavy there as well as Tesla. Yeah, one of those names for sure. We'll look at something else now. Yeah, there's, from 76. No, too bad on that one. Okay. SMR, we're in. DraftKings, 37, not much going on there. Let's see what else is happening. Mara, 97 and change now for crypto. Great day there in the crypto universe. I mean, we'll look at IBIT to see what's going on there, but Mara potentially topping out as well. Right there, 18, 20 as well. Like, what resilience there in NVIDIA, right back up again, as we just got something out, I think, in the 60s, didn't we? Right there, yeah, 66, right back into the 80s now on that one. Mara trying to go. Let me just see what the natural thing here on IBIT is. And this is why I talk about this all the time. We talk about, the lessons of the day that Neil goes through, the lessons that Joe does, the lessons that Sharif does. But when you're actually in the fire, like I'm sure Neil will probably say something about Tesla today, or whatever, any stock. But it's like, when you're in the fire, it's a lot different than looking back at stocks. So that's the one thing that we always talk about. It's like, it's easy to say, wait for this confirmation, wait for that. Like, it's easy for me to go back and say, I should not have been in this all the way to the downside. Be patient, wait for news. Don't trade news the minute you hear it. But I already know that, and yet I'm still in it. So, you got to take trading with a grain of salt, man. It's the trades that you're actually in are the ones that count. So right here, Tesla, we should be in that one. Make sure you guys do hit the like and subscribe. Let me see what these numbers are at here as we talk about lessons. And as you guys can see, unfortunately, wish Tesla was a lot bigger. 97, thank you so much. Almost 10,000 of you watching right now. About 10% of the like button right there. Dara, Sharif, Brendan. We got to get Joe up on here as well. We'll fix that and get that going. Hey, man, I'm always looking out. I'm always looking. Joe,
you've been saying it for a couple of weeks.
I'm looking out for you, my guy, right there.
The chat's been all over that as well.
Oh, has it? Okay, well, my bad. I hadn't seen that. But, yeah, glad to bring it up there, Joe. So hopefully we'll get that going. Ramin, get on that there. We'll get Joe on that main page. All right. So far, so good, man. SMR and NVIDIA starting to go a little bit there. Yeah, Uber. Yeah, you guys are talking about Uber.
Sebastian's got to get right here.
Yeah, good.
This is why. He's too pretty for the cover. Yeah, that's what Sebastian says. Sure. Yeah, you know what? And obviously, didn't want to admit this, but you can't have him making me look bad, man. Like, he's too handsome of a gentleman, man. And Joey Options, of course, we're gonna get him on there.
That was the whole thing. I told you when I first saw this guy, I was like, you went in the wrong door, my guy.
And he's always dressed to the nines too. Like, the guy is like a walking GQ ad. You don't even see the.
Oh, they know. They know.
Trust me. Like, he's got a coordinated. You know what we're saying? So I still think the market just pulled back a little bit here. So the bull flag that you're seeing on Rigetti is about you got like 16.2 here and you got 16.7 up top. But I think the money fills are probably in and around the 30s instead of the 40s where we're getting it. So until we get a breakout trade, we'll just scalp inside of the range. But if we do pull back, I'm right back to AMD. It's like, this was Tesla delivery numbers came out after we write notes and prepare. The only stock that I was actually looking short before that was AMD at 124, and it just failed the 123 top and could fail VWAP if we roll over. So this will be the one that I watch. If we don't get 124, obviously the 123 level has been a bit of a sell. They'll try to work off of that for AMD. I've also seen a few people talk about Uber, and Uber is having a very strong day. I think there was like minor news on it, like somebody at CNBC on their last trade or whatever segment they do called Uber their buy. So it is gapping up and maybe it had something to do with that. But Uber now trying to break out on the daily. Yeah. So good look for anyone that's on this bad boy. Uber looking pretty fantastic. But I think the stock I'm going to add to my watch list here from Rigetti, Unity, Tesla is going to be Advanced Micro Devices.
All right. Oh, man. I cannot... That Tesla is a pretty big miss there. 383 now, straight pointing down. Like if you were ever thinking that the market was toppy there, like we had sort of indicated about NVIDIA there, but it looks like, wow. Yeah, NVIDIA, nothing compared to what Tesla is doing. Sorry, Palantir was the look on the short there. Nothing compared to what's happening there in Tesla right now. 382 and change. Some more downside action right now, and not nice. That is for sure, as Tesla starting to continue the downside into 381. I mean, we may get that break there coming out a little faster than we had thought now on TSLA. So watch out below right now, like coming off for sure. Oh boy. Okay. Google with a little bit of a pullback. I mean, if you're still trying to go long, I mean, the market's trying to fade out right now. Google pulling back into 190.50 again right now on Google. So that's a nice little spot maybe there to get long. That's going to be VWAP, but yeah, you are starting to break pretty good now. The futures definitely coming back in. Crypto also breaking down 96.5 right now on Cryptoverse. So that's starting to come in again. Wow, 190.50 on Google coming in pretty quick right now. Is it worth a little bit of a dip buy into VWAP now on Google? I'm going to say yes and try it. I mean, this is an up name right now. Let's give Google a shot. Punch some longs there at 61, see if it wants to go. Take something out now at 73. There it is. So a little bit of a quick little 12 cents there as now it fades right back down and starting to go lower, lower, lower. Let's give this one to 190. Google right there at the 50-period moving average. Quick out for 10%, but Google right now whiffling and waffling as I take a book out of Sharif's, page out of Sharif's book. All right, let's go over to Adara. It's 10:20. Come on, Google.
Let's take a look here at the IWM here. It's actually giving up previous support here. Still up on the day, up almost 1%. But interestingly enough, doing kind of the opposite of what we saw with the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. We know both of those kind of sold off at the open, then pushed up higher. IWM started strong, now kind of tapering out here on this 15-minute chart. It is worth noting here, too, not a small cap, but Boeing, BA, this one dropped off the open. I couldn't find any news on this other than a price target increase to 215 from Deutsche Bank. But it's worth noting for Boeing, it actually looks like it could be a technical breakdown with an inability to fill the gap from Monday. So BA, I just wanted to mention that. Let's get into these small caps, though. LGHL, this is Line Group Holdings. This is looks like a penny stock here. It's worth noting, very small market cap, just under $2 million. And it's got about a 5% short float, up about 40% right now. Then we have NRXP. This one here announcing alongside Hope Therapeutics that it's looking to acquire Kadima Neuropsychiatry Institute here. I guess these two companies have plans to acquire a couple different psychiatry clinics, and this is the first one they're looking to acquire. So NRXP on watch here with about a 8 million share float, about 7% of which is short. And then we have SPCB, smallest float of the bunch here, just under 2 million shares, announcing here they have some contracts with some agencies in Kentucky. SPCB's also moved a little bit earlier this week, up about 100% right now, guys, at day's highs. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Adara. Whatever is going on in Boeing, I don't like it because obviously I talked about this last week. I recently bought some shares of Boeing and it was looking fine. Don't like what I'm seeing here. If it holds on to 170, that's a big level at 170. So MSTR, a couple of things. Bitcoin back through 97. We're at 96.5 on BTC, and MSTR is trying to hold on to this 300 level. I feel like if we do make a breakdown at 96, MSTR has been a flush underneath 300. At least it was on Friday. Like when it lost this level, I keep saying Friday. Sorry, Tuesday, 2 days ago.
Right.
Yeah, bear with me. It feels like a Monday today.
It does.
This 300 level, it bounced early and then flushed through. So I'll be looking for this. If we fail down at the 300 level, I think MSTR can be shorted. Before we get to that, as it's trying to bounce, NVIDIA's at VWAP and trying to hold on to VWAP. Oddly enough, this is pretty much where it broke out this morning as well. Rigetti's still holding on. Still the same. I mean, the market just ran down like a few hundred points, and Rigetti said, oh, who cares? We're going to stay bull flagging. But it still needs to break out the top. Well, I did add to it on the last little bit of a dip, and then we still needed to break out that high. And we'll add on a 17 break on RGTI. But that Boeing story not looking very good. And if you're wondering, when I said that 170 level, Boeing is not a London stock. When I said that 170 level, just pop it out to a daily chart, and that's where you're going to be able to find it. I'll just pull it up on this other chart. We'll wait for this to load. This is what I'm talking about right here on Boeing. It's just this 170. If we see that today, that's where I'll be looking to buy. But we're back into NVIDIA. Rigetti is finally starting to take out that top, and the market is trying to rebound here.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a rebound play here. I mean, we'll see if it's going to work out for us or not. I mean, who knows? But there is Google right there on the rebound back to the upside. We're long right now in the 20s. It's in the 40s. We talked about taking a risk on this, right? So we'll do it. And now we'll see if there is pay dirt or not on Google right now. Hopefully going back up to the upside into the 40s right now. Let's take a little, darn it. I was going to say, let's take a little more out in the 40s, but there it is. We'll take some 33s and then offer now upside again. We got hit. Oh, we actually got hit there. Okay, here comes back up anyways. Okay, there's 44, 45. All right, good job, Google. There we go. Take some more out here in the 40s as we massage this trade just a little bit now, starting to go back up. So we had to average into 190. We always liked like those even dollar levels, which is kind of why the 390 there, maybe the 380 on Tesla, 190 here. So if Google drops below 190, we are getting out. So it's been a rough take on Google because we took it first there and then we averaged it back. But as you can see, our average price now is starting to cook. So good job upside now on Google. There it is, Neil. Another 30 cents.
Here comes.
Good job. Here comes, what do you got?
NVIDIA
let's go.
NVIDIA just bounced pretty much exactly off VWAP, at least on my chart off of VWAP. It just tagged 137.4. Just to give you an idea here, if we can get back up to that 138 top, this could be a very nice stair step. And I think there's maybe a chance that if we really go and the NASDAQ can get back to the highs, NVIDIA has a chance to break out a secondary break at 138.80.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
And that's going to be Tuesday's top. So we're going to be buying dips back into this 137 and see how far it continues. Looks like we got stage 1 on Rigetti. It just tagged that 17 level. So next stop, breaking out 17. There's about 200,000 there were 200,000 shares at the 17 level, which just got broken on Rigetti. So step 1 was taking the 16.4s and 16.5s into 17 even. Now I'm looking dip buy or consolidation above the 17 level on Rigetti for a little bit of a continuation play. Looks like the quant names are back. I mean, it's up 11% while the market only up 0.3 and actually pulling back a little bit here. So Rigetti relatively strong. Next available dip into prior high, or we can consolidate over 17 to continue this move to the upside. Nice trend up here in Rigetti. Probably the same thing happening on the other quantum names, but this is the one that usually has the most juice when it starts to go. I still think it's got another $1 in it if it can hold above 17.
All right, guys, so we are down a cup of coffee here on our friend SMR. It does actually wind up breaking, so I didn't even really realize that. But SMR to the break side. We're only going to have, I believe NVIDIA will be possibly a green name and Google's a green name. Other than that, we're going to wait, and NVIDIA is going to be position pending here as we hope to get a bigger upside move. But as Neil just talked about it as well. But right there, we got a piece out at 137.20 25s maybe there. I can double check it, but nice trade there to get something out. I'm still not like super excited that this market is just straight upside or not here, because getting some more out, the NVIDIA, Google. We have 4 trades today: Google, NVIDIA, SMR, and Tesla. And then there is right there to the 50-period moving average. You got to absorb and look at some of these things, because when they fail off of that, that's that whole hindsight teaching thing again. Like, oh, it came up to the 50-period, I should get out. So as you're in it, I feel like you sometimes, being in too many names, you can miss kind of like obvious outs and potential trades that maybe you should have made. So right there, we're going to empty out a little bit more there on Google. Still hold about 40%, I think, of this trade. But we're going to wait now. If it breaks through 190, we can scram, because the market trying to bounce back. And I would trade the market. It's just we missed the opportunity. The time to look at the TQs or the NASDAQ is when you finally see a big run and then maybe a little bit of a base, and then you take the shot to revert back, or you do the same thing down here, a shot to revert back this way. Or, in my opinion, there's always ors, you got to put on and watch out for VWAP or the 200-period moving average, which I don't have on here. I have it on the TQs, which is what I trade. So let's just have a quick look at where that 200-period moving average is on the TQQs, and then say, yeah, so there it is right there. So that's the trade that we already reviewed. So we said that, basing out at the top, then the breakdown right there could have been something to look at for sure. What did we just get filled on right there? Oh, we got filled on Google. Okay. So Google does make a move back into the 30s again, right back into the 50-period moving average. So another out, VWAP, another out there for Google. Now we'll wait. If we can get 50s again or 60s as the 50-period goes upside right now, we'll see if we can get going on Google. That should be a little bit of a bullish trend with the trend line starting to point northbound. So we'll wait and see if it wants to work. There goes NVIDIA again, though.
Yeah, it's back to the 137. Distinctly different. I'm going to show you 2 charts here, because AMD, so NVIDIA, we're in, it's holding VWAP up. AMD is holding VWAP in the other direction. So AMD, while up 0.7%, it does look like it's made a little bit of a right-hand turn to the downside. So I still think this one, we're not going to get 124 at this point unless something crazy happens. The short back into VWAP is looking like it's going to be in play. Let's get up to the desk, because Adair was about to talk about crypto. MSTR made a heck of a bounce off 300. It did not eventually fall through. A good bounce for that name.
We're going to talk a lot about crypto here, but really quickly, too, I want to mention this report here on another potential dock worker strike. Wall Street Journal just reporting here that the dock workers and employers, which again is related to the International Longshoremen's Association, which briefly went on strike earlier or I guess last year now, 2024. Anyways, they're reportedly set to enter negotiations on January 7th. Keep an eye on some of these retail names as we have talks of a potential resumption of a strike for some of these longshoremen and dock workers. So keep an eye on that. In terms of crypto, I have this graphic that I think is pretty interesting here. This is courtesy of Charlie Bolello on Twitter. But here, Fartcoin, we know Michael Noss has talked about this one, actually has reached a market cap of $1.45 billion, which now makes it worth more than roughly 1/3 of the Russell 3000. So it's worth more than 939 companies in the Russell 3000 index. So that massive push for Fartcoin since the election continues. I just thought this was an interesting note, given the fact that Michael Noss has talked about this. Now we're going to take a look here at crypto here. Bitcoin pulling back from day's high just above 97,000, currently around that mid 96,000 level for BTC. What a bounce here, but it's also worth noting we have some clear support around that low 91,000, high 90,000 area with lower highs. If we break that level of support, especially given the continuous lower highs for Bitcoin, this could be a bit of a sticky situation for BTC. In terms of other crypto names on watch, Ethereum up almost 4% in the day here, trying to hold on to that 3450 area, trying to break that 3500. XRP, great look, up about 10% to start the new year. Solana up about 8%. Dogecoin up almost 6%. Cardano up almost 10%. Avalanche up almost 10%. So a lot of these crypto names very strongly today to start off the new year, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Chart it though.
Refrain is just interested on Fartcoin. Right there, he's hella long right now. Fartcoin. No, of course he's not. I don't. Well, I wish he was. I think we all wish we were at this point when Fartcoin,
maybe he is
taking it out right now. But we're just gonna go with this. Stick with what you do best, and we're here, man. Traders unite right now today, because there goes NVIDIA again, man. Okay, we are. Reloaded, right down there. Nice move back upside there for NVIDIA. And by the way, Intel, we're in the Intel game now, Sharif. We're in the Intel game now. A little bit out here at 15. We just bought some 11s down there. Again, another sticky no name for us, and we'll take a little bit of profit on that one. But right now, it's NVIDIA with a nice move back into O's. Thank you for that, Randy. Man, did we have a up and down day there for us on Tesla. Tesla owes us both a new Cybertruck. But there it is right there. Nice move up. In the pre-market, of course, we saw that trading higher, and then, woo, Neil asked you if there's anything positive coming through. Now down 6% as they miss, 450 versus 490 or so on the deliveries. A big miss there for Tesla, and a big miss. Yeah, you did. And a big miss on us trading this today as well. But that's okay. We were looking at it. Everybody got their trades in there. But yeah, 390, Randy. Nice little look on that one. I'd love to sit and chat for a minute here, but I do got to watch out for this one because here we go. Yeah, smell you later too, buddy. There it is right now. Nice little move there for, that's a Randy line. 137.10 right now for NVIDIA there, Neil. So good trading here for NVDA.
NVIDIA continues to climb high. You got to stay on the strong stocks. I mean, the NASDAQ is trying to pull back in here. So we're back into the dip on Rigetti. That broke 17. It didn't hold above 17, so I said pull back into prior high. There's the prior high. It just wicked it down to 16.6. We're going to look for longs above that level. And as long as we can continue, this is one of the stronger names out there. Obviously, I don't have to tell you what this has been doing on the higher time frame. It's like about 1 billion days in a row to the upside, but yet to break out this 18 tops. I still think we can go longs into that 18 level. So stair step to the upside, liking it here on RGTI. Tesla's at 380. And then I mentioned MSTR bounced off of 300. Okay, well, that wasn't that long-lived. Held above VWAP, has another chance to break down underneath the 300 level. So if MSTR loses this local bottom, you just double-check Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still looking a little bit tepid. I feel like this one could really start to flush. So bad day here for... Actually, no, sorry, good day for MSTR, but it just lost VWAP. That big bounce, $5, already coming right back in. Did not last very long on MicroStrategy here as Bitcoin's doing its best to hold on to 96K. I only want to look, if Bitcoin breaks lower, I think MSTR is usually the one you want to look for the short end.
I wonder if everybody's just so excited about waiting for, things to drop through, like the inauguration and all this. We're maybe getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Maybe quick little pullback into the beginning of the year. Definitely a possibility. All right, we're getting out some more here, 14s and 15s, because honestly, man, I'm trying not to play around too much with this. And that, of course, is Intel and the semis. They haven't been necessarily the best stocks to trade here today, needless to say. So we're going to have to slow down our roll just a little bit here on what exactly we're trying to get out of Intel and NVIDIA. So it's been a really good play. There's been no doubt about that. There goes NVIDIA, now 50 cents on the reload. And then we talked about our Intel reload as well, which has been working out for us. So yeah, so far so good. Just a little bit though. There, NVIDIA now in the money, now 50 cents. So that's pretty good. With Intel up here in the money now 10 cents, man, we should take some more shares out on Intel. So let's just do that right now at 19s. We feel pretty lucky about doing that right there. So another banger right there for you on Intel. And believe it or not, Intel probably is now P&L number one. Can you believe that? Right now, out of everything that Neil and I traded today, Intel, we just put on literally 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, goes to P&L number one, making me think like just wasted an hour and a half, 2 hours there. But okay, let's go back over to the desk now and speak with Miss A. Or Neil.
Well, I think we get an opportunity to talk a little bit about eSignal. Why? Because all traders are looking to step their game up, and why not do so utilizing a charting platform which gives you everything you need in one spot. So you can trade smarter, not harder. At the end of the day, we all know that you want to be able to find opportunities. That requires watch lists. That requires a quote board, that requires access to every single trading opportunity or indicator you might imagine. eSignal's got it there for you. When you want to backtest, eSignal's your choice. You want to run an API so you can automate some of your trading, go ahead and do that if you're a coder. It makes it easy there in eSignal. The other thing which we talk about, we like a lot about eSignal, is the tick replay. The ability to go back, watch in the moment, what was happening when Tesla broke 400? It happened pretty quick in the pre-market, but with tick replay, you're able to see where the liquidity ended up being on a name like that. So these are charts that are going to change the game for you. Reliable data, the market's open, they're going to have the data there for you so that you can do what you need to and execute your trading plan. Check out the QR code that you see right in front of you on the screen, or you can check the link in the description. But eSignal, if you're looking to step your game up, check them out. Shout out to eSignal. MSTR is about to break down. It's about 299 and a half, 299.6 would be the local bottom here on MSTR. It does look like it's threatening that low. Not a very strong stock the last couple of days. Let's just put that to, I mean, I don't think I'm telling anybody anything they don't know, but the last time it lost this 300 level, obviously on Tuesday, did it a couple times in here. The initial breakdown was like a $4 move, $4 to $5 move right away. And then you had a retest of the 300 level that failed again. So it's about 299 and a half. If it breaks, I'm going to get the short in it. So there we go. It just broke to the downside on MicroStrategy. The prior bar high is going to be my out, and that's going to be about the 301 level on MSTR. Bitcoin, it's still up. So Bitcoin's not having a bad day, but overall, let me go back to a Bitcoin chart so you guys can see it. Overall, you are still holding around those bottoms. It's been a bit of a trend down there on BTC as it tries to hold on to 96. And if it doesn't, I think MSTR is the one that you want short.
Yeah, I'm not. See, the thing is like right now I'm trying to find good setups because, like Neil said, like you want to find names that are moving. MSTR obviously is, so that's probably, not probably, it looks like it is going to be something that's lining up there for a potential trade. So I'm just trying to look for other things. We could do a quick little, I was going to look at some sectors, to be honest with you, to see sort of what has been popping off right here. So let's just have a quick look to see if we're missing something. We did have, I actually did tweet, oh, we're doing sector watch. Okay, so that's going to be good. Before we do that, just real quick right now, I just wanted to show you, I sent this out here, and again, Adair had sent this to me right here, and these were the S&P 500 index and all the top and or the red sectors that had existed this year. So as we go into sector watch right now, it is always good to have a little quick look. I mean, the S&P last year up 23%. So it is a stock picker's market last year, it looks like, because if you picked some names in the comm services space, then wow, 33%. We'll go over what some of these names are in a minute. Consumer discretionary as well outpaces the market. The financials outpace the broader market as well there with XLF. And that's another thing. XLF is what we've been talking about for a minute as well, and how strong that's been. Their industrials, technology, utilities. It's the materials down 1.6%. Last year. So that was disappointing. You do want to be hedged though. So I think if you were hedged, you got a good little jump on the market last year. So yeah, good levels there. Just goes to show you, we talked about all the inflows that Brendan and Sharif mentioned, over 1 trillion into ETFs this year, and only going higher every year from now on. So that's what's happening there. NVIDIA with a little bit of a pushback, but it's sector watch. It's 1041 with Adera.
We'll start here with these strong sectors. It's worth noting lots of strength in retail trade, though Walmart a little bit to the downside. And again, we do have these names on watch as the Wall Street Journal reports that the strike talks for the dock workers actually might resume as of January 7th. Lots of strength as well in energy, minerals, and utilities. We also have these sectors on watch. We're seeing some reports that there could be a cold front happening here in early January. So keep an eye on utilities. CEG really strong here, up about 6%. Health technologies has some bright spots as well. Producer manufacturing. Consumer services, McDonald's up almost 2% here. Industrial services and transportation all looking pretty good here as well. Take a look at some of these technology names. Electronic technology has NVIDIA, Broadcom, Micron as well, really strong, but Apple lagging a bit in this sector. We are seeing some reports are actually going to offer a promotional deal in China for iPhone 16 due to some concerns about their competitors. Meta, a great look here in technology services with a price target increase from JMP Securities, but the rest of the sector a little bit weaker today. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content.
Yeah, good call on that.
Thank you very much, Adera. And thank you very much to Rohit as well for the super chat. Rohit Sharma, why drug sector stocks like Moderna rising recently? So, well, if you don't, okay, first things first. We did get a 98 change fill on MSTR after the breakdown, and then 96. I mean, you can kind of see, like, in the afternoon when it broke 300, like, that was the resistance level, and then the other resistance was at 96. So on the way back down, I'm going to put my bids out in front of those levels. Moderna, since the election, obviously with Trump's pick, Kennedy, it's been bad for any of these pharma names, any of the COVID-related names, for sure. I feel as if Moderna could just be a relief rally. Like, the worst has already happened to them. They got booted out of the NASDAQ, and it just seems like technically it's held on to a nice consolidation. But when you look at this trend, I wouldn't necessarily be bullish on this thing until it can close out and about above like 47, 48. 50 period probably needs to hold on the north side. Like, look at this trend. Like, I would be respecting the 50 period moving average until proven otherwise on Moderna. So yes, it's up 3%, and it has been doing okay the last couple of trading sessions. But you got to be able to put this into perspective. Anybody that's been leaning on this short, and I would suspect that there are some funds that have been taking the easy road and been taking the short on this every time it pops, I think they're looking pretty good to try to short this in the 45, 46 range. At least that's a bit of a guess for me on mRNA. So I wouldn't feel that great about it just yet. That probably is the same thing for a Pfizer, although I would venture to say Pfizer probably a little bit safer of a stock than Moderna, and it's trying to close above the 50 period itself. It's looking a little bit better as Pfizer.
Have you haven't heard Benzinga Pro all day, I don't think, right? Because
I've heard it a couple times.
Oh, you have?
But not much. A little bit less than usual is the best output.
Okay, I haven't heard it once. All right, we'll figure out what's going on, because I do still hear the throws. So, all right, Nvidia's going through tons of volume. It doesn't look like it right now on the day, because it's not going through like a lot of I shouldn't have said volume. It's more like volatility there, as it's just up and down like 20 cents right now. As I guess the problem is the volume's pretty light here and just being taken up and down by algos right now. So we'll absorb this, understand what's going on right now, and just try to scalp a little bit more out. We're long at 136.50 there. We've rolled this all the way to the top. It's trying to hold out for the 200 period. Whenever that loses, we don't really like that too much. So that is a slippery slope for sure here on Nvidia. As we already took that up, we were talking about 138. We got that level, and the reason why we were able to scalp out of some of that is, again, we did wind up zooming out, and we did talk about some of those levels that we had seen before on Nvidia, so that could be something there to have a quick look at. We did get some more out of Intel as well, right there today. So it's too bad about Google. Like, Google will be, so we'll be down a cup of coffee on Google, a cup of coffee on SMR, we'll be up a cup of coffee on Intel. Like I was saying, that Intel's gonna be the #1 name, and it's a cup of coffee. Like, it has not been a very aggressive day. I mean, I know Neil's been on Rigetti. I haven't really looked at any other big movers there today, but I don't, what is this at now? 16.29, yeah, so I don't think we're really doing anything on Rigetti, as that tried to break 17 and did, it looks like, but only got 10 cents. Fade right back. Okay, well, now that we're back into view up in the 200 period, your boy's getting interested again here on Rigetti. So, all right, I believe that was a call for Adara.
Speaking of quantum, QSI, actually great look today. Quantum Sci Incorporated up about 21% right now. This is a short float of about 11.5%. No news, but we know quantum has been strong, and I'm also seeing some alerts here about some option sweep for QSI. So keep an eye on this ticker. Also on watch here, I'm seeing ICG popping up a little bit. No news on inch change. This is Chinese ADR. It's up over 100%. This is a small cap runner. Market cap of about $500 million with a float of 23.2 million shares. Again, no news I'm seeing here on ICG. But relative volume, almost 280, guys. Back to you.
We're in Rigetti here. So let's wait to see right now what winds up happening as it comes right into VWAP. We talk about being patient. So that's what we did. Yeah, we're long right now at 16.29. So we'll see if we can get a winner here on our GTI. But that's what that is right now. So we're going to go in and out of that right here. We'll see if we can get upside first so we can get out of some of it. I am offering right now on our GTI 40s. 41s, then 50s, then a little bit more after that. So we'll wait to see where the upside lies here on our GTI today.
Yes, sir. And I thought Unity would do more, but it's not. So if it's not going to hold above 26, this is that 26 break we're looking for. So I'm only looking at two things: above 26 or breaking down under the low. So we took the low break. came right back into the prior bar,
go
and
again.
then we got out. So it's going to do it again, then I'm just going to jump into the short on Unity. It's one way or the other. We want to take this one to said downside. Tesla, which I know we haven't really covered
There's Rigetti.
Low of day on Tesla, now trying to bounce off of 376. So Tesla, this is a double bottom. If it cannot hold this, still that 360 level is going to be in play. And shout out to everyone that mentioned on Boeing. Of course, there is news, penalties from China weighing on that stock.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We just got 41s on Rigetti there. So there's our out. We talked about that going long 29s, out some 41s. As here we go, man, 43s. And we talked about it. We'll see if Rigetti can get, there he goes. Give me those. We're at, oh, do we get, no, we're at 49. There it is, Neil. Wow, okay. We are there with Rigetti. So, hey, man. There it is, man. Rigetti. So I know Neil took a couple shots at it, but there it goes. Right now, Rigetti, 1660, right back into what we've sort of coined, man. I mean, we have Brian Shannon here all the time, and we sort of talk about trade smart, right? And that's what we say. Like, here is an in the wild example that if I was doing the lessons of the day there, this would be what we talk about right there. An active name moving into VWAP. So it absorbs VWAP downside right there. It holds it right here, comes in, gives us the play right there. And now it's a 40-cent winner on Rigetti. And it now goes into the number one traded name here today. Actually, that's a lie. Intel's still the most profitable name. Okay, here goes. Look at that reload, Neil, right there on NVIDIA. You know what we just reloaded that thing at? What a surprise. The 200 period right there. 50s. That's an 80-cent winner right there. Back on to this. So, yeah, so far so good. But we got to get some out. There it is, out at the 50 period, moving average. Quiet. So it's kind of loud here, quiet over there, but we're looking for some plays. It's 10.50. I'm actually surprised, Neil, that I'm in this many positions right now with the market kind of just where it is, but we'll take it. We're over $1 now on all these positions, but it's really NVIDIA that I think has the best juice here. But I'm going to take some more out at 137.25 if we can get it right now. So there we go. We do get it. And now we'll wait to see for an upside play. It's NVIDIA. It's Rigetti. Wow, there goes Rigetti, man. Rigetti's been a very, very big trade for us right here, Rigetti, man. Throw it up in the sky if you are up on Rigetti right there. These quantum computing names continue to go crazy. Sebastian, man, I don't know what's for lunch. We haven't been getting the lunch updates in a while right there, but hopefully very, very soon. But what a celebratory moment right here for traders of RG, TI, NVIDIA, and Intel. And
with that, we actually have Mr. Mendel here.
Oh, boom.
We'll see him on a Tuesdays, but from the OTC markets, welcome to Jeff Mendel, our good friend. What's to the moon today? I mean, we've seen a couple of big stocks moving around a heck of a lot, but you got to tell us about this launch. The time is coming for the moon overnight. Everyone's into this overnight trading, and when we get catalysts in the after hours and late at night, we've seen some big moves, especially in some of the crypto names for sure. We've seen MicroStrategy have some fantastic moves. So Jeff, please give us an update and tell me we're on track with Moon.
Yeah, guys. So January 15th, launch of Moon ATS. So you'll be able to trade listed securities with us at OTC Markets, and that's on Moon ATS. So looking forward to it. What is it? We're 2 weeks away now. So yeah, guys, be able to trade NVIDIA. You know, be able to trade all those stocks that Sean's in like 18,000 positions on right now. So looking forward to it. But we got to talk about that shirt, Sean. What the? What's going on there? It's pretty.
I know you don't support playoff teams, but this is the Green Bay Packers. Remember, I don't know if you remember last year when the Cowboys had a great season, actually one of their best seasons in probably 20 or 30 years. And then what wound up happening was the youngest team in the NFL came in there and beat you guys in Jerry's world to eliminate from the playoffs. And I didn't even know you were coming on, but you're the one that brought it up, Jeff, and I want to thank you for bringing it up once again and wish the best of luck to the Cowboys in the 2025-2026 season. I think they could have a nice little play there. But one other thing I want to talk about real quickly, Jeff, as we talk about Moon, just to get back on track here, to give you a little bit of a bump here as well. Thank you so much for coming through last month. That was a lot of fun. We hope that you can come back. We saw a bump up the other day in Fannie Mae, and you probably got a lot of volume, not probably, we sat here and saw it, as there it goes back up to the upside, as Bill Ackman talking more and more about this name right now. So again, a good name. It's been on the exchange ever since I've traded it. There goes Fannie Mae, a nice little upside move again, leading the way in your market, up over 10 million shares done so far today.
Yeah, so that's a great one to talk about today. So I think it was up almost 7 or over 7% earlier in the morning. That's FNMA. Now it's up around 5% right now. Tons of trading activity in this thing. Over 10 million shares traded so far today, and it's we're only just over an hour into the trading day. And so this, I think it was all around Bill Ackman's comment. He's confident that Trump will privatize Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So definitely a lot of buzz there. Right, so we're talking about Fannie Mae right now, FNMA, but then also Freddie Mac, FMCC. Yeah. So definitely another one to look at. There's a little difference in the amount that they're up right now. FMCC is up just under 3%. Fannie Mae up almost 5% right now. So definitely two names to look at. Typically, you'll see more trading going on in Fannie Mae. But FMCC also another great one to look at.
Yeah, good look there. I think it's very important that we always check out the volume leaders. I mean, we always appreciate you coming through to talk about Moon and everything, but this is the website that I check out daily. We've had a couple different movers running through. We'll refresh the trades. There it is right there, Tencent. Another name as we Chinese ADRs hot again here today as we get deliveries for Tesla and some of the Chinese. And there's your FMCC and, of course, Luckin Coffee on there as well. And then we haven't seen much action, but Save, of course, Spirit Airline came over about a month and a half ago, right now trading down there at 35 cents. So how was New Year's? Anything going on in the Mendel household there? Any skiing? Did you get anything done?
Did a little bit in a small mountain near where I grew up in upstate New York. So had a good time. Had a good time doing that. Got the whole family out, had some cousins out and everything like that.
Oh,
too.
nice.
So yeah, man.
What's the weather been like?
Oh, dude, well, all the snow melted basically.
Yeah,
you're going into the new year, but typical northeast fashion, getting a nice little lake effect snow up there.
Yeah. Apparently we're coming through soon.
So right now, anyone going to Buffalo anytime soon will hate it, but
no, they'll probably enjoy it.
Well, it won't be.
People.
Only playoff teams going to Buffalo.
People will enjoy going to Buffalo. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you've noticed or you've seen what the new stadium is going to look like for the Bills, because it's going to be a heck of a lot better than
we're all going to go. We're all going to go.
That you've got down there in Dallas for your team. The glare issue, of course, happening down there for the Cowboys.
Right now,
the Bills are going to have the best.
Jerry better be at the Cotton Bowl.
He's got to start recruiting.
Exactly. He better start recruiting off that Ohio State team because, listen, Ohio State and Texas, actually, right? So that's going to be a great game down there. Better than any Cowboys game this year, for sure.
I will say this, Jeff. You should be very excited for the fact that I think if he falls to you, there is no way even Jerry Jones can screw this up. If the running back JT from Boise State is on the board, there is no possible way for Jerry Jones to mess this one up. It would be, if he doesn't take him, it would be like seeing NVIDIA at $90 and not buying it. And I actually wouldn't mind if he goes there because I think it'd be a great fantasy landing spot for him. But I think you have that to look forward to.
Look at Rigetti. Oh my God,
proven that he can't do anything without.
This is ridiculous.
Behind him, so
Yeah, Ezekiel, I guess, is retiring right here. All right, Jeff, anything else really quickly? We got a couple more minutes left. We've got to wrap this up.
Actually, I wanted to take a look at the Fannie Mae Preferred, FNMAS. It's actually down a couple cents right now. This thing doesn't usually trade as much as FNMA, but definitely something to maybe take a look at over there.
Yeah, nice move higher there. But as you mentioned, though, down on the day as opposed to Fannie Mae. So yeah, we'll have a quick look over there. And then I like the Luckin Coffee look, LKNC.
But don't worry, like I said, Moon ATS coming up, baby.
Yeah, no, man, we've got some Rigetti. We've got some multiple. We're sitting in over $2 in the money right now, Mr. Mendel. But I like Luckin Coffee. Look at this move that we just had on LKNCY. Do not sleep on this, as we've got OTCN making the market, Mr. Mendel. So that's a good one right there. So go grab over here. And I just want to say, like, you know, I'll trade over on the OTC markets, and liquidity, although it looks a little sparse, you can get shares. There's hundreds of shares, thousands of shares going off on the inside at level ones as well. So also a lot of opportunity here to execute on your market with different gateways, and especially choosing this link. Is it still called OTC Link? I know it is in our software. It is.
OTC Link ATS, and yeah, you can access the liquidity that's on OTCN directly with us. There's also a lot of market makers that are providing liquidity out there as well too on OTC Link. So, you know, I mean, look at it's a $26+ stock, Luckin Coffee.
Yeah.
It's a 2-cent spread. There's liquidity there. You know, if you think about it too, if you go up on the level 2, you guys have it there a little far up, but you know, there's definitely some liquidity there on the inside. You know, you're not just looking at the OTCN there, but OTCN will route to the market makers as well too if you're using that, and vice versa. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Look at the full depth there when you're actually trading these names. But yeah, Luckin Coffee up almost 3%. Another great one.
And we've seen it before. When they trend on the OTC, they trend just as nicely and can be fantastic trading opportunities. Thank you so much, Jeff. We look forward to the launch, obviously, of Moon coming up in a couple of weeks, and we'll talk to you again, certainly before that does happen, and again after. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mendel. There it is, man. It's Mr. Mendel. We're all just living in it right there. But as he was there, we were talking a little bit about NVIDIA starting to moon. And oh boy, Neil, there's Rigetti right now, $17.
Oh
you know, sometimes it just takes that little bit of second to get going there, as Rigetti right now pumping to the upside. There it is, man. P&L number 1 now is going to be Rigetti, which is just ridiculous how it's been so hard today to find some decent winners. But Rigetti, nice move there. Intel, nice. Look at Intel, man. Again, as it was written, the bottom of the day on the sticky note there with Intel, $20, bid 2011 for INTC. Rigetti still going, NVIDIA still going. Man, oh man, it's been a good day.
And I am in a new position while we're talking to Jeff. It was VWAP and AMD, still looking for shorts on AMD. Obviously, you've got a bit of a difference between NVIDIA above VWAP and AMD underneath VWAP in the market. I know it's 11 o'clock, but hey, it's just a number.
Yeah.
You know, we're not network TV or anything. It may flip to the midday, but just to finish a quick thought here, you're underneath VWAP on the NASDAQ. You're still green on the day, but I think anything that you came in with a short thesis on, if it's under VWAP, if it's trending down, I still want to look for the short. So that does include AMD. We'll be back at 2 o'clock as usual. But Mr. GQ Options Joe,
Joey Options,
he'll be on the thumbnail soon. We're going to get that one figured out. And the professor are locked and loaded, ready to go for the first midday session of the new year.
Exciting times.
Go get them, guys.
Thank you very much, Neil. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy, Joey Options.
YouTube up, man.
Hey, I know, you don't even have to. Joe, sit, bro. Come on now. All right, we're going to wait for everyone to weasel on this. Shout out to the OG Darwin. Shout out to the small cap gapper trader extraordinaire, Scott H. Adara in the house as well. Shout out to Havana, Woody, and Cairo. Sixto V and Stock Up. Shout out to Andrew Chow and the world's greatest dang mod. That is you, Bears versus Dang Bull. Shout out to you, Daniel Vargas, Mark Susi, Sebastian. We got Bristol. We got Billy Bezos. No affiliation with Jeff Bezos, of course. We got John, and then I can't read his last name. T-Money. What's up, yo? LFG. Right back at you, baby. We got Random Samaritan. We got Daddy Gator and Soccer Shop Club Healing Wholeness as well. Join us, as well as Phil Rich, Borahout, and John. Looks like an Italian last name that I will not be able to pronounce. Yoko's a liar. Shout out to him as well. We got Donkey Trader. And we got Dino. We got Julie Beckwith, as well as Zachary and James. Who else? We got Adam Mills, nephew with a capital dang Shout out back to you. Good morning, Joseph. How are you, bro?
I'm good, brother. How was your New Year's?
It was good, man. It was, it was tame.
Yeah,
The house party was sick. Didn't get too,
Nice.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. Yourself?
Yeah, hey, man, we had a dry New Year's, actually, so no drinks, but we cooked up a hella storm of lasagna. I made a mean lasagna, so I'm looking for...
You see Neil looking over? He's like,
and a lot of cheese. I made it too big, to be honest with you. I put, but again, we're gonna eat it up, so we're enjoying that. And it's funny, my girlfriend is already texting me this morning. She said, it's 11 a.m. It's okay to eat lasagna, right?
Bro.
She hit the gym already, working from home.
There you go.
There you go. She's gonna get it, yeah.
She's putting in the work.
She's putting in the work. She gets the reward of the lasagna. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to having that today. But guys, we got a lesson. We're gonna go back on the Greeks. But Sharif, is there anything you would like to touch on?
I'm just gonna show the gaps. I'm gonna show them super quick here. The 8 we're looking at, Joseph, 1 already. APM no longer tradable under my system, halted to the downside. But NITO looking awfully good. A light 223% on the day coming into VWAP. We'll see if it holds up there. ICG breaking down below VWAP. Looks like it's also halted. So a couple of halters to the downside. You got SPCB doing its absolute most to try to break that $10 area. It's up 91% as well. CGBS. This one is kind of BSing below the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to reclaim that like 94 penny level for me to get interested. But you already saw the Katina Man on Rigetti, RGTI. It's having all sorts of trouble with 17, but it is putting in higher lows and well, not necessarily higher highs, but certainly higher lows. And last but certainly not least, NRXP and QSI being obviously a quantum trade, up a nice 23%. Those are the 8 I'm looking at. If I see any more, let you know in a hot second. Joseph, what are we learning today, baby?
Yeah, we're going to hop on the Greek, Sharif. We didn't finish the lesson last week, so we're going to do the latter half of that. We'll jump into a little bit of what we did last week as well, too. And then we're going to get into Vega, because I think that's important for today's lesson, especially with what's going on with Tesla. And then we're going to get into a little bit of row here, folks. So let's dive right in here. Let's zoom out here. Okay, so yeah, let's start right back at Theta here, guys. And we talk about Theta, and I think this is such a key factor for options traders, whether you're buying or selling. Theta is such an important underlying metric in options trading, and I think it's really undervalued, and people need to really understand Theta and how time decay affects your options contracts. All right, guys? So again, just touching back, Theta is a Greek metric that represents time decay in contract values, okay? So when I refer to extrinsic value, meaning time value, this is kind of correlated to that as well too, all right? So keep that in mind. So for an example, if stock XYZ is $100 and its 105 call is $1 with a Theta of negative 0.2, the options contract value will decrease $20 per day, all right? So just keep in mind, Theta will always be negative as well too, okay? So moving forward, while Theta works in favor of option sellers, Theta works against option buyers, okay? So one thing I really want to touch on with Theta is that when people buy out the money calls or puts, you need that contract to exceed in value relatively quick. Otherwise, if you don't get that volatility spike to step in, then Theta day by day is going to diminish the value of those contracts. And then eventually, once that contract starts to trade in the money and your moneyness, and you now have some intrinsic value, right? You now are like, okay, well, why am I not profitable? Well, it took too long for the underlying asset to move in your favor, and then Theta diminished the value of those contracts, okay? So when you're buying out the money, expect a rapid move quickly, and if you don't get that move, it's always good to just reassess the situation and say, okay, am I a little too early, or what can I do here to kind of just mitigate these, I wouldn't say necessarily losses, but how can I maximize potential profit on that front? So just really, really keep that in mind, okay, folks? So this is just Theta here. As you can see, we went over this briefly last week, But again, you just keep in mind, this is how much the contract's value is going to decay per day if it stays at this price. So again, $17, you got to times this by 100, times this by 100, and times all these by 100, okay? So that is Theta, folks. And also, if you have any questions, just please be sure to put them in the chat, and I'll do the best that I can to answer them. All right, so now moving on to Vega and implied volatility. These kind of go hand in hand. So Vega is a measure of volatility. Historical or HV or historical volatility is an actual measure of the stock's past price movement, okay? So that's a key metric as well too. IV or implied volatility is a measure of the stock's potential future price movement. So when I just mentioned before is that when you're buying out the money calls or you're buying straddles, you need the implied volatility to step in relatively quick and fast and fierce, okay? So when you're playing a straddle, you need the IV to step in really fast. If you're playing a straddle on earnings, you need it to step in during that day, and then you need to exceed the expected move, okay, in order for that contract combination to be profitable, okay? So, for example, a Vega of 0.2 means the options price will change by $20 for every 1% change in volatility. Higher volatility increases the value of options as it implies a greater likelihood of the options ending in the money. Okay, so now this is really key, okay? And it took me a little while to understand this and learn this, is that when you are buying options with increased volatility, that is not necessarily the best thing. You want to buy options when volatility is low, and then you get that increase in implied volatility. Why? Because that means the options contracts are going to fluctuate more when implied volatility picks up. Okay? So we'll touch a little bit more on this because I got a key point that I want to touch on as well too. But first, we got to do an ad read.
Oh yes, absolutely,
right,
Joseph. Okay, we're going to tell them about trade ideas, guys. Kick off 2025 with a massive savings from Trade Ideas. Right now, exclusive to Trader TV viewers, you get 25% off any subscription with code TraderTV25. TraderTV25. It's go big or go home, baby, with another possible 30% off the premium annual plan using TTV PREM30. So to get 30% off the premium annual plan, you're going to use code TTV PREM30. Both codes and both offers are valid through January 3rd, so don't miss out on these New Year's savings, and let's crush 2025 together. Joseph, I know that I'm all amped up for this year, baby.
Yeah, it's going to be a big year, man.
Need the tools to be able to execute.
Need the tools, exactly. Steadily improving day by day. That is the goal. But okay, guys, just back to implied volatility in Vega. So just one thing I really want to point out here is that when you are buying options contracts with a heightened implied volatility, so say you were to buy a call on Tesla today, well, you don't necessarily want to do that, right? You want to buy it when it's lower, but why you don't want to do that is because now that you're buying it at an increased premium, because now that the contracts fluctuate more, you are now paying top dollar for those contracts, okay? So just keep that in mind. And then day by day, Tesla's volatility isn't going to stay at this peak. It will slowly, day by day, start to dwindle. And you can kind of correlate the implied volatility with the average true range. So if you just have the average true range on your chart, you can see that, okay, yeah, it increased on today because of deliveries, and then day by day, it slowly sold off. So just really keep that in mind. You want to sell options in heightened volatility, and you want to buy options with lower volatility with the anticipation that volatility is going to pick up, because that means there's more likelihood that your contract is going to expire in the money, okay? So beware, the options market is really, really smart, and they will price those things in. So just be really wary. And then when you buy contracts, one last point here on Vega, when you buy contracts on heightened volatility, you need it to move and continue that sustained price movement, which is extremely difficult unless you have high-level catalysts stepping in on that front, okay? So we're just touching here on Vega as well too, folks. So let's keep this in mind. This is the implied volatility. I mentioned before, you kind of want to keep this around the lower half, around 40%, but this is heightened. I took this a couple days ago when Tesla was trading at $431. But again, here's the Vega, you can see, and that's how much the contracts will change with every 1% change in implied volatility. Okay, so you can always keep these two correlated. So, Rho. Rho is the Greek that measures the influence of interest rates on an options contract pricing. Well, now we know that, okay, we only have, how many FOMC meetings do we have a year? 4, or is it?
No, I think it's more than that. I don't know.
Is it more? Okay, so it's,
sure, yeah.
so this isn't as often. This doesn't happen as often, and it doesn't affect the options contracts as much as the other 4 metrics do. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But it's just good to know that when things do happen, 8. There's 8.
Yep.
Okay, so there's 8 meetings a year. So really, this is only happening 8 times a year when you really have to focus on Rho. But again, the change in it isn't drastic enough for options traders to be like, oh, I'm worried about Rho. That I don't think I've ever heard an options trader be like, oh, Rho did me dirty or anything along those lines. Like Theta, like you'll hear options trader be like, oh, Theta burned me. And there's a guy that I used to chat with, and his name was Theta burned me. So yeah, exactly. You got chewed up by time decay. But yeah, here we are, guys. So it influences interest rates and options contract pricing. So Rho represents the amount by which the price and option is expected to change for a 1% change in the risk-free interest rates, okay? So, for example, a Rho of 0.05 means the options price will change by $5 for every 1% change in interest rates. So that's a drastic amount with not much effect here, right? So the $5 on an options contract, there's spreads that are wider than what you are paying for those contracts. So call options have positive Rho, while put options have negative Rho. Okay, so just keep that in mind, folks. And yeah, that's it, guys. So, Rho, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. If you have any questions about implied volatility, put them in the chat, and Theta as well, too. But we have a really good question here from Belinda Paz. What is the best way to sell a put to get the stock assigned at a lower price? Great question. So what you want to do, if you want a specific price that you want to own that stock, sell that strike price, right? But again, the further you go out the money, the less likely you're going to get assigned. But you can also choose a range date. And if you don't get assigned, you also get to collect the premium, and then you can just recycle that trade again. So if you were going to go onto your delta metric here, I'll pull it up real quick before we send it off to Sharif. If we were going to go to our delta metric on the put side and select something around the 0.05 delta, right? This means that we have less than a 5% chance that this contract is going to expire in the money, okay? So just keep that in mind. If you want to sell this contract, the chances of it being assigned are extremely low, but the positive of that is that you can just recycle, keep selling that contract until eventually you do get assigned, but then you're creating passive income as well too, so you're just collecting options premiums, all right? So I really like that question. I voted Tesla. Sharif, what do you got going on?
I voted Tesla as well. You have to.
You have to.
Today.
You have
what
to.
I'm keeping my eye on, not for a day trade, but Uber. Uber is up 3 1/3. Now, the reason I'm interested in it, because it's been defending 60 for a hot minute ever since we got, some of that Waymo stuff that sent Uber down quite aggressively off the highs. So Uber's been defending $60 for a while, and I'm just speaking about it in terms of a possible swing that I may want to include. And I haven't really decided whether to put it both in the swing and in the long term. If you go out and zoom out on Uber, you will know that $60 has been a level of support for a while. So if this will load over here, there we go. Look at all these months here. December 21, reject 60. January 2021, reject. February, March, almost till April, $60 was a top. Then all hell broke loose in 2022. We don't need to relitigate 2022. Everybody knows what happened. But we were down over 65% on our friend Uber, never breaking below that $60 level again until January of last year, so about a year ago. Now, don't look over here because that's Black Monday. That's when the yen carry trade got unwound. But as you can see, a big boy green candle bringing that right above 60. So we've been hanging out at 60 for once twice, OB thrice, and then now 4 weeks. If we close this week above 60, it'll be another 4th week of 60 defend on Uber. I know that's not really day trading material, but I wanted to mention that because I'm going to be very interested in what happens here with Uber. So yeah. All right, now let's talk about the trades that I have on. First one, NITO. So this is the one that was up or is up 215%. It's at the volume weighted average price. I'm long. I've got a price of 80 pennies. We're at 80 pennies right now. Let's see what happens, okay? It's going to have to hold VWAP. I've given it a little bit below VWAP to give it a bit of a buffer between the volume weighted average price level and my stop. But if it doesn't hold VWAP, I ain't married to this trade, baby, and we'll let it go. And so that's the first one, NITO. Second one, QSI. Strong name. It's been strong for a while. Quantum's in vogue right now. Anybody who's been day trading or has been in the market for the last month and a half, maybe even more, actually, I would say, since the election. Quantum has been strong. So QSI up another 22.5% today. What really got me interested in this area was the 10 exponential moving average retracement, as well as a retracement into an area of support. Look at this area where we whiffled and waffled at $3.20, so 3 1/5. We did that on a 3-candle basis before this big boy candle here at 10:30 brought us well above that 3 1/5. Then we drop back down. We're holding the 10 exponential moving average. So I'm trying to build my position with that 10 exponential defend in mind. Now, the problem is, like, how many times do we need to cross below this dip trade for me to get filled? This is a 1 penny spread, and I have no idea why I'm not being filled. Quite frustrating. In any event, here it goes. Move into the high side without me having gotten the full position. It's going to break 40s over here. We'll see what we get, and I will get upset over here because I didn't get the ad. All right, so pack my patience, see if we can continue to print on this one. Back now into NITO. For the moment, it's getting a decent bounce, and I say decent because we haven't got the print yet. Off the volume weighted average price. I'm waiting at 85s, and there it is. So we'll see if we can continue to rise up over here. Next level I'm waiting at around 92. Look, it's putting in lower highs. So despite the fact that it is bouncing off VWAP, we haven't changed trend. We're still getting incrementally lower highs on NITO. It's a big boy mover. It's got 237 percentage points up on the day. Let's find out what the short float is on this monster. It's nothing, essentially nothing. 0.84 says trade ideas with a float of 3.9 million shares. Smaller float, which is good. It helps that parabolic effect, but the short float, quite negligible. Now, what I'm also disappointed about, seems like I'm disappointed a lot here to start the beginning of the year. No, I'm kidding, of course. I tried to front run the size, what I perceive to be, support here on NRXP at that 275. And the reason I wanted that 275 dip, not because it's a $0.75 level, but we rejected that area quite obviously to me at 945. So I said, look, this is an obvious area of resistance. Does it act as support? In fact, it did, but this one's got a bit of a wider spread at times. And when we dipped down into that 276, I was trying to front run 275. I should have put it at 7.7s. I didn't get the fill, despite the fact that I was there. And there it goes into $3. Quite frustrating, but we'll look to do a little bit better. And hey, don't be frugal like me. If you're sitting at 76, throw it at 77, throw it at 78. At least that way you get the fill and you're not a schmuck like me sitting there watching the price ascend. So those are the two trades that I'm in at the moment. I'm very interested in setting up possibly on this one as well. SPCB. Now, this is kind of doing a bit of a compression pattern. It's at VWAP. It's putting in lower highs, but it's also got marginally higher lows. So I'm unsure exactly how to trade this one because it's a very spready. For an $8 name, I'm very displeased with the spread. Let's load it up on a trading screen, but I can just see by how it's trading on the chart that it's spready. SPCB is the ticker I'm talking about. Let's get rid of COEEP over here, which was a holdover from, I believe, Tuesday. SPCB. Are we on the NQ? Yes, we are. So look at this. It's got a 12 penny spread on an $8 and 2/3 dollar name. So that's not obviously to my liking and quite hard to manage risk with the small cap gapper style of trading that I have with this one. So I'm going to let this one cook. Likely will not trade it unless it's like an amazing entry, an amazing key level. All right, let's quickly back at QSI. No print yet. We'll pack our patience with that one. And NITO continues to whiffle and waffle, Joseph, at that volume weighted average price.
Hey, we got a $2 super chat here from X. What's the inside scoop on Tilray? $2.50 calls that expire the 6th month of 2025. Well, you know what? I'm going to point this out. As you can, we were just talking about this as well too, guys. So he bought some out the money calls. Now he got that rapid price movement up about 6%. I'm not too sure when you bought those calls, X, but when you buy out the money calls, even though you have a lot of time duration in the value of those contracts, you got a rapid move relatively quickly, all right? So, and one thing I'm going to point out here as well too, is that look at this volume. Sorry, guys. Look at this volume here. Putting in this potential bottom. So that's an outlier signature in my opinion. So continuing to move higher, a nice pullback on steady volume, and now continuing that topside ascension. So, I mean, really good look. I look for some articles on it, nothing really outstandish, but it's starting to move. Some bottoming volume there, guys. So keep that in mind. Really nice look. But again, you bought that at a good time. If you bought it within the past couple of days, now you're getting that volatility to step in, which you really need when you buy those out the money calls. All right, guys. So really, really nice trade there on the call front. Hopefully you can hit that strike price that you're looking for and exceed that, because you're going to need to when you buy those out the money calls. I mean, that's still almost 100% move from where we're sitting at right now, just a little bit under. So you're going to need a significant move on that front, but again, you're getting the volatility to step in at the right time. So hopefully that trade works out for you. All right. So nice look there on TLRY. Now, I want to point out this on IBIT. Slightly frustrating here, Sharif. I know boom, as soon as I punch out the price of this ETF decides that it wants to turn around, and sure enough, now going higher. So it is what it is. I didn't get back into it, guys. Unfortunately, sorry about that. But again, we're sitting in this TSLA trade. Really nice bottoming signal. It's the same thing that I go over day after day is what I'm looking for in bottoming signals, and that's that isolated volume signature with an isolated pivot, and we got it here. I missed this move to the volume weighted average price, totally fine. As long as we don't break the low of this candle, I think that this thesis can still stay valid. So that's why I decided to get in. Didn't break the low, tried to catch as close to the bottom of that candle as I possibly could, increasing the risk to reward if I can get back up to the volume weighted average price. But unfortunately, we missed out on the IBIT trade, so we're just going to sit here in TSLL. As of right now, it is starting to work. Let's take a look at what the overall market is doing as well too, because I believe that's going to be extremely important. Especially if the Qs want to start to turn around. We know that Tesla had those delivery numbers and missed, unfortunately. But again, it's up year over year, is it not, Sharif?
Oh,
so yeah, exactly. So that's a real something really positive. Maybe we get those delivery number expectations slightly lower, and then we can exceed those, and the stock can continue to move higher and higher. But here we have the Qs, guys, just trading under the volume weighted average price. We know what was happening before the market opened as well too. We had Tesla selling, and sure enough, it was just bringing the market down with it as well too. So not a horrible look. Let's see if we can sit on top of the volume weighted average price here, and then I think that we can potentially turn around and continue to the northeast here, Sharif.
All right. Keeping my eye on QSI over here. Something's afoot with this one. This crossed my profit taker by 2 pennies, and I didn't get filled. So something's, I'm not really sure exactly what's going on. I'm waiting at 40s. Let's see if we get the fill there at 40s. We still didn't get the fill, though, at 26s. So packing my patience there. Now, as I see it, SPCB, spready or not, it's making moves, and it's got a bit of a range that it's established right now. So perhaps we can play it that way until it has a bit of a breakout. So the way I see it, about $9.50 is the top end of the range. We're about 6 pennies away from that. And then about $8.50, give or take. Sometimes it does dip into that $0.25 or that third of a dollar in the 8s. But SPCB, it's up almost 100%. It's 97, 98, now really going. It's at that 60 penny area. This might be the breakout unless we reject off this area. Now, we did reject earlier right up that 960 at 1105 right to start the show. Here we go. We're squeezing into 80s. We're going to break 10s. This is the breakout right now on SPCB. Seller at 10. There goes 10 on the ask, not on the bid though, Joseph. This one's still zigging and zagging at that $10 area. Now, mind you, that the high of the day is $10.22. So essentially 10 to 15, 10 and a quarter. Keep your eye out on that level as there may be sellers there. It looks like we false halted there. Boom, through the false halt into 10 and a third. Big movement right now on SPCB, spready or otherwise. It's going. Keep your eye on this one. Adara, what's up?
Take a look here at some of these larger movers to the upside and the downside in the S&P 500. We know it's been a pretty volatile day for these major indices. Tesla leading the group to the downside that was trying to recover a little bit. It's worth noting here from what I'm seeing, the bigger issue with TSLA from an analyst perspective was not that they missed quarterly deliveries for Q4, but actually that their deliveries for the entire year dropped on a year-over-year basis. So 2024 deliveries were lower than those of 2023. So I just wanted to clarify that quickly here for TSLA. But TSLA is actually not one of the names we're going to be looking at here. There's some other S&P 500 names making big moves that are worth discussing. Starting with UBER. This one actually up on the day despite a downgrade from JMP Securities. Potentially, this could be, I guess, a little bit of antipathy with TSLA because we know Tesla here and Uber have sometimes moved in opposites. Tesla debuted its Cybercab and then Uber pushed to the downside. So unsure if that's what's happening here, but either way, this downgrade is not doing anything to UBER. Pushing higher, also getting a nod here on CNBC's final trades. Then we have BA making actually a little bit of a potentially a bottom here around that key 170 level. This one down about 3.5%. China has now expanded its export crackdown to 28 more companies, including Boeing and Lockheed Martin. So keep an eye on BA. And last but not least, CEG up about 6% here. This one actually, initially it was reported by Bloomberg. There were some rumors swirling around. Then about 20 minutes ago, Constellation actually confirms via a press release they're receiving $1 billion here in combined contracts by the U.S. General Services Administration. It's worth noting CEG is also backed by Microsoft. So CEG, keep an eye on this one for sure. And make sure to vote in that chat for your ticker of choice that you want to see covered in the rundown. We'll get another pop at those rundown tickers at 1 p.m. for new tickers to choose from. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Just throwing in my stops over here. Yeah, we go.
Yeah,
all right.
go throw the glasses on, man. The old blue lights. Yeah, get
Look
those
sharp,
on.
son.
Sharp,
Okay,
son.
okay.
Yeah.
What do you got over there?
Oh, yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. We're going to go over the top performing sectors. I know Sean did this earlier as well, too. But sitting in first place, again, we have energy. So getting a little bit defensive in the market, it seems here, folks. Up about 1.63% on the session. XLRE, the real estate sector, sitting in second here, about up about 0.5% on the session. And then we got the finance sector, XLF, sitting at about the same as XLRE, about 0.5% up there, okay? So now let's go from third last to the bottom here and see what we got. The communication services, I thought Meta was trading higher today. Let's see here.
It is 2 1/5.
Okay, so it's still negative. The overall sector is still negative here, Sharif. Down about 0.3%, and then consumer discretionary down about 0.6, and then the tech sector, the weakest of them all, about 0.8% there, guys. So just keep that in mind. RGTI is actually continuing to trade higher and higher. Unfortunately, I know Katina Man got in this here. Didn't get that VWAP grab. That's okay, but let's zoom out here a little bit and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Holding these levels really key, putting in that nice support level here, folks, and then continuing to move higher. Really, really strong session here. So let's see if we can go and break that 1939 level in the coming days. I don't think that's going to happen today. I won't rule it out, though. But again, looking really nice here on RGTI, continuing that really strong topside momentum. Sitting in a slow grind here on TSLL as well, too, folks. So let's see if we can slowly start to curl around again and then hop in on look to take some off there on Tesla, but we are going to send it off to Adara.
Interesting headline here in LYFT. We just talked about Uber, but then we have a bit of a headline coming in for Lyft. This one, as you can see here, getting increase in volume, especially to the upside over the last few minutes. There's a headline swirling around from the information saying that Amazon could acquire Lyft this year. It's worth noting this is not a report with any type of backing. It's basically just one of the information's opinions or predictions for 2025. So the information purely predicting that LYFT is a potential buyout candidate by Amazon. Again, there's zero confirmation or backing of any of this, but keep an eye on this stock regardless. Moving to the upside. Back to the Bash Brothers.
All right, yeah, Joseph, Go on, brother.
Yeah. Oh, did I? No way I did that, eh?
What happened?
Yeah, I punched. Wow. Okay, yeah, I punched all out of my Tesla position by accident. Yeah. It's the way she goes sometimes. You got all out of that one. A little bit of a fat finger there, folks. Nothing you can do about it. We could just be patient, reassess the situation, and look for another entry there. But Sharif, I'm in such a push-pull scenario with IBIT. It's like I kind of wanted to trade lower, but then again, I have more that I wanted to go higher because I want to grab more at a lower price. And sure enough, we're really starting to recover on this thing here. I want to pull it up the daily on Bitcoin. And what I was just thinking, as we say here on the show, I was looking for that flat bottom break here on the daily, and it's just been rejecting that 90K level multiple times, folks. So really keep that in mind, and it's bouncing off it really strong now. So I don't know if we're going to get that break of the $92,000 level that I was necessarily looking for, but as we continue to the top side, now I need to reassess the situation and say, is this going to form a lower high? Or are we gonna continue to move to the northeast? And I gotta think, like, if we break this 99 and go back into that 100K level, is it like, do I add on to this position or do I just allow what I got going to continue? But I mean, really strong in Bitcoin. I was telling Sharif this before, like we have 8 months of consolidation right here. I was expecting a little bit more of a move on Bitcoin, but sure enough, we've been holding these levels really, really strong. And yeah, looking like that we might go and test the all-time highs once again in the near future. But I really want to see, I think this is going to be a key pivot level at the 100K price mark, benchmark there, Sharif. So we just got to be patient and wait and see what happens on the spot.
Absolutely. All right. Let's talk about some of these trades that have kind of been ill-fated. NITO got stopped out. I was able to take a couple of pieces there, negative on it, broke through the volume-weighted average price. I'm not going to be DCing into any of that. I've been on the lookout for the weakness coming into these small cap gappers. We talked about their affinity to continue. You know that they had that continuation lately. That has been dwindling as of late. They've been lacking continuity, especially in the midday period. So if that is going to be the case, we have to look at them entirely differently. We can't be looking at dollar cost average into them, because you may not get that bounce like we were before. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on these ones a bit more stringently than I had been in the past. Okay, so that one, a loser. NITO, red on that one. Now, this one we're doing okay on. QSI continues to hold a 10 exponential. Still haven't gotten my ad into this one, but I did get into NRXP. Despite the fact that I didn't get 76s, we ended up getting 85s. I'm waiting for this one to either attempt at 3 again, and then we'll take some profits there. But this one also, similar to SPCB, kind of spready, 4 or 5 pennies at times on a $2 name. Yeah, that's not exactly the look I'm going for. 5.5 million shares traded on a $2 name, also a little light. So we'll keep an eye on that. Rigetti continues to go. It is at the high of the day. It gave you an opportunity at 17. It didn't hang out there for that long. Once it had broke through that 17 1/3, it dipped back into 17, and now it's going to break that $0.50 area. About 14.5% today for Rigetti as it heads back into that high side. There's a new high day, 17.58. Looking to take that out as well. Probably going to make a 60 break and take awfully soon. RGTI is on one, baby. We saw the Katina man involved in this one a little bit earlier there. But I've got another eye, not just on Rigetti, but on VSTM. So this is a good one, 25% on the day. It's not a triple-digit winner, but a very respectful hold of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It closed out at just a little bit of above 517 with a 678 HOD. This is the first time since I want to say 1045 that it's actually touched the 10 exponential moving average. This is the biggest drawdown, the pullback, on the day that VST has had. You have one red candle over here, a couple mixed in over here in this consolidation area, and this is the biggest pullback off that 678 high a day, and now it's coming into the 6 low 40s where the 10 exponential is hanging out. I'm talking about VSTM, small cap gapper. We're going to keep an eye out on that one, no doubt about it. I likely will load that up on a trading screen. SPCM. This thing is nuts. breaks through $10, 1048 HOD, and in one 5-minute candle halts to the downside at $9. Gives $1.48 back like that, and then halts. Yeah, these ones are around for a good time, guys. They're not necessarily around for a long time. So have some resting profit takers there and get your profits while you can, because they may not be hanging out. Okay, so NRXP, we got some profits there. Back to QSI, nothing doing, still waiting for that break of 45s on QSI. Nothing entering right there. Let's take off SPCM and put a VSTM. So SPCB, is open back at 9. It's above the volume weighted average price. This could be an interesting area here to enter because you're so close to VWAP. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to enter here if I can. It might not let me in. Might have to chase it again. Oh, I just love when that happens, when I have to chase these. Yeah, I'm going to get in a little bit over here. Let's see. There we go. And then we'll put the stop at 888, and then come what may there. So there we go. We're long. Where are we long? 17s. Let's go ahead and see if we can take some out there at the $0.25. There's one. Let's see if we can take out some at the third as well. We'll set up some there, and I'll set up in front of the $0.50. So we've seen this one show its propensity to be awfully volatile. There we go. We'll take some prints to the high side, still south of the whole dollar though. I'm trying to use 9 as support here. It's above the volume weighted average price, so it's not technically breaching my rules of having gotten in. So let me just load up my trading screen over here so I can see exactly what kind of size we're in. Yeah, we're going to have to take out more over here as it comes a little bit down. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm a little bit frozen here, folks. So
no.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll just have to work around this a little bit.
I can take over.
Yeah, that's right. I can talk about this, and then I'll reset in a second here. So someone asked us to take a look at Lays. Let me pull up what they actually do as well, too. LAES. Okay, it's Switzerland-based holding company operating primarily in the semiconductor industry. Okay, sitting around $839 million market cap. Good look there. I mean, it's trading extremely well here on the session. So beautiful 5-minute, a mediocre 5-minute opening drive here, but inability to hold these pre-market lows. Trades above the volume weighted average price. Nice consolidation phase here, and then breaks the resistance level really, really strong, and now continuing to move to the top side. Now let's zoom out a little bit here and see what we got going on. Oh wow, okay, this is up significantly in the past, not even a month here. So let's see what we're up here in these trading sessions, folks. Over 2,000% off of these December lows, which is absolutely fantastic. So semis, Switzerland-based, looking pretty good there. So 2,000% in less than 22 days. So really, really good look. But I'll send it off to you real quick, Sharif.
All right, no worries. Yeah, take care of that. All right, we're taking some out here on SPCB. I took out some there in the mid-50s. It's having a lot of issues, though, with the continuation. We've seen, what I've seen, how this one has traded. So it's got wide range per candle, so you need to be alert to that right away. The range per candle should influence where you take profits, as well as where you put your stops, as well as how much size you're taking, because you have to be able to manage risk with that as well. So, how does that affect the trade that I have here? Based on my entry, it doesn't really affect it at all, because if it breaks the volume weighted average price, I'm gone on this one. But the thing is, I'm layering my orders because it's not spending all that much time at all at any one price level. Case in point, it popped into 50s, quick as you like, it was back into the teens. I did get the print there, only because I had a resting order. So that's kind of the idea right now. Looking for this one to continue to put in higher lows, because that's what it's been doing, but it's giving you volatility, or it's manifesting volatility while it's holding the pattern, right? With the higher lows is kind of what I'm trying to say there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Back into the mid-40s we go. Let's see if we can get a break a take of that $0.50. You know where I'm sitting once I took that $0.50. I'm sitting at 69s, and that's where I'm going to be sitting. So we'll see what we get there. QSI, we just got the print there through 45s. Happy about that one. We're long 36s. This one's breaking out into highs. It just printed 55s there. So behooves me to take some profits up here if we're able to continue. I'm waiting at 54s and bang. There we go. So we continue up here on QSI. Back to SPCB because I see that one is squeezing through the $0.50. Didn't get printed at 69. Surprise, surprise. I haven't been getting printed on dip trades or outs on the day. That's been my luck. I don't want that to be to foreshadow for the rest of the year. So hopefully we'll change the luck. And there we go. Through the high side, we get printed at 69s. Now I'm waiting at 82s. Where are we long? We're long 17s. Let's see if we can get that 82 print. Zigging and zagging right now. SPCB showing me 72s on the ask. 57s on the bid. That ain't the move. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Back to QSIs. That one just took out 60s. High a day right now on QSI 360 up 32%, Joseph. This one seems to be making moves. NRXP involved in that one as well at 86s. It just touched 3. So we'll look to wet our beak super quick over here, and we'll send it back to Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, my guys. Just had to reset there. Everything is Gucci now. So yeah, we're sitting in some TQs here, folks. Again, the momentum through VWAP isn't the best, so I think we're going to have to give this one a little bit more room. Totally fine. If we do break some of these key support levels, then I'm just going to get out. Then you can reassess the situation and then hop right back in. So let's see what the TQs are doing. I know a lot of people in the chat are saying NVDA is starting to trade significantly higher. So let's take a look at NVDA because we have not on the session. So let's see what we got going here. And continuing on the daily to move quite nicely. So yeah, here we go. A little bit of a choppy mess here, but just look at that VWAP hold there, folks. And then the break of the double bottom to move higher. But we are failing the high a day, so that may be something to keep an eye out for as well too. So I mean, good luck here on NVDA. This thing has been trading a lot better than it was, I believe, a month ago, in my opinion anyways. So nice look. Look at this 5-minute opening drive. We did push all the way up here and then sellers pushed it back down. But again, the inability to break these pre-market lows and then hold them, all right? So a nice drive through VWAP here, hold consolidation phase, go for that second leg higher, need to grab some more liquidity, and then sure enough, now on that third test, we are now going to those highs a day. So we've got to keep an eye out for that. I do think that if this momentum to the top side does continue, then we're going to break that high of day on NVDA, and then there might be a trade on that front. But as of right now, just going to sit in these TQs. I think this one's going to be a little bit more of a slow burner, as I mentioned before. So we got to give it more room and then just sit and let it kind of cook and let it do its own thing, all right? So if it breaks those key levels, then you know we're gonna get out of the position and then just reassess the situation from there. So yeah, Joe, can you look at BA? Tell me if you agree there's a hammer candle forming if it closes on the 15-minute daily. Can we get a reversal back upwards? Yeah, absolutely. I like your thought process on that for sure because you know I'm always looking for those reversal signals. So let's take a look at BA on the 15-minute chart. And do I see, okay, so I see what you're looking at, and I totally would agree with you, especially after all this aggressive selling, right? This could be a potential reversal signal, but as soon as the low of that candle is broken, thesis invalid. Now you're looking at this additional hammer candle, but I want you to keep in mind, and the more comfortable you get with these type of systems and this setup, is that you notice if it doesn't close as a complete hammer, that means there's a little bit more selling or buying pressure. And in this case, it looks like there's a little bit more selling pressure. So I don't know if the price is necessarily ready to turn around, okay? One thing to point out is that volume, but also look at it as somewhat of a continuation play on the 15-minute chart, all right? So we would want to see this a little more isolated with a solid close to the top side, saying that all sellers are exhausted and we're ready for price to turn around, okay? So the more comfortable you get, you're looking in the right direction, you have the right idea. It's just kind of just confining those and just refining them, and continuing to see what works and what doesn't. But again, you're looking in the right area, you have the right idea. So I don't know if it's gonna turn around just yet. 15 minutes is a little vast for me, so let's zoom in here. I don't see anything from a 5-minute time frame either. What do you got going on there, my guy?
Man, SP
whoa, look at that thing.
Bro, we almost took $2 on this
wow.
thing. Okay. Yeah, taking it out at 79. Joseph, I got in at 9. I'm done my trade on this one, but yeah. Dude, I was negative on this one. I earned it all back.
You earned it all back.
Some.
Monster.
Yes, bro. I'm really happy with this one.
Bang. We'll get that. We'll get this.
I appreciate you.
And then we'll get, I don't know, we'll throw it up there though. Oh boy.
He was printing back there.
He was going, he's like, let's go. Yeah, he got a lot on that
there he is.
trade there, yeah.
It was on the spider? I thought it was definitely Tesla.
You went He went
That's
web.
fantastic. Obi, you're
He
killing it.
went web swinging.
Obi
on
was
the spider.
swinging on that spider, baby, because he was getting excited while the Katina Man was in a position. So I thought he was with the Katina Man in Tesla.
I thought he was in Tesla too,
Yeah,
because Tesla
right.
was just absolutely selling at the beginning.
Yeah, he was good confluence.
Good
He said, "There
confluence,
you go.
he said,
There's
yeah,
my man.
bang.
There's my man."
But yeah, back to BA. I don't see any definitive turnaround signals just yet. Maybe this, but again, just wait. Price action does look like it's slowly starting to curl over, so that's a positive as well too. So just pack your patience on this one. I mean, we were up 33% on Boeing from the lows. Just keep that in mind. So a little bit of a pullback here is totally justifiable, especially kind of what it's doing now in the overall market not being the strongest. So yeah, good luck there on Boeing. I know someone else said something in the chat, but please retype it and I'll go and I will look over it there. But again, Sharif, just sitting here in TQs, don't got too much going on. As I mentioned before, a little bit of a slow burner. So we're going to sit on our hands with this one and see if it starts to work out.
Sounds good. We're going to load up a VSTM. V as in Victor, STM on a trading screen over here. And I'm going to enter because it's putting in higher lows. At the 10 exponential. So there were long now 49s, come what may. I will likely add into the third of $1. In fact, I'm just not going to say likely, and we're going to throw out the orders right now. I'm going to sit at 35s rather than 33s, just to front run it if possible over here. All right, so we're moving on up on it. So it looks like I got it in a good area. Let's set up a beak wetter at the 10 penny area. We'll see what we get there, and we will not get upset. All right, here's what I want to talk about. SPCB, I started very poorly on it. I entered at the highs. I took some profits out. I tried to dip trade, and I did add into this one at 960 only for the bottom to drop off, and then I got the hell out of there once it before the halt. So I got out at 910, it halted at 9. And then obviously, needless to say, I was feeling quite stupid for having entered in at the highs, but once it unhalted and it was back in trading, I was watching to see what it did. I'm like, okay, is this going to not flat bottom break? Is it going to give a VWAP and then you retrace back into the low of the day to around $5, $5.50? It didn't do that. And there were buyers stepping in on the ask. That's when I punched in. And I punched in a bigger position than I typically would have. And I had to because I was down on it. And the only way to really get the hell, to make back the money was to take a bigger position. And that's kind of what I did. And so far we have almost the top. They're probably not going to be the top because this one looks like it wants to stay above that triple-digit winner range and maybe even take $11. So SPCB definitely going to be on watch here for me as this one continues to whiffle and waffle, coming right back in though. At that level, let me make sure all my stops are cleaned up on SPCB, and they're not. So good thing I remember to do that. Otherwise, I find myself short or long or whatever else I didn't want to do, Joseph. So SPCB, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. South of 10 right now, up over 100%. But we're also involved in NRXP, and this one is on the way up. Sorry, my level 2's gone on this one. This one's at the high of the day. Where am I long? I'm long at 86. It's printing 13s, 14s now. No, 13 is the high of the day, showing 14s though on the ask. I don't think it's the right idea to take anything out here. In fact, I probably will have a dip trade on this one to defend 3. So 3 was an obvious level of resistance. We weaseled up there earlier at around, let's just say 10.10. And then we had another attempt over here at 3 at 11.20, only to have that fail. That's where I entered. And there's the new high of day. It's coming in 15s now on NRXP, up 41.33%. Anyway, to finish what I was saying, if 3 was a bit of an issue for NRXP, does it now act as a level of support if it comes down to that level? That's always a question that I'm asking myself. So I'm going to throw out an order over here to defend $3, but I'm not going to sit right at $3. I don't think that that's the right move. Well, let's watch this one as it comes back down. Let's give this one the opportunity to kind of manifest and see what the situation is here. As it comes right back into that 3, does defend it. For now, underline that, for now, back into 04 as it goes. It's a 1 penny spread right now, but I've seen it as wide as 3. So, that's not the worst, obviously, but it is a $3 name, so it's all contextual there. I'm going to throw out the order over here. I don't want to give it back. I'm going to throw it. This is the right thing to do. So we're going to throw out the order there. Now, VSTM, I got to manage this one too. So we didn't get the print on VSTM as this one comes back down below the $0.50. Still technically putting in higher lows on VSTM on the 5-minute and technically respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute. I'm talking about VSTM here. Only up really 25.5%, a little bit more, but a decent looking chart pattern, one that we can base something off. Okay, so we did get the ad now on NRXP at 02. So now we have a decidedly different cost basis as it dips below 3, and here it comes. Yeah, this is always the question. No, bro, it's the other way around. It's dropping.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. It's coming right back into that 10 exponential moving average. So no defend of 3 over here. I want to see what it does at the 10. Does it give way at the 10? Because there's a whole bunch of selling right now. And on NRXP, now we're about 4 pennies out of the money, sorry, as the spread opens up here to 4 pennies rather than 1. So obvious selling coming in right now on NRXP, still above the 10 exponential moving average. I don't want to add here. That's not the move for me anyway. It's going to have to curl up off here. If I get a worse price, I get a worse price. But it is continuing to bleed. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, right back into that. Breaching now the 10 exponential into the mid-80s we go here on NRXP. Okay, you win some, you lose some. I had to take that 3 defend because it was an obvious area of technical support. So, you're not going to always execute the way that you want on your plan, but that's all right. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I do like what it's doing here at the 10 exponential. It's breached it on previous occasions. We're going to get an ad here. What are you doing, Joseph?
Yeah, someone in the chat asked me to take a look at VST for them. I'm just looking at what VST exactly is. So it's an integrated retail and electric power generation company. The company operates in 6 businesses segments: retail, Texas East, West, Sunset, and asset closure. The retail segment represents its retail sales of electricity and natural gas, okay? So about $50 billion market cap there. And they're saying that they have some 149 calls or 148 calls. I mean, it's looking really, really good as of right now, especially from a daily standpoint. You're holding these key support levels. You have that kind of head and shoulders pattern here, and now putting in this really strong engulfing bullish pattern. So again, I think your expiry was in a week or less. That's the thing, time constraints, right? So you really, really need to pay attention to time value in options. That's what we were going over earlier. So you're kind of at the money, it seems to be now, so keep that in mind. So the next couple of days, you need this bullish price action to continue in order for those contracts to be profitable. So just keep that in mind. If time decay is really, really starting to chew up the value of those contracts, and it will as you get closer to expiration, then just look to reassess that situation. If you're looking to lose the full value of those contracts, totally fine. But just have your risk measures implemented and in place. All right, guys? So let's talk a little bit about TQQs. Worked out really nice for us here, guys. I was starting to pull back in the volume weighted average to the volume weighted average price right now. So, but again, a nice move here on the TQs. I told you this was going to be a little bit more of a slow burner. So we had to let this one cook for a little while before it started to work out. And that's totally fine. Good entry. We had our outs defined, so we weren't worried about that. Now starting to pull back in a little bit here. So we got to be weary of that. We're going to cut the trade, I think, right now as we come to our break even, because we don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser. So there we go. As we punch through the volume weighted average price, we're going to get out of this trade. Just reassess the situation. This could just be a little bit of an aggressive pullback, and then we look to get back in, all right? But one thing I want to point out, Sharif, I'm noticing a lot of new names in the chat here today. Yeah, a lot of new names. But we're also really close to 490,000 subscribers. So I don't have the pity of the fool, Neil. Make sure you like and subscribe. But guys, close to 490 subs is absolutely insane. So thank you guys very much. A lot of you guys watching. So there we go. You got it. You better like and subscribe, because you don't want to hear from Neil, and you know he's probably got his lesson. Does he have a lesson of the day? Because yeah. So coming up in 5 minutes, you don't want to hear it from him, so it's better to hear it from me, because he might give you a little harder time than I and Sharif will. As you can see, he says, don't pity the fool. So anyways, guys, yeah, really good look, and thank you all very much. 4,300 people watching here, and we got the rundown votes just running rampant right now with over 1,000 votes. So get your votes in there as well too, guys. So having fun with that. I'm glad to see all the regulars back into the chat in the new year, and then all the new people as well too, Sharif. So that's really exciting because I know we had a lot of fun on Tuesday, and I think the people did as well.
Oh God, yeah.
So it's good to see everybody back, and we're enjoying being with you guys, and I like seeing the new people, and especially talking with the regulars, as I mentioned before, guys.
Absolutely.
But yeah. Let's get back into some stocks, but just make sure you like and subscribe first. But yeah, guys, here we go. Ooh, NVDA going for the high day here, Sharif. That volume is kind of dwindling, but again, let's just wait. I do think that we can continue on this magnificent path that NVDA has been on. So, I mean, we know that all the other tech sector stocks have been trading significantly higher, making new all-time highs. NVDA was a little bit laggard. Is it its time to shine now? I think so. So just be prepared. I do think this price action continues in NVDA and especially the strength. So I'm looking forward to trading this in the near future, my guy.
I like how JV's thinking there. Thank you for the $2 super chat, obviously, Jay. Any rewards for the 500,000 sub? Look, I don't know if we can even do that logistically. I'll have to check with Brendel and the amazing production team if we can actually see who number 500,000 actually was, like which user gets that moniker. I don't know if that's possible using our metrics, but we'll check with the big kahunas, obviously. That'd be great. All I know is I'm be pumped, baby, for that 500,000 subscriber. Definitely. I've been on the show since August of 2022, and I've loved every minute that I've been here. So to watch the show grow just obviously makes me very happy. Nick Dubb, he's throwing money down in the chat as usual. One of the OGs there, $10 dang super chat from Nick Dubb. Happy New Year's, guys. Hope you all had a good one. Thoughts on Rivian, levels on extended time frame. Want to buy more calls. Was looking at 1230, but doesn't like we'll see it again. All right. Doesn't look like, I'm assuming, Nick means we'll see it again. Let's have a look at that 1230 area. Nick Dubb is talking about our friend Rivian. Just keeping my eye on my positions. Want to make sure everything is good there. All right. Let's load this bad boy up. This is the daily. This is the weekly, excuse me, on Rivian. Let's flip to the daily. All right. What do we got here with our friend Rivian? Okay. So we're still putting in lower highs, which I don't like, obviously, with that December 2023 area crest, and then we popped up. I remember in early summer, late spring, into that 18 and change. I know people were buying in and around there, 18. And then we have another lower high over here at 15 change. So I don't necessarily like the long-term look on Rivian. However, the other side of the coin is as follows. We bottomed out there. It looks like in early to mid-April, right around that 8 1/3, 8.5. And then last time around when we bottomed, we held another key level, $10. So this time, $10 acting as that level of defense as opposed to that 8.5 or 8 1/3. So I do like the higher low. I'm not necessarily a fan of these umpteen amount of lower highs. Now, there is good news possibly on the horizon for Rivian. We know that the R2 is likely going to be, their focus in 2025, with the R3 being the focus, I believe, into 26. The reason that's important is because the Rivian is like $100,000 dang dollars starting. I don't know what it is in the States, but it's like $115,000 used here. What kind of market share you think they're picking up with that? Bupkis. Right? So you need a more, obviously affordable car, i.e. the Model 3, i.e. possibly the Model 2, even more affordable. So Rivian, they could have a fantastic year if they're able to, get lock down some orders and maybe boost their delivery numbers, this, that, and the other. But, there's got to be a catalyst somewhere. It's not going to just move on the R1S and the R1T. Those are too expensive. So there's going to have to be a catalyst of sorts. It's likely going to be the R2 in my humble estimation. So we'll keep tabs on that. Bang on NRXP. Joseph, we took out some there. So I added, and I was kind of disappointed that I added at 3, but then I added again at the 10, and now we're well in the money again. So let's set up some orders for the high side here. NRXP up 40%, and I'm looking to take more, baby, showing 7s now on the level 2. I'm waiting at 8s come what may. All right, VSTM, I did add at the 20 exponential moving average, but this is going to have to retake 50. This is going to be my last ad. If this breaches the 20 exponential moving average, that's it. I'm not going to DCA into VWAP. VWAP is just too close to $6, and we're at that 6.5. That ain't my move. So it curls up here. It's got a bottoming tail kind of hammer candle right now on the 5-minute chart that wicks off the 20 exponential. That's a good sign, but it's only one candle. Never put too much stock into one candle. We'll see what comes from that. Adera is at the big desk, and then it's going to be Neil's lesson of the day.
Let's go.
Wild start for 2025, the new year. We had the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both gapping up, then pushing down, recovering, pushing back down, and once again trying to make a bounce. But it's worth noting, lower highs every time. NASDAQ here actually forming a little bit of a stronger base, but still down in the day, and looks like we have some support resistance flips here around that 514 halves level for the Qs. One of the biggest stocks on watch all day today has, of course, been TSLA. It's been down about 5% here after reporting lower than expected deliveries. But from what I'm hearing, the bigger issue was not the deliveries missed, but the fact that their deliveries actually dropped here on a yearly basis for the first time ever. So TSLA, you're down about 5% on lower than expected deliveries for the entire year. LYFT actually up on a very interesting headline. We had some reports are circulating that the information is predicting, and keep in mind, not reporting, but predicting that Lyft could be an acquisition candidate here from Amazon in the new year. Also worth noting, competitor Uber, also very strong, being added to Goldman Sachs conviction list alongside Norwegian Cruise Line. So lots of tickers to keep an eye on here. Make sure that you like and subscribe and participate in all of our many polls in the chat. There's 3 polls every midday. At 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., we have the rundown polls. So you have 4 tickers to choose from to be covered on the afternoon rundown at 2 p.m. And then at 12 p.m., we have our special Playmaker poll where you vote if you like to go long or short the SPY, and the trade is taken as a group. So really exciting stuff here. But for now, we're going to have to see what Neil has to give us with his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. And it's unavoidable today to not talk about Tesla and execution plans, because it's not often that you're going to get in the wild a morning like this where the delivery numbers came, again, I mean, declining deliveries for the first time. And when they missed that 500,000, which I think everybody was sort of saying that's the number that they have to hit, you did see a bit of a panic on Tesla. The bid dropped precipitously. It was about a 410. I'd say the first actual bid that I saw when I flipped over to it after the deliveries was certainly under the 400 level. It looked like it blew through that very quickly. Let me just go to a 3-minute chart, because I like to use I go to a 1-minute chart. I prefer to use a 3-minute, but I think this morning I had to shift over to a 1-minute just to get a bit of an idea of that price action. Now, if we know that the stock is going to be the big volatility name after it drops 410 down to 483. You're now talking $25. That's as much as it's going to move in a normal day when it's volatile. So you already know you've got to change things up a little bit. And we started talking about $5 ranges instead of 1 or 2. I think that was the first step. But then there's the other factor. When you've got a news-based event like this, some of your tried and true entry strategies, they might not be what end up working, because you're in a bit of a different situation market-wise, or at least for that particular stock in the market. So a couple of things that we can like is, hey, I like a certain level. Let's just short it off of that level, and we'll work into position off of that level, be willing to stop out, be willing to wick back in. That worked in the pre-market. But I want to show you when I had a setup here and tried to do the same thing. This is pre-market. After the open, when it dumped, we tried to do pretty much the same thing we had done that worked before, which was work into the short in front of our level, which was VWAP, be willing to get stopped out and wick back in. But when I look at this, you've got to be able to adjust on the fly. And I show you guys this trend reversal because we talk about patience all the time, and that once the volatility and the liquidity of the open, I think is the word, not the volatility, but liquidity of the open starts to come into play, you do want to change a little bit. And one of the strategies that usually I will use as an execution strategy when you have a big move like this on Tesla is I can like shorts in this range all I want, but wait for the actual mean reversion setup. And that's to find the higher low and see if it holds trend. Suddenly, instead of that consolidation short or the consolidation short where you're giving it to the level, like something you were doing before, you're just looking for that and then strike. It's about that flip. Okay, I've got multiple ways that I like getting into something. Look at how strongly it's trending, allow it to break the trend. And then you get this short. It doesn't follow through, but you're probably not losing on an 88 short in here that gets you back to 85. You certainly would scalp 1 or 2 legs out, or at least I would in strategy, because it's just breaking VWAP and into this prior low at the pre-market. So for sure, that's a level I'm taking at least a couple of legs out in front of. It shouldn't be a losing trade. And then again, I'll show you what we did a second time, which was to short it off the area instead of the execution strategy of the mean reversion. Again, upward trend, big time volatility mover. And when do you want to use a mean revert? When there's an excess amount of volatility. You want big moves and strong trends to try to use this type of strategy. You want a more calm market to do a consolidation style strategy. Well, it wasn't calm. Look at the strong bar. We try the other type when really the mean revert, once again, if you treat it like a parabolic mover, I could draw that more clean, but it's this bar that enters your short. It never breaks the high. It breaks down and gives you your trade. This is sort of the thing. I will use that strategy far more often for entries on your small cappers than on a Tesla. But the way Tesla was moving today wasn't a support and resistance when it shows you a consolidation. It was let it run some stops and continue to run stops. And then when it reverses that trend of higher highs and higher lows, jump in real quick. Now, it's a much different story now, as you can see. Look at it. It's nowhere near as volatile since the open. You get way more sideways action. Okay, so now that it's an afternoon or lunchtime trade, I can slip into the mode of consolidation under VWAP, which I'm sitting in right now. But that's very different from when it's going absolute chaos in the open. When it's going absolute chaos, use strategies and entry strategies and execution strategies that are best reserved for high volatility. Sometimes that might mean take something that you use on, for lack of a better word, like the Rigettis of the world or the Unities of the world, and you might want to apply those executing on Tesla when it is doing these crazy trends. Got to be able to adjust on the fly. I was trading it kind of like a normal big cap tech stop in terms of execution strategy, which got away with in the pre-market well, but did not work once the market opened. Had we flipped over to a more volatile mean reversion strategy with those precise entries where either goes right away or doesn't work, that's where you can get that juice. And obviously, you've got to be able to flip back and forth. Lunchtime, a bit of a different story here. That should probably get some out in front of 82s. But this is the idea. It's not like we didn't know it was higher volatility on Tesla, but you still got to be able to make that adjustment. Just because a trade strategy or setup works for you a lot doesn't mean you are trading a stock that is aligning with that particular setup. Yes, Tesla's a big cap tech name, but it wasn't trading like a normal one because of those deliveries. So needed a different execution strategy to take advantage of the shorts that were there and were plentiful in Tesla. Like ideally, you would have had all of the best executions, but it's not enough just to be in the right direction. You got to trade the type of stock and make sure that you are executing for that style. That's your lesson of the day. I think Tesla's still going to have great volume and volatility, and we just have to be able to flip back and forth, consolidative or parabolic. Got to pick your lane and make sure you stay in it. Oh, I like that. I was going to say something different. Sharif just said stay in it to win it. That's your lesson of the day. Good one, Sharif. I like that. I'm stealing that actually going forward.
Neil Roberts, baby, lesson of the day. Around these parts, like over on this desk and then over there, and then maybe at the big desk too. We call it kneelage.
Kneelage.
Right?
Kneelage.
I feel like how I got all
this. Sharif, I need you to hit that flat bottom break.
Absolutely. What did flat? AMD? The advanced money destroyer. My man's taking profit.
Acquiring more dollars here on AMD, but well, it's still advancing and money destroying at the same time to the downside here, folks. But we played the break of some key support levels. That momentum stepped in, and sure enough, we just started to peace out. I do think we'll eventually start to pull back here and come and test these levels. So what once was support, we are now looking to become resistance, all right? So let's see what happens if this pullback is going to be overly aggressive or not. But full disclosure, we took another stab on the TQs at the break of the volume weighted average price, and sure enough, it decided to sell off too with AMD and some other tech stocks as well too. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. I was kind of trading against myself. I don't necessarily like to be short AMD and then long the overall market, or short NVDA and long the overall market. Usually doesn't work out the best, but sure enough, here we have AMD working out really nice for us. So let's see if we can continue this southeast movement in price action, or we get stopped out on the pullback here. All right, folks, continue to let us know what you guys are looking at here in the chat, and we are sure to be going over those tickers that you point out for us. All right, guys. So VST is actually trading really nice for that individual who pointed that one out. I'm looking at Meta here, Shroof. We have a potential bullish flag here kind of forming, in my opinion. Let's see, we got those higher lows forming. We did break that resistance level, and now sitting on top of it, acting as support. So let's see if this consolidation phase either wants to break to the top side or we head back to the southeast. But either way, I like the way this price action is forming up. A little expensive for me, but we'll keep an eye on that. If it does break with some momentum and it drags the overall market with it, then maybe we can look to play the TQs again, because if Meta decides that it wants to move higher and NVDA is trading near its highs of days. You know what I didn't look at today though, my guy, was Apple, and see what Apple was looking at.
We don't need to look at Apple.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, there we go. A little bit of a headwind there maybe on the overall market there, brother. What do you think about there on Apple?
Yeah, Joseph, it's not a good look.
It's not a good look, eh?
It's not a good look, Joseph. Weak China sales, Huawei continuing to steal chips.
Jeez.
And doing, I'm kidding. I say that tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but Huawei obviously increasing market share. Decidedly there, Apple's market share in China keeps going down. Obviously, the second biggest market, so something definitely to worry about there. And then the Orange Man is bringing on tariffs.
Tariffs
right?
there as well,
Who knows?
too.
That was why I took
Huawei has
out
the flip phone, too, don't
that
they?
triple flip,
The triple flip.
Like, like Marquise Brownlee talks bear smack about it. There is obviously issues with it, but it is a first to market technology, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't really know what they've got up their sleeve for the next third, fourth version, right?
I think that's something that Apple needs to do, is come up with like a totally different model than what they've been putting out for the past 20 years.
Everybody's been saying that, Joseph. The product pipeline has dried up since the death of Steve Jobs, and the products that they have launched that were new, i.e. like the Vision Pro, has been a flop. I personally don't want to use the Vision Pro as that example of, hey, they launch a new product, it's a flop. I think Apple was very specific.
Don't launch a product that they spent billions on, the Apple car.
I don't think they spent too much
I think they spent. I heard they spent a lot of money on it.
I kept hearing different things, like they had their own division, they were going to work with Hyundai. But to go back to the point that I was saying, I don't want to base Apple's new product launch and look solely at the Vision Pro. I think that they were very specific about what their intentions were for the Vision Pro, that it was kind of like a prototype kind of thing, the first stage for a bigger product development line later.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily want to judge the Vision Pro's sales as, kind of reflective of, this is Apple's new product pipeline under the Tim Cook administration. I don't know. I think they perfect that. I think Meta's definitely got the advantage.
With the Orion.
Saw those Orion glasses, right? Those look really good.
So, I mean, with the Vision Pro, it's its first generation, I'm pretty sure of it, correct? So, I mean, like, what do you think Apple's looking at? They say, Meta has the Orions, but then now we have the Vision Pro. And I mean, they're kind of two totally different things. The Orions are more compact, right? Like the pair of Ray-Bans, opposed to being like wearing like scuba gear.
And let's call a spade, bro. Nobody's gonna. Well, I don't want to say nobody, but most people don't want to walk with that thing on their face. I mean, and it hurts your head out.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And I mean, when it first came out, you would see people kind of being in the meme craze, like people walking down the street with it, right?
It's always though,
but yeah, and then it phases out, it dies out, exactly.
So I mean, that's kind of. I don't want to judge them too quickly on that, but like, they got no product pipeline. We'll see. But the fact of the matter is, bro, they've been refining the products that were already made under Steve Jobs. That concerns me. And that's what I always bring up that conversation with you, manager versus innovator. It's a dichotomy as old as time or as old as tech.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's time that you just stop coming out with like an iPhone and then the Pro version of that exact same iPhone. So it's maybe they do. I said this earlier in the week. They're never first. But they usually end up being the best.
I hope so. I hope so.
So there we go.
We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Obviously, guys, you know the reason we're talking about this is because it's my largest position. So Joseph likes to poke when whatever it is, bro. Cactus Jacks, I love your name, by the way. Whoa. What about AirPods and Apple Watch? Those are their own companies on earnings. Well, look, I mean, obviously they sell a lot of them, so I see your point. You know, they could be, you know, an entire revenue stream for a company. I get that. You have a good point about that. I just don't think those are the products that move the needle. What I'm really looking at, though, is services. I think that is where the margins are. We're talking about over 80% gross margins on services, and that's where you can make the majority of the money. But I think we do have to send it to Adara at the big desk.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
We've had a couple different analyst notes here on TSLA since we had those deliveries coming out here around 9 a.m. We had a little bit of a mixed note there from Stifel saying there's minimum negativity. Now we actually have Baird coming out. This actually seems pretty positive, saying that they believe that if they do roll out these new models, as Sharif mentioned, there's that Juniper on watch there, which is a remake of one of its older models. If this happens, this could actually raise demand for TSLA. They're saying that in spite of the fact that these Q4 deliveries were a bit disappointing. And they said that these potential launches could be a catalyst for demand regardless of the deliveries even going forward. They also mentioned their growth in the energy business, their robotaxi business, and Optimus scaling, all as positive catalysts. So Baird is still very bullish on TSLA, regardless of these numbers we got this morning. Tesla right now continuing to waffle around that 385 level. Make sure to like and subscribe, and we'll send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Waffling, you say, Adara. Okay, I like that. No, seriously though, we're going to take out everything right now on NRXP because it's taking out the high of the day. Where did we get in, man? I think we got in at like 86s or something like that. Take it out to $0.25, breaking out right now. NRX, dang Pete's up 45.45%. And it just occurred to me, I didn't give you guys any of the details on NRXP, and here it is. So NRX Pharmaceuticals, it's a clinical stage biopharma company. Company's developing therapeutics based on its N-methyl D aspartate, whatever, bro, platform for the treatment of central nervous system disorders. Okay, the float, the market cap's about $39 million. Volume on the day, 7 million, and the float 0. Okay, thanks, platform. No, we're kidding, of course. Let's check what Trade Ideas has, NRXP. So we have a 6.5% short float there with a float of around almost 8 million shares. So both are good, but in the sense that you have a decent short float and you also have a smaller float. That is good if you're trading intraday because it makes it a bit more volatile. When you have a smaller float, volatility increases because less liquidity, less shares to be traded. Okay, so NRXP is continuing to go here. I'm going to keep an eye out on that. Rigetti is taking out the high again, Katina Man. I don't know if you're still in Rigetti. The Katina Man is still long Rigetti. He's long at 1630. He's taking out the high of the day, Katina Man, at 18 and a fifth. He just posted a couple of sell orders. Oh, yeah.
That's a hot dog cannon.
Yeah, that's a money dropper.
Yeah, it's a hot dog cannon.
Send it to the Katina Man screen. He's going to show you his long. There goes NRXP. There it is. He's got bottom wick. He's got bottom wick there. VWAP, he says. Yeah, I was going to enter that trade with you when you took it, by the way, because I was sitting down and I should have, but, you know, we did, Katina Man. So, all right, it's time now, guys, for the Play Maker poll, baby.
No, we didn't get the votes in. It's not till 1.
Hold on.
You got the.
There it is.
Okay, there we. Okay. You're way ahead of me. You're way ahead of me here, Sharif. I'm gonna vote shortly.
Go for it.
We got Jarhead Trader. Sorry we missed out on your $5 super chat, my friend. FFIE wants to break that 430 high a day. Check it out. Triple top.
Okay.
We got you. And once again, apologies for missing out on that. We didn't see that because if we see those super chats of Jarhead, we are definitely going to assess what you are asking. So let's zoom in a little bit here, folks, and see what we got going on before we get back to the Playmaker poll, because that is equally as important, in my opinion. Triple top. Okay, yeah, I see what you're looking at here. Like your analysis, exactly that. We go to test those highs of days multiple times and then have the inability to break. And sure enough, we sell off. Nice look there. Really nice short there, Jarhead trader, especially if you took that trade. Really nice analysis too. You see those 3 touches on the 5-minute chart, having the inability to break that high of day and continue and make a new high of day. Good look. Really, really like that analysis. Thank you, Jarhead, once again for the $5 super chat. But back to the main chat here. Sharif, last week was the tightest race in the Playmaker poll. It was literally neck and neck. Yeah, I've never seen it like that. It was 50-50 leading into the final minutes of the poll being up. I don't know if that's going to be the case today. Did I vote? I didn't.
I don't know.
Let's see what we got going on here. I don't know what I want to do here. But I did it. I did it. I hit it. Yeah, I hit long too.
I'm with you on that.
I hit long too, folks. 200 votes. Make sure you guys get those in. You know we like to hit that 1K target. So fantastic time with this stuff. I think we're going to do a little bit more with this as well too. And then maybe, I don't know, Sharif, maybe next week or the following week, we do kind of a switch up and then we do an options contract play. So I can look at the chain, right? And then we just mark it down from a chain perspective. So yeah, that's fun. Maybe we're going to do that next week, guys. So we'll finish off this week and then come Monday, we turn it into a single options contract. It's still the same thing. Yeah. We're just changing our vehicle essentially. So we'll just go what we're in. Let's know if you guys are in on that as well too. I think that would be really fun. We'll do that for a week and then we'll just get back to the standardized Playmaker poll. But that's FFIE. Thank you, Jarhead, once again. Ooh. And here we are on AMD, guys. What I mentioned before here is that I thought this pullback was going to be slightly. Oh, come on, 70 something. What do we need here? Wow. Let's go.
Less than 100, man. Less than 100. Guys, man. If you guys are watching 83. Right now and you're not subscribed, well, there's a couple of bad things about that. One, you can't participate in the chat. It's a subs-only chat. That's why. And the other thing is, you know, we'd love for you to help out the channel because literally almost everything that we do is thrown back, or that we make, I should say, is thrown back into the show. Got a lot of plans, hopefully, for this year that we're able to manifest. We're really doing the absolute most in a good way. What
Look what Lewis Jackson said.
Okay. Thanks, Lewis. I appreciate you, bro.
Much appreciated.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
In any event, I'm not wasting time on clowns like that, but really to tell you guys that, you know, we do really put everything that we can into the show. And so if you guys can give back by subscribing, it obviously helps with the algorithm and with everything in the show. So I'm going to thank you guys in advance. Even if you don't like and sub, I'm going to thank you anyway. Sorry, Andre?
Sharing?
Sharing? Yeah. We gotta tell them, smash the like, share. If you have a friend, maybe they're not really day traders, but they're interested in the market. We do a lot of, obviously, market coverage as well. Share the stream. It really does help with the algorithm. I'm sure you guys already know about that.
Oh, Robert Woods, thank you. Welcome to Trader TV Live, #1. Much appreciated. And guys, keep sending me those coins. Please, I'll take as many of those coins as I possibly can. Yeah, we're going up. 923. 70.
All right, so let's talk a little trading over here because things are starting to happen. SPCB, so this is the one that we were involved in into the high of the day there. Now, this is going to lose its spot on my side chart, and the reason is it broke down below VWAP. So my rules for these small cap gappers are super simple. They need a definable pre-market high. They have to be trading above that definable pre-market high. In addition to that, they also have to be above the volume weighted average price. This has obviously got a couple of things there that are going for it. Now it's lost that last rule, which is trading above the volume weighted average price. And quite frankly, even if it recovers here, I'm going to be suspicious of this name. The reason is when it had breached VWAP on prior occasions, number one, they were higher lows, and number two, they were quick wicks and then move back up above the volume weighted average price for the closing print. We're decidedly below it right now, about 75 pennies below. I'm talking about the SPCB. It's up 74%. It's a good look, but it's giving some back now, so a bit of a concern there. Now, your boy Rigetti did dip into 18, and it breached 18, but look where it ended up finding support. Surprise, dang surprise. That 10 exponential moving average on the 5. One that, I always use with these small cap gappers, even if, technically Rigetti is no longer a small cap gapper, certainly trades like one because it's in vogue with the rest of the quantum names. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. If it wants to hold that 10 exponential, I could certainly be convinced to get in there. Now, VSTM, we're 1 or 2 pennies out of the money on this one. I am concerned about VSTM. I'll tell you why, because we're putting in lower highs. But we seem to have kind of found some support at the 20 exponential moving average, which is the yellow solid line on my chart over here. If we can hold up here and start curling, I think we could definitely get, a parabolic move to the high side. But if we fail, we fail. You good? Or you want to mention something?
No, was I doing something? No, I think I was just cracking my fingers. Yeah.
So if we don't get that move up here on VSTM, that is going to be a bit of an issue. Now, NITO, this one we were involved with earlier at the volume weighted average price. It's a stock that started out its life at about 25 pennies today. It was able to get to $1.19. It's doing the dance with absolutely no shoes or pants with that $1 area right now, a little bit above, a little bit below, kind of looking double toppy here, maybe off that $1.14 top that it put in. I'm going to let this one cook. Clearly, I didn't have a good read on it earlier, so I'm just going to leave that one. If it wants to start trending to the high side, then we'll give it another look there. So those are the small cap gappers I'm keeping my eye on right now. I could absolutely be persuaded to get back into NRXP. I got out at the high of the day, but it has now moved back into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. If it holds this area, well then, I'm going to get back in. What I'll do is I'll wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high above the previous candle. So this one's red right now. If this holds a 10 exponential, prints and closes a new green candle that closes above the previous 5-minute candle, I can certainly be persuaded to get into NRXP there. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Also, somebody was telling me LUNR is strong on the day. Sure, it kind of went red to green there on the open, dipped into Redsville, defended 17 3/4, and then boom, went the dynamite back up to 21 off the highs right now, trying to possibly curl back into that $20 area. Now, this could be an interesting pickup here. If $20 and VWAP act as a level of support, and right now on LUNR, they are one and the same. The $20 area, VWAP area, the same area on the chart, so it could be an interesting area of support here on Lunar. I haven't taken any trades off it right now, but I will certainly keep my eye out on that. Randy, you wanna weasel in for a couple of questions? All right, guys, Randy's gonna weasel in for a couple of questions. So Randy, I've been watching Rivian, and Rivian's been getting shellacked. And I'm assuming, it's been a tougher road for Rivian with the lower highs because the street is expecting a different catalyst, Randy. We need that R2 to kind of boost production, boost sales, boost revenue. Any word from your sources about when we could be expecting the R2?
Crickets, man. It's crickets. I mean, honestly, Georgia is their big priority right now. That new plant in the state of Georgia, they've got to get that off the ground, get these new models out the door. Yes, there was state investment there. Yes, we've got Volkswagen investment. Yes, we've got federal investment, but the wheels turn slowly, my friend. So is this going to be the year? I hope so. They're a little behind in orders on the vans and whatnot. Production numbers are key, but the flip side of that is how much capital are they spending on, yes, the new plant to get it up and running. Number two, the people that need to run the plant.
Right.
You have to hire all these people, suppliers, logistics, the whole 9 yards. Then you've got the actual research and development of the models themselves, which I'm assuming is in large part almost complete. Crash safety, blah, blah, blah,
right.
Getting everything certified at the door. There's a lot of wheels in motion here. Lots and lots of cash.
For sure.
Their cash burn has been, for the last 9 months, my biggest target. Not just production numbers. You've got to watch how much cash you're burning. They are a startup.
For sure.
Okay? We don't want to have them go the way of Fisker.
The other month, right?
Yeah. We cannot have them go the way of Fisker. So how RJ is managing to balance this in and out is the big thing. So yes, everybody's anticipating we need more numbers. We need more cars. Want some positivity there. Big plans take time to execute.
Agree.
So give them a little bit of runway.
I got another question for you. So we saw the Tesla deliveries today.
Yep.
A little underwhelming.
Yep.
It missed the street's expectations. They missed their own guidance. So one thing that we were talking about when you were on vacation is Juniper, which is a code name for the new Model Y, been spotted everywhere, Randy. California, near Fairmont, in Texas, near Austin. It's obviously covered front and back so they can hide the light bar and hide the front. But the new Model Y on the precipice of being released, do you think, a couple of questions for you here based on that, the weak numbers were in anticipation of people wanting to buy the new Model Y as opposed to going for the old one, which is kind of what we saw with the Model 3. Their sales dipped before we saw the new Model 3 release. And number two, does this kind of move the needle for them? Is it enough just to move or to revamp the Model Y, or do we need that Model 2 to move the needle?
I think, question number one, I think that every car model cycle does this. So your F-150, for example, one of the best-selling vehicles out there,
right?
As it ages, as the platform not becomes obsolete, but as the model ages, everybody wants the new model. When's the new toy coming out? So when you start seeing prototypes and you start seeing testing and by the magazines and the critics and stuff, gets people excited. They discount the older models, put them on dealer lots, the new ones come and out the door. Does it temporarily move the needle?
Yeah.
Yes. Does it long-term move the needle? Not so much. Why? We have potentially a lot of EV tax credits going away and possibly never coming back. That's going to affect price.
Very interesting.
The Highland, which is the refresh of the 3, has done well. Is there a huge number on the road? No. There's still loads and loads and loads.
Few, but
there's
definitely not that many, no.
But there's mostly the older models on the road. It's in production, but it will happen over time. It's the evolution of the particular model. But is it going to move the needle? Again, short term, yes. Long term,
no.
I don't think so. They need
that Model 2.
Well, without the tax credits, price goes up.
Right. Well, yeah, $7,500 worth.
Right. So, and that's sales here. In Europe, that could go the same route. So overall sales are pressured without tax credits. That hurts the bottom line because then the numbers start to drop. So
you hear the latest news that the Cybertruck actually qualified for the the cheapest version.
Yeah,
it qualifies now for the $7,500, which I thought to be hilarious. Like this is like a high-end car here. Why does it qualify for $75? But why is the government subsidizing that? But that's the way it is down there.
It's the rolling doorstop with a subsidy. I got a chuckle out of that too. But it's going to be an interesting year. Times are going to get a little tougher, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're looking a bit of a tougher year for EVs in 25?
I think overall, yeah. We still have supply chain cost issues. You and I talked back in October, and you asked me if there was going to be a bit of pullback on Tesla.
Right.
I think there's going to be. I think Sean and I were just chatting here. They've had a great run this fall. It's been fun to trade. Is the party over? No.
No.
But I don't think it's going to be potentially as rosy as it's been.
You guys heard it from the man
himself.
And I'd love to talk to this guy about it because he does have information that we do not have. Randy. A midday Randy's rant.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always thought about different
I like
names.
that one there. That's a good one. The midday.
But like he's not
Randy
ranting. He's dropping hot lines. That's why it's kind of not work.
So maybe we get him fired up before.
The Randy rundown. Okay, the Randy EV rundown.
All right.
Okay.
But Sharif,
yes, Joseph.
Have you seen the market? Like
everybody's talking about it. People asking Adara what's going on.
It's absolutely tanking. Adara has some news. We're going to hear from her over there at the big desk.
The market, Katina, man. Yeah.
There's no news here. It's pretty weak, but I'm going to take a moment to look at the small caps because IWM actually still positive on the day. The Russell 2000 up about 0.2%. So nothing you keep in mind. We were up more than 1% earlier today. Quite the fall down here for these markets. There are still some small caps to watch out for. NITO, which I know Sharif has mentioned, it's been on watch today. This one's still pushing higher, up about almost 400% here, 375% near day's highs with a float of 3.9 million shares. INDO on watch as well. This is worth noting here. This is at day's highs. This is that Indonesia Energy Corporation. This one has rallied in the past. I want to clarify, not a lot of volume yet. Under 700,000 shares traded on the day, but we know INDO can get going. It's a stock that's been traded on the midday, and I believe also on the main show in the past. INDO on the upside with a float of 8.14 million shares. 8.7% of that is going to be sold short. Some names to watch out for. RGTI, again, arguably not as much of a small cap, but always a name to keep an eye on. Just shy of a $5 billion market cap, 16.87% short float. It's worth noting, when this started rallying really intensely a couple weeks ago, it was above a 17% short float. So it looks like some shorts are potentially pulling back on RGTI. So even though there's a lot of weakness in the market, there's always some small caps raring to go. Back to you.
Appreciate you, Adara.
Whoa, was that an accident? Was that an accident?
Oh, then I like how the whole thing goes.
Yeah,
to
like hot
smoke,
boxes.
and then all of a sudden, magically, he's disappeared. Shout out, Cindy. There he is.
Yeah, that's
What's
my
going
favorite
on?
one.
Is weed moving? What's going on over there?
PLRY?
Yeah. Weed is up. Oh, I didn't even notice this. All my marijuana stocks are up today.
Are they?
They're all green, Joseph.
Oh,
Right? Like,
green.
I mean, come
All right,
on
I
now.
see you, my guy. I see where you're getting
Yeah,
at with
no,
that one.
seriously, we got Tilray up 9%,
Yep.
knock on the door at 10. You have MSOS, the ETF, up 4 1/5. The MSOX, where the hell did my MSOX go? All right, whatever. You got Cureleaf up 2%, Grow Generation 6.8, CGC up 5.5. So weed's moving. Not really sure what's going on. We'll keep an eye out for that and report on it if we do have more information. Okay, QSI. This did dip into the quarter dollar, and I did have a planned DCA there. We had been hanging out at the quarter dollar because of this level over here. And it did come into it. I did buy, and I did scalp out at the third of a dollar. I'm layering my orders now on QSI. I am concerned though, it's below the 10 and it's below the 20. It's above VWAP, but it's kind of in no man's land over here. Not at a predictable area, so we'll have to wait and see if I got a weasel out of this one or what the situation is. Also, Rigetti made my arms super dang sweaty on that move right back down there. She gets excited. It dipped into 17, and I looked over at the Katina Man. I said, Katina Man, did you add at 17? It shot up back into the quarter dollar in a hot second. Well, guess what? It's right back down at 17, so it looks like it was possibly a dead cat bounce. It hasn't given up 17 yet, and we know 17 was a major area of resistance earlier for Rigetti because it did work up into that 17 area at 10:30. And then it rejected, went all the way back down to 16 1/4, only to take out 17 about 10, 20 minutes later. Here we go again at 17. Look, I'm going to let this one cook. It's obviously got an 18 1/4 HOD, so you don't need to be first in at 17 to have a nice retracement at least back halfway between 17 and that 18 1/4, the highs. If you give it at least halfway, that's a decent winner right there. So I want to keep my eye out on RGTI, see exactly what it does at this level. I could absolutely be persuaded to get back in, but I have to manage QSI because QSI is breaking down now into that quarter of a dollar. So I have my stop below the volume weighted average price on QSI, which is currently showing me 18s. We're printing 30s right now. So we've got some room between here and where my stop is, but I definitely need to be on the lookout, Joseph, for QSI headed down.
Big time down, and same with the overall market, dude. This is some pretty heavy selling right now. Kyle Burdett made a solid point. It's setting up really nicely for the Playmaker poll as well, too. Especially if we continue to sell for the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Are we going to get that bounce to the long side? Possibly, especially after this aggressive selling. But you can see the volume by time profile here, folks. That volume is really, really starting to pick up here. So just be wary of that. Don't look to catch any falling knife at this point. As of right now, I don't see any turnaround signals in sight. I was looking at one on Meta here real quick on the 5-minute chart as well too, but sure enough, that thesis was made invalid extremely quick once it broke the low and the overall market continued to move to the downside. So I was looking, okay, Meta, you know, we were looking at this price compression right here, looking to play it to whatever side it broke. Sure enough, it broke to the downside, and then we had this hammer, a little bit of a fake out here, but as soon as it breaks that low, thesis invalid. That low is no longer holding. Buyers have not stepped in and say, hey, this is as low as we're willing to go, and then step in to push the price higher. We broke that, and then when you see these types of prints being broken, there may be some more downside followed with that, okay? So just keep that in mind. And what I'm going to say on the TQs right now, I'm going to point out to you guys as well, but we're going to zoom in a little bit here and pull up the 1-minute chart. Excuse me. So let's pull up the 1-minute chart here. Oh, that's a 2-minute. We don't want that. Okay, so now I'm looking at the 1 minute. It's essentially the same thing here. We had this extreme selling. We broke key support levels, flat bottom breaks, and headed to the downside with extreme momentum. Now you see all these indecision prints on the way down. Mind you, stick to the game plan. If they break to the downside, there can be more downside continued, all right? Keep that in mind. Now, I want to see if this next 1 minute print can hold. If it does not, thesis invalid, and then I can't look to play the bounce here on the TQs. But as of right now, we are slightly holding, and there we go. We broke to the downside, Sharif. This momentum is extremely, extremely strong. Apple is continuing to sell. NVDA has broke through VWAP and continuing to hold as well too, folks. So the MAG are dragging the market down with it. So sure enough, here we go. So what we got to do now is look for some of the top performing sectors with relative strength, such as XLF, the energy sector, and or even real estate to see if we are going to look for any continuation to the long side. I think we just need to be a little bit patient because with this consecutive selling, at some point, hopefully the market is going to bounce. Nothing is guaranteed, but just be really, really patient, pack your patience, hold those horses, and wait for those definitive signals to show up, and then you can look to take along. I am liking how NVDA is sitting up right now. We are getting those indecision candle prints on the lower time frame, which is extremely positive and something that you want to look out for in those reversal trades. So now that I think about it, let's see. So guys, this is what I'm going to set up here. 135.80 is going to be our out on NVDA. So we're going to look for a little bit of a bounce here on NVIDIA. Let's see if we get it. If we breach it to the downside, then we're at a dodge. We're not going to fight this trend. And that's one thing that I just mentioned not too long ago, guys. Be really, really decisive on your entries when the market is falling like this. You don't want to catch a falling knife and just stick to those game plans because if we continue to the downside, you don't want to hold on to a loser. As Neil says, it's okay to be wrong, but you don't want to be wrong for long.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Being wrong sucks. So you don't want to be
it
wrong
sucks,
for like
and then
that
you'll
long.
be long, right? Yeah, exactly. Money,
All right, get it, Katina, man. I don't know what's going on that side, but we're taking profits here on Rigetti because we got the dip into 17. Now I'm waiting at the third of $1. Let's see if we can get in. Come on, bro. This has been the day where it keeps missing me by a penny. And like when that happens once, you're okay. When it keeps happening, you just want to smash the screen. At least I do. So we'll take out some more over here and we'll take out that so we can de-risk. So 11's now my price on Rigetti. Let's set up in the 40s. The reason I like the look on Rigetti right here is because it was bottoming tail into 17. It did breach it. It's above VWAP. It's above 17. It's above the a previous day's closing print. And we're getting kind of these candles that are being aggressively bought up off that level. So if that's going to be the case, we'll look to basically defend 17. But right now, coming right back down into my entry on Rigetti. QSI, I've got to make sure I'm keeping my eye on that one because it is coming into my my exit price over here. I've got my price at the volume weighted average price, and we just got stopped out for the remaining a very small amount on QSI. We'll stay positive on that one, but got stopped out for the remaining amount here on it. So let's now focus on Rigetti as it zigs and zags in that mid-teens to low 20s. Really unsure how this one resolves, whether we get a bounce off these levels or whether we drop below the low over here at 1690. So I've placed my order, my stop loss below the area trough, which I gauge to be about 1690. I put it in the high 80s. Let's see if this one wants to bounce up. Back into the $0.25 we go. I'm waiting in the mid 40s right now. We've seen Rigetti be quite volatile, both to the high side and the downside. I'll submit to you that downside moves are far more aggressive than upside moves. That is the majority of the case. Not a hard and fast rule, but it is generally the case that the selling will be more aggressive than the buying. At least the descents are a bit more aggressive than the ascents. So nicely in the money right now on Rigetti, but definitely not out of the woods, looking for something in the mid 40s. I'm keeping my eye on NITO. This is one that's up over 300%, and that one that we were trading earlier today too. But I did get stopped out of that because it did breach the volume weighted average price, and that is my rule. Now this one got up all the way to that $1.28 and then dipped back down, double bottoming on the 5-minute at the $1 area, which also happened to be the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So NITO is in focus right now as it looks to defend that $1. Now, the other side of the coin for NITO is it could be a double top. right? We know the double tops don't have to be at the same price level. So this area crest over here, $1.19, this one $1.28. So yeah, great. You got a 2-candle hold up at the 1, but the other side of that coin is you need to be on the lookout for a possible NITO double top and a break of that 70 penny area. I want to say last time it held up at 69. So we'll see what we get there. So keeping my eye on NITO, it looks like it may want to defend that buck as it moves right back in to the low teens. I'm talking about NITO. All right, let's move back into Rigetti. Where's my trade on Rigetti? There it is. Print in the third of $1. But this one now, a 3-candle hold up above 17, but we're not getting the squeeze, at least not yet. Showing 35s now on the ask. I'm waiting in the mid 40s, so if we can get a squeeze, hopefully I'll get printed. 40 showing up now on the ask. A seller at 40s, taking him out. Let's see if we can eke out something over here in the mid 40s. I'm going to take it out there, cancel that order. Let's move up the order now to the north side of 50. For a break and take of the $0.50. So eking out, I should say, some profits here on your boy Rigetti off that $17 area, looking for a move back above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on RGTI, and by extension of that break and take of the 10, it will be a break and take of the $0.50. But look at the vigor with which this one's just sold off. Got a print in the mid 40s and down into the teens we go. Rigetti is going to looks like it's going to give up 17 again. Topping tail candle off the 10. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with this one. We're going to take it out, break even there for the last remaining amount. A lot of weakness right now stepping into this market. We'll keep an eye to see if Rigetti wants to hold up 17. This is an ugly candle that's forming right now with a new high above its previous candle. So if it doesn't hold up here, that's going to be awfully bearish. Moving back into VSTM, I got stopped. Where the hell is that? VSTM, I got stopped out of that as it did breach the volume weighted average, or it breached that third of $1, but now it's trying to defend VWAP. VWAP on VSTM at around 610. It did dip into 15s there. It still hasn't printed any new highs. So I don't want to take a dip trade on VSTM at these levels, but I am on the lookout for a hold up at VWAP. I could certainly be persuaded to get into that, Joseph.
Hold up. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. What isn't holding up here, my guy, is NVDA. We broke those lows, so I'm going to pop out of this trade. Don't want to hold on to this thing much longer. So, I mean, if it turns around, then we can look to get involved again. But as of right now, I don't love the price action on this. So I got to jump out of this trade here real quick, guys. That thesis is invalid, totally fine. This momentum to the downside is extremely strong. But let me pull up XLF here and just kind of build my general idea that I have on this. So I'm just looking for things that have relative strength and are a little bit stronger sectors. So I'm going to use this vehicle, XLF, this ETF. You can see we have this indecision candle here on the 5-minute. So I'm essentially playing the bounce of that with the break of that to the top side. If we, again, same thing as NVDA, if we decide that we want to break this $48 on XLF, I'm out of Dodge. I don't want any part of this until further price action tells me, okay, Joe, it's okay to get back in and take that second or third entry if it does show up. So we're going to sit here on XLF. I mean, the tech sector is extremely weak, continuing to sell here and heavy selling. So if anybody caught those longs on some of those key support level breaks, that are the shorts, on those key support level breaks, congratulations to you. And I know some people in the chat are like, why are you selling on the first day of the year, of the first market day of the year? I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. I guess people need some cash from all the partying that they did over the past couple of days, so they're looking to liquidate some of their positions. But no, in all seriousness, it is really, really weak here on the day. Looking for a bounce in XLF. Are we going to get it? Hopefully, it isn't selling off as strong as some of the other sectors are. So we're going to look for that relative strength and things that are somewhat stronger than the broader market. So that's why I'm using XLF as my vehicle. This is the financial sector ETF, like so JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, etc., and all those folks. So yeah, so the market deserves a 15% haircut. And a lot of people are saying that, Casey. I mean, everybody's saying we're primed for a 10% correction. And I mean, with the monster run that we've been on, and Sharif and I were talking about this, it's like back-to-back years of over 20% gains. So sure enough, again, just people taking profits, especially in Tesla and all these mega cap tech stocks. So just keep that in mind. And I do think it is a buy the dip type of opportunity, especially we are in somewhat of a we are in a multi-year bull market. So just keep that in mind as well too. There's plenty of tailwinds for the market to continue to move higher. I mean, there's some geopolitical tensions, but they aren't as rough as they were a couple years ago with the start of the Ukraine war and what's going on in the Middle East as well too. So just keep that in mind. From a headwind standpoint, we got tariffs coming in as well too, potentially with the Donald Trump administration. So we need to keep that in mind. But I think the fundamentals support some of these larger stocks to continue to move to the top side. So consistent, steady growth is something that we're looking for. And we do need the market to broaden as well too, folks. We can't just have the same 7 stocks leading the market higher and higher day after day. So again, if we do get that market breadth in the coming months as we roll into the new year and continue to have our sessions here, let's see if that market breadth widens. And then sure enough, I think that'll be enough tailwinds to drag this market higher. Sharif.
Yes, sir. Just putting in my stops over here for my positions. A new position right now. Got into NITO, see for a continuation. Also took a QSI dip trade, smaller size on this one, as this one is a VWAP bounce on QSI. But I'm keeping my eye on Rigetti. Right now, it's still zigging, still zagging, still above VWAP, but no real decisive direction from Rigetti right now. It's just hanging out above the volume weighted average price, essentially at that $17 area. Now, this could be an interesting area to start building your position and then have your stop below the volume weighted average price so you can kind of manage risk in that sense. So, it's a little volatile at the moment, so I'm just going to let that cook. The other positions that I've got on right now, VSTM got into that one at 11s at the volume weighted average price. It's showing me 14s right now. I've layered my orders on this one. Anything below 6, it's over with that one. Keeping an eye on that. QSI, as I mentioned, it dipped into VWAP. So this is a VWAP trade with a tight stop. Let's see if this one wants to bounce back up. Showing me 25s now, trying to hold above the volume weighted average price. I'm also in NITO because this one's been holding up above the buck. Where's my NITO screen? Sorry, there we go. Now we're taking some profits here on NITO. Where did we get in 7s, just with the beak there at 13s. I'm layering my orders for a move possibly into that high of day. The high of the day is $1.28. The reason I like it at this level is because it's holding up at the 10 exponential. It's putting in technically higher lows with each successive 5-minute candle a little bit higher than its predecessor. There we go. We break through the high there. Can we print at 16? Seller at 16. There we go. We got the print. 18s now being taken out. 19s being taken out. I'm waiting at 20s for the next move. Again, this is a case in point for why you should have resting orders for exactly this reason. Let's see if this one wants to continue to the high side. I'm waiting at 20 exactly. It showed me 19s for a hot second. No print there. Here we go. 19s again. Size at 20 and size at 19. We get the break. Good move up here on NITO. And there we go. Bang! Through the roof there. Appreciate you. Looks like we might halt here at $1.27. We're long 107s. False halt into 127. Down we go into that $0.25 again. This thing's up 400%. So this thing can go. We know that, right? So let's see exactly where it's going to go right now. NITO, it's going to halt at 26s over here unless it's going to be another false halt. Looks like it's going to be another false halt right now. Let's see. Zagging. Nope. There it goes into 28s now. High of the day. There goes 30s into the high of the day. Seller at 30. Big size here on the book. And I bet you anything, iceberg as well. And there goes 30. We're showing 31s. It's good. Okay, I thought it was going to halt at 31s. It keeps false halting. So
whoa, you're
whatever, bro.
You're in a banger.
Hey, not a bad move there. Let's see what else is going on here. QSI defending, not in RXP. There we go. We got the print on VSTM. We're long there at 11s. Just got the print at 20s. Now waiting at 25. So we'll let that cook, see what's going on there. Back to NITO as we continue to zig and zag with that 30 penny area. Looks like we're going to topping tail and we're dropping aggressively here. To be expected with this one, it's up 400 some odd percent, and the volatility is coming out in spades on this one, baby. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah. I'm sitting in this XLF trade. I told you guys, I'm just looking for things with relative strength. We're playing those bottoming signals, and then we're getting that little bit of a pullback here in XLF, folks. So I'm also in the TQs as well. Let's see if we get that. But it's essentially the same thing. Like it's the same trade, the same signals. I mean, the market doesn't always turn around on a dime. And when it does, those signals will present itself a large amount of the time. So just keep that in mind. Have the ability to identify these signals, and I think that's going to help your trading a lot. And that's why I kind of brought to you guys the volume price analysis. It's a key metric to my trading and how I enter and exit positions. So hopefully a lot of you guys, I know a lot of people in the chat have been reading that book. If anybody else bought it, that'd be fantastic to know. And if you enjoyed it, and if you have read it, and have you implemented it in your trading, have you used it? Has it had a positive or negative impact on your trading? I'd be really curious to know that. And please let me know in the chat. I'll be sure to reply to everything that I can on the session, guys. But yeah, here we go. The market is slowly starting to pull back. We got 5 minutes left until we document. I think it's like our 15th or 16th trade. We're sitting over 1,000 votes on it so far. So really nice work, folks. I'm enjoying this a lot, as I say over and over again. But this is going to be our 17th trade, all right? Let me pull it up here. This is going to be our 17th trade here. We got something to work on here. You know what? I promise you guys I'm going to do that. So when I get home after my hockey game this evening, I'm going to look and see, really dive in and see what happened here from a data collective standpoint, because something is just off. So I have to go through kind of our previous trades and then see what and where we went wrong there. But 17 trades. We took 2 L's in a row, which is unfortunately, it's unfortunate, I guess. Unfortunate. But anyways, but yeah, guys, but let's see what, from an accuracy standpoint, where we're sitting at. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so yeah, again, we're still sitting in that 50% range, which is absolutely phenomenal, and still positive here in the Playmaker pool, which is extremely interesting. Yeah, and this is why we do it, right? Because 50% win rate here and still positive, essentially just buying SPY at 1 o'clock and then exiting at 2 o'clock if we either before we hit our price target or we get stopped out. So that's really interesting. And I mentioned time and time again, this is why you document this type of data, to see where you can be profitable and where you're not, right? And I remember someone in the chat said, well, I don't want to see my losses.
What?
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's what I said. I said, well, this is why we do it, because imagine we were 0 for 16 here, right? And it's like, okay, well, maybe this isn't the best idea to enter a SPY trade at 1 o'clock and then get out at 2 o'clock.
Look, I know it's like emotionally painful looking at your losses. You don't want to relive that garbage. You know, you don't feel great about yourself. But if you're not looking over your trades, how can you possibly expect to learn from your mistakes? I mean, like,
you can't eliminate them, right? Like, and I said that. It's like, okay, break your trading down into time frames, right? So you have the morning session, 9:30 to 11,
right,
11 to 2, 2 to 4, and then see where you're the most profitable. And doing a system like this is where you have the ability to identify those.
100%, Joseph. I mean, we always read the eSignal ad read. Shout out to eSignal, obviously a sponsor of the show, and they got back testing. I mean, why do you think they got back testing? Obviously, it's got, you know, you guys get it. I don't have to wax poetic about that. You understand. All right. 2 positions I took out. I'm done with my Nitto trade. We almost got top wick. We got 33s. High of the day is 35s. It's zigging. It's zagging right now. Look, if it comes back in and touches a 10 exponential like it did last time, I'll be persuaded absolutely to get in. Right now, it does look like it's defending that $120 area, and that $120 area is a level of importance because at 10:30 we rejected basically an area crest off that $120, and all the way down we went back into 70 pennies. So that 120. Right now, it's acting as a local area of support. It was obviously previously resistance. We're in 2 other trade, VSTM and QSI. Only reason I'm in these trades is because they're big movers and they've retraced back into the volume weighted average price. It's not a guarantee by any means that they bounce, but what it does do is it gives you a general area to say, okay, if it breaches this area, I'm gone. Because if you're what you perceive to be in at the low, well, then if it breaches that area, you don't really need to kind of consider, oh, what do I do here? No, it's kind of the decision made for you there. So that's kind of why I'm in VSTM at this level. And then we got another exit there at VSTM. So we're long 611s, 618s, 623s. We took out some there. Let's set up more orders. I'm going to front run the size or the level at 30. Now, I perceive to be some resistance here on VSTM at 30s. There is a 10 and the 20. They're both hanging out at that 30 level. Here come 27s on the level 2. There are 27s. Let's see if we can get 29s. That's where I'm leading here on VSTM. Let me see my position on this one. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We can let this one run a little bit. VSTM holding the dang volume weighted average price, but by no means am I out of I don't know. Joseph, what am I trying to say here?
I don't even know, man.
I don't know, bro.
In here, man.
I'm out of the woods. Thank you,
There you
Katina,
go.
man. Yeah, I couldn't speak there for a second. I do apologize. All right, so back to QSI as well. We're involved in this one at the $0.25. Back to the $0.25 goes. It's a 3-candle holdup right now. A 4-candle holdup on the 5-minute chart at VWAP. So I am hopeful with this one. I hate to use the word hopeful, but we'll wait and see. Here comes 30s. I'm waiting at 30s here on QSI. Seller at 29s, and then there is posted size at the 30-penny level here on QSI. A good holdup at VWAP, but we didn't get the print quite yet. Back to VSTM. Did we get that print? Yes, we did. Bang! At the 29-penny area. Let's set up now at 36s over here to front run. Oh, no, that's the wrong area. There's selling definitely at 35. That is not the right area. I'm going to move it down into 34s because that will front run the size at 35s. Let's see if we can get it there. Back to QSI. What are we doing here on QSI? Nothing printing yet. We showed 30s there momentarily on the level 2, but zigging and zagging we go. No forthcoming move to the high side quite yet. So pack my patience there. Keeping my eye on Rigetti. Arms are sweaty right now. Ooh. Still, Joseph, hanging out at that $17 area. Neither making highs nor making lows. Kind of a random, well, I don't want to say that's a random area. Absolutely makes sense that it's holding up here. You have an area crest rejection there. You also had 17 act as a level of resistance initially. You also have VWAP, just a couple of pennies, about 16 or so pennies south of $17. So it is holding up above VWAP, but having issues retaking that $17 area. Adara is at the big desk.
Hey, yo.
We're going to take a look here at Bitcoin for our crypto segment. This is BTC on the monthly chart because, we're starting a new month and a new year. I thought it might be fun to take a look. This is quite the topping tail candle here for December with these new all-time highs above that 108,000 level. Then we end up closing here actually down in the month around 93,000. But if you pull back, it actually is a pretty bullish look here on the monthly chart. You've got that rounded bottom here on BTC after making this double top around that 60,000 level. Then you get this push to the upside, a bit of a bull flag. Now it looks like we could be forming another bull flag on the monthly chart. And it's also worth noting here, I'm seeing some comments here from some crypto commentators on what dates we're going to be watching here. We know the incoming Trump administration is viewed as pretty bullish for crypto, and there's actually been 3 dates highlighted as potential dates for crypto to make big moves. The first is actually tomorrow, January 3rd. That's when we're going to have the 119th Congress convene. We know this Congress is viewed as hugely pro-crypto because there are a lot of pro-crypto lobbyists involved, so tomorrow could be a date to watch. The other date on watch is, of course, going to be Trump's inauguration on January 20th. January 20th is also the day that Gary Gensler officially steps down from the SEC, which is, of course, has been viewed as very bullish for crypto. And last but not least, another date that's being watched here is April 30th. That would be the end of Trump's first 100 days in his second presidential term. And this is also basically viewed as a day that there could be some passing of crypto legislation. At least this is in talks. Apparently, Republican Majority Leader Steve Scalise intends to pass some undisclosed crypto legislation within the first 100 days of Trump's presidency. So keep an eye on January 3rd, January 20th, and April 30th, according to some crypto commentators, for big moves in the crypto space. And again, make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content because we're bringing it to you every single day. With that in mind, also take the time to check out our Trader TV research account on X. I've been making some new original graphics on this account, and we actually just made a graphic here on Tesla deliveries. So if you want to really see the epic rise of Tesla deliveries from 32,000 in 2014 to just shy of 2 million, take a look at that. TTV research is the IS handle on X. Keep an eye out. Back to you.
Shout out to the human algo. Love that, that what's it called? The chart there of Tesla, because it was literally, I think, ever in their history that they dropped deliveries year over year. That's not a good look. No, it was a marginal miss, right?
Ooh.
But yeah, you don't want to, yeah, okay. We're 60 members or subs, I should say, excuse me, Joseph, away from 490,000. Okay, I'll go for that. So again, guys, I hate to, keep pounding this point, but if you are not liking, if you are not subscribing, and you are not sharing, I think you're doing your own self a disservice, not just us, because everything we get, we throw back into the channel. That is literally the case, and more, and plus more. Okay, so now everything we get, and then in addition to that, we're really trying to expand the channel, everything we've got. So, obviously it does it a lot of good by liking, subscribing, and sharing. Helps the algorithm and helps boost the channel, Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, totally too. And if you're not subscribed, you can't write in the chat. And if you have any questions, how are we supposed to answer them?
Yeah.
If you're not subscribed to the chat, so just put it in there. Subscribe, guys. It's just a click of the button, as Sharif mentioned. It definitely helps us out a lot too on the channel.
And they can't troll either.
They can't troll. Yeah,
you can't troll.
Yeah,
Like if you have anything negative that you want to say to Joseph or I.
Yeah, like Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Such a hater, bro. I love it.
Yeah, it's all good, man. We love it.
We got a couple of super chats.
All right, bang.
And my man, the Spiled one, dropping the cash $10 in the chat. Never too early for Halloween. Got the Michael Burry mask on and the Metallica blaring. Bring the blood. The dude wants blood in the street every day. I love you, Big Spile, and I'm never going to hate on the fact that you want the market to burn. It doesn't matter to me because I love you just the way you are. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett.
Sharif, we forgot.
There's another one, baby.
Oh, you go? Okay, finish it up
There's
then, my guy. Sorry.
Be free. As opposed to, being locked up.
Being locked
or,
up.
whatever.
Yeah.
Locked up. Yes, Joseph.
You had to see that.
There we go.
Let's go.
Be free, $2 super chat. Nuke, N-U-K-K, hit $30. Selling half, holding for 20. Get it, my man. Let's have a look at N-U-K-K for Be Free. So this is the daily look if it wants to load. I don't know why it doesn't want to load. Let's look at the 5. Okay, so Nuke. Yeah, you know what I'm going to say. It's getting nuked to the downside, baby, and it's moving down big, 18.75% on the $99 million market cap name, dropping below that 100 milli on the day with a big move down. It closed out Tuesday at 36 2/3. We are now below $30 at the low day, 28.90. Look, bro, I don't know if this one keeps bleeding in the way that you'd like. I can't really see the daily chart for whatever reason. I do apologize for that, but look, it's a great look by you. Let me know how it goes. Certainly going to keep my eye out on Nuke. I don't usually take these small cap gappers short, but could be absolutely persuaded for that one. All right, Eric McCambly, Sharif, serious question. What is your outlook to getting into the energy sector stocks this year with Trump getting back into office? Great question. Look, I have seen no movement from the traditional energy stocks. I'm talking about your XOM, your CVX, your Occidental. They don't really seem to be moving all that much. I think they don't really need a barrel above the current area where we have it now to make money. I think they make money between $40 to $60 or $35. Last time I heard to $60. They're golden there. So what I am looking at, though, not your traditional energy plays, but your nuclear energy, specifically for the AI data center build out. I think that is a good play. Obviously, we've been watching SMR, Constellation Energy. There's been other other ones as well. That's the one that I'd like to get into. I know that there was a trade, like a day trade that you could have had because those stocks were so volatile, but I think it is actually a good opportunity to get into for the long term. Talking, that 1-2 more year horizon rather than just a swing. I'm talking about your Constellation Energies as well. If you don't really want to pick winners, there are ETFs, specifically nuclear ETF. There's SMR. I know that's an ETF. No, hold on. That's not an ETF, is it? No, that's actually a New Scale Power, which is SMR. I forget the ETFs. I can look them up for you once Joseph takes over. URA. Is that a SMR ETF? Okay. Yeah, but that's the uranium, Katina, man. Yeah. Uranium index. Yeah. No, that's not the one I'm looking at. I'm looking for, nuclear ETFs. Just ETFs from like a VanEck, something like that.
VanEck, yeah.
Your URA, the Katina man is letting me know, is a uranium ETF. So if you want exposure to the commodity itself through an ETF, that's obviously a good way to do it. I happen to be of the opinion that I'd like to invest in the company that takes the commodity and then makes profit from the commodity. I mean, just commodities are so volatile. So that's kind of my thinking there. I personally be looking to get into that. But great question for you. I don't know, man. I don't see the movement right now on these oil plays. Like you have Oxy above $50 again. XOM is above 100. CVX is below 150. So there's I don't know. There's indecision right now, personally. The Katina man is telling me something. NLR, there we go. Is that the VanEck? I knew it, Katina man. NLR is the ETF I'm thinking about there. So this fund seeks to replicate as closely as possible before fees and expenses the price and yield performance of the MVIS Global Uranium and Nuclear Energy Index, which includes equity securities of companies involved in uranium and nuclear energy. The fund invests at least 80% of its assets in securities of the index. Okay, so you're not going to have one of these ones that holds cash and stuff like that, which is kind of bewildering to me. In any event, great question though, brother, because it's one that I've been pondering myself. I still haven't worked my way in to any of these ETFs. T-Money, Sharif, nah. But I'm in QSI long-term investment portfolio from 157 and Holo from 227. Get it, my man. I hope you print up a storm. I think you've got a couple of great names under your belt there. Hopefully they continue to run for you when you print up multiple storms. I mean, what else is there to say? I don't want you to lose money. So shout out to you. Joseph, what do you got?
Sharif, it's that time, my guy. The Playmaker poll. We got to log this trade here. The 17th one. Overall, I know you got some things going on over there. But, guys, entry price, exit price, target prices, and stop losses, we're going to look to document those right now. So, a lot going on. We got our entry price here, folks, of $581.97. All right? Ooh. So then we got a profit target of $583.97. And then exit price, we don't know that yet, but our stop loss is going to be at $580.97, folks. And there it is, documented. Let's see what happens come 2 o'clock and see if we become profitable on this one. We are on a 2-day skid here. It's kind of like, speaking of skids, Team Canada.
Yeah, what happened there, Joseph?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I think they need to call me
Latvia?
They need to call me
I could get. It was an ass whipping.
It was a
beating.
It was a beating. It wasn't even close. Flush it down. It was a rinse.
No?
Yeah, it was a rinse.
So 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. But I mean, the game wasn't like
I know, but it was an empty netter.
Arch rivals to the fullest. If only I was 18 again or 17.
You can get him, baby.
Call me up.
Hey.
I'll do my best. I would stand no chance.
What's the highest level you played at?
I played like just under single A, so it's not house league.
Select?
It's select. It's AE. Yeah, nice. Exactly. So yeah, there's no chance I would make that team. But hey, you never know. If we go back in time, maybe eventually we'll see what's going on. My cousin actually plays in the queue.
Really?
Yeah, shout out to my cousin Ty. Yeah, so
Ty, get it.
Yeah, he plays in the queue. Stud defenseman.
Really?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, big time stud defenseman. Yeah, he's been there. I think he's in his final year in the queue. In the QJMHL, folks, for who don't know, that's just kind of like our major, or not our minor, but our whatever it is I'm getting at there. But again, next step is the show for him. It's looking like, so congratulations to him. He's been working hard his whole life playing hockey. So yeah, he's in the queue.
Shout out
Ty. There's no way he's watching right now. He's probably busy. He's on the ice himself. I don't know if the season's over, but yeah, he's him and his dad are big hockey people. So my uncle, yeah.
Joseph, I want to thank Adam Dang Deleuze for dropping free memberships, and shout out to Nimrod.
Oh, no, Nimrod. We'll call him.
Nimrod.
Yeah.
Whatever, bro. He gifted 5 Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you, these guys dropping the cash in the chat. Obviously, viewers of the show will know ADL Adam DeLuce did visit the studio back in October, and we loved having him around. He met with the Katina man at the Jays game. Him and I went out. We watched the Champions League. We watched Arsenal shellac Paris Saint-Germain there. So viewers of the show will know ADL and Nimrud as well, because they are both chat OGs. So we love them and we want to shout them out. Thank you very much for dropping the cash and gifting the memberships right now. All right, guys, let's talk about this trade that I got on. VSTM, we went long at the dip into the volume weighted average price, and it's been a print symphony right now. We took at the last little print there at 42s. Now I'm waiting at 46s. It is having trouble with this 40 penny area. It's doing this weird 3-candle topping tail setup. I'm unsure how to digest this candle setup over here because it's basically 3 times now we've tried to break that level only to be met with selling, either shorts reshorting or instituting a short, or profit taking off these levels. We'll have to wait and see. VSTM though bouncing off the volume weighted average price and trying to do another move back up. The other one that I've got, QSI. It's also got how many candles off VWAP now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's a little far from VWAP. A 6-candle hold up at the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for this one to curl and really get going there. The Katina man's yelling at these stocks, baby. He's short Nvidia. He was $1 in the money. I saw it. And he reloaded at the highs. Get it, Katina man. He's printing up a storm on that side, trading the Mag 7 today. I'm keeping my eye on these small cap gappers. They've been treating me well lately. We're going to keep an eye on that 3 1/3. That's the next level. I want to take out profits here on QSI. It's up about 21.5% on the day, but well off the highs right now. NITO continues to whiffle and waffle at that $1.33, but if I could make the case for the bull case, that is, for this name, every single time we dip into the dang 10 exponential subsequent to 1150, we've bounced off. So this one, you know, if you're trying to put the odds in your favor, the best entry, in my humble submission, is off that 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. On my charts, you'll always see it as that green solid line of the black chart. So it is, in fact, on both charts, even the white chart as well, you're going to see it as green. I always keep the color combination the same. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. No real new small cap gappers making their way onto the scene. I'm looking at my scanner on my top screen over here. Nothing to my liking. This all displeases me, as they're all very lightly traded or, you know, doing nothing. So no new small cap gappers de novo, guys, midday. We'll keep an eye out for some more. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, good stuff there. I seen somebody in the chat, Sharif, Menzi something, sorry, I forget your name and I don't want to mispronounce it. So you said, why don't we do some more lessons, etc. Well, we do, and I've seen that you're new sub too as well, so just keep in mind, thanks for the sub first of all, but check the first 15 minutes of Sharif and I's sessions. You'll notice that we have different topics and subjects every day. So one day I'm doing something on options or strategies, Sharif's doing indicators, his strategies, etc. And just watch the first 15 minutes of every midday show, because we have those lessons there for you. If you're looking for anything in particular with options or specific indicators, if you just type it into the search, the chances are you're going to find it. So just go back, watch the first 15 minutes of our sessions, and sure enough, you'll see that we have those lessons there for you. So hopefully you take advantage of that, because there's some really quality material. And I mean, this is years of experience. We've been doing this for a long time. I'm going into year 4 now as well too. So just really keep that in mind, folks. Yeah, exactly. So just everything we gathered, all the books, and there's just the screen time of experience is just kind of put into those lessons for you guys. So hopefully, I know a lot of people enjoy them. So hopefully you go back and look at those and gain something from them, because there's a lot of good material on that front there. So keep that in mind. Yeah, so guys, let's see what the overall market is. We are still slowly leaking to the downside. Meta is slowly cooled off, now forming a little bit of a consolidation phase. But as you can see, guys, these signals that I mentioned before, sometimes they don't work to exactly how you would expect them to, and that's totally fine. Just respect the price action, all right? you have those signals. Sometimes the pullbacks, when you're trying to catch this momentum to the downside, aren't that deep, right? And then you head back into the direction of the primary trend. So just keep that in mind. If you see those signals from a reversal standpoint, just keep in mind that it may not be as deep of a pullback or a full-on reversal as you're expecting. So just get those price targets, have your trade plan in place, and sure enough, you'll be able to execute time and time again and give yourself the ability to enter the trade multiple times if need be. Joe, Sharif, a good tool is to go back and watch all those old streams or go back and listen to times when big moves happen and how I could have managed better. No, exactly, Kyle, and that's the whole point. A lot of this is trial and error, and you just need to rinse and repeat and refine your system over and over again. This isn't a skill that can be acquired in a matter of months. It takes time, and it takes a lot of screen time. And with that is you only have so many hours a day to watch the market. So that's why I tell a lot of people, screen record or give yourself a platform that allows you to go back in past dates and practice execution, practice watching the tape, practice running days through and see when a bullish session can happen or a bear session, etc. So a lot to go through here with trading, and a lot of those options. Well, not here, Christopher. No, we don't trade options on the floor, so just not here. But yeah, again, no one ever uses the word mine. Thanks, iPhone. Yeah, exactly. There you go. But yeah, guys, here I'm out of XLF. We got stopped out break even here. I think I'm going to take another entry here on the TQs just because we put in this potential triple bottom and we had the inability to break these lows. So we're kind of in this consolidation phase that I'm going to look to try to take advantage of. I didn't catch the bottom of the range, or nor am I going to catch the bottom of the range right now. But again, we know that we have a definitive out, all right? So if we decide that we want to break this support, this resistance level, then I think this pullback can start to take place and we continue to move to the top side. But as of right now, that selling was extremely aggressive, right? So that momentum to the downside can still continue. This might just be a little consolidation phase before the market decides that it wants to take that second leg down. But as of right now, you can see that we held these levels extremely well. That's a positive sign for somewhat of a rebound here in the markets that have been selling extremely excessively. So let's take a look at some of the mega cap tech stocks here. And with Meta,
Wow, it
came all the way down. Yeah, so with the inability to create a new high there, Sharif, consolidation phase, and then boom, that momentum and that volume just stepped in, and sure enough, it sold off like the rest of the market. So help dragging the market down is Meta, NVDA, and AMD, Apple as well too. So the leaders are not leading today. They can't every day. This is the market, and if you're new to the market, you'll come to the realization that unfortunately we just don't go up every day like we have been.
It'd be nice.
Yeah, it would make things significantly easier, wouldn't it? So,
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Do you like disruptive technologies, i.e. Uber and all like the things that change?
Like innovative stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
So, GPS and internet obviously completely disrupted the taxi game. We've seen what Uber.
Yeah.
Remember
that video of the taxi guy in Toronto?
Oh, going after the Uber guy. I guarantee you he's driving an Uber now.
Absolutely.
We'll show you what we mean in a second, but it was a Toronto joke. But anyway, one of the industries I think that's ripe for disrupting, talking about networks. Ram, if you please. Elon, within a few years, SpaceX direct-to-cell capability will improve by more than an order of magnitude due to increased satellite count and improved technology. And he was obviously retweeting or reacting, whatever the hell it is, Starlink's post, which says SpaceX's first launch of 2024 deployed our first set of Starlink sats with direct-to-cell capability to help end cell phone dead zones. That's what's being used for initially. Today, the direct-to-cell constellation is nearly 10 times the size of all other operators pursuing similar capabilities combined. All right. So we all know Rogers, let's just speak in American terms over here. Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint. I don't know. I think that they're the same company now. Whoever else, you guys have Cricket or whatever down there. They spend huge amounts of CapEx, Joseph, to build out these towers, to build out the infrastructure. We all know there's another a REIT
a real estate investment trust called American Tower. They own the land or large swaths of land where companies, these telecom companies use to build their towers off. This could be insanely disruptive to them. Imagine, a cell phone that really didn't lose a signal wherever you went. And if they can compete on price, that's key, right? Decidedly changes the game. And then you can say, Verizon can throw up their own satellites. AT&T can throw up their own satellites. Really? You want to compete with the rocket company who has the direct way into space? There's no way you outcompete them.
No, I don't think. No, I couldn't agree more with you, Sharif, on that front. So disruptive, absolutely, it can be. And from a landscape here, we don't have as many cell phone providers as the states do, right? So you got Fido, Telus, Bell, and Rogers, and then we got a couple other lower ones, but they all use the same networking and underground infrastructure, right? So one's just using another's cable, paying them whatever royalty they have on that front. So again, I think this can be disruptive, especially you hear on the radios here in Toronto, Sharif. Have you heard that ad of like, do you want more communication services other than just Bell and Rogers?
100%. I think all Canadians want.
Exactly.
They've had it up to here with those two, right?
Well, it's a monopoly.
It is.
Exactly. So it's a monopoly. I think that came in with Pierre. Trudeau. Yeah, exactly. So he signed something along those lines that just allowed these two companies to essentially operate.
Hopefully they can get something done and bring prices down, but I think this is really the vision of the future.
Well, Canada pays amongst a bunch of other countries like the highest for cell phone bills. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we pay a lot. I think we pay our highest a lot in a lot of aspects.
We're horrible.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Eddie R, I love this. Here we go with the We Love Elon section. Yeah, look, bro, I'm not going to ever lie to you. You know exactly how I feel about that. And so I'm never going to mislead you and tell you that I feel this way about Elon when I actually don't. Big spile. So will Starlink be our new cell phone provider? Just use phone over Wi-Fi service. You can call people for free over apps like IG Center. I know, Big Spile, but if you're out and about doing your job, working with metal, and you're not around a Wi-Fi signal, what are you supposed to do? You just rely on Wi-Fi? Oh, there he is.
Oh, whoa.
How are you? Randy, I'm so excited to have you back. I wanted to show you this. I'm going to send it to Ram so everybody else can see it as well. But this is Juniper. Hold on. We've got to go over here. This is Juniper, Randy. So there was a video of it in Texas, and now we've got official confirmation that they're testing it near Fairmont as well. And so you won't be able to see. Thank you, Katina, man. I do appreciate that. Always on time. Obviously, you can see they're covering it. Ram, I'm going to send this to you so you can show it to everybody, because it's kind of lame that I'm showing it to Randy and you're not showing it. So here we go. I sent it to you, Ram. Thank you. With the front covered and the back covered, obviously. But why I'm even showing this and why this is important is because they're all coming out at one time, right? All the videos coming out one time, which leads me to believe, I want to get your opinion on this. Are we getting closer to the release date? Because they're all starting to make their way onto the road, whereas before we weren't seeing them. There was really nothing.
So they have to.
Ram, you got it? Oh, she's setting it up. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they've got a prototype test. They've got a crash test. They've got to do road testing. They've got to do quality test, NVH, noise, vibration, harshness. There's a million tests they got to do. Am I good?
I think you're good. Yeah, they would have told you. They would have told you, yeah.
So at some point, they've got to leave the test track, leave the test facility, and put them on the road. Okay, they dress them up to hide the front and rear fascias, but honestly, do you think they're going to look drastically different than the front end and the rear end of the Model 3 or the Highland? No.
No, I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be similar to the what's it called? What was the code name for the Model 3?
Highland.
The Highland, okay, yeah.
So
they're saying interior lighting as well.
Yeah, the yoke steering wheel versus the round one. Yeah. These are incremental upgrades. I mean, look at the Model S. How old's the Model S?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's
I'm
almost
surprised
as old as me.
it hasn't been replaced, or the Model X. Like, they've made incremental changes. The screen has been gone from vertical to portrait. The yoke came in. Yeah. They added the screen in the back, right? For the passengers in the back. They've done some stuff, but agree with you completely. the outside of the body, unless you can tell. What would they have? Version 5 hardware, version 3 hardware. You can tell because the camera slots are a little bit different on those.
And the camera resolution is slightly better. These are incremental upgrades. This is not a revolution, it's an evolution of the existing models. And you've got to, most auto manufacturers refresh models every 4 years.
And Tesla doesn't do that.
Right.
They make it a specific point. What are we going on a decade now with no Model S, no Model X revamp?
Yeah, exactly.
We're close.
And the S doesn't sell anywhere near like the Model 3 and Y, which is why they're getting the focus, why they're getting... You can't hear me?
Really? Oh. Ram.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, again, this is an evolution. It'll happen at some point. Will we see a whole boatload of them on the road in a month? No. By the end of the year, you'll see a few buzzing around. And
I thought you'd be more ambitious than that. I thought it'd be like Q2, Q3 of 25.
Don't forget where we are.
No, we're not going to see him here. We never see anything first here.
Probably end of the year.
The Cybertruck.
End of the year.
We started getting deliveries after all 50 states got their deliveries, right? Canada was like that.
It was one of my
51st state, right?
It's one of my town now.
Yeah, really?
My little Whoville. Oh, yeah.
I love Whoville.
Some guy bought
Lives
one.
in the boonies.
The boonies. We like it up there.
All right.
So, like I said, it's just time. Every other manufacturer that has a model that does volume does it every 4 years with a minor styling update or feature update every 2 years. And at the end of 4, they refresh. It's either a major refresh or a completely new design. Tesla doesn't do that. So, whatever.
You heard it here first. Randy.
Yo.
Not excited possibly about the model. Did I show you this? I'll show you this off camera, but this is the what's it called? I'll show it you from the side. This is Waymo crashing into a delivery vehicle. You know those things that deliver pizzas? The Waymo smashed into the delivery vehicle. I showed that on the show on Tuesday.
The Waymo crash.
Randy's rants of the Midday show.
Oh, yeah,
We love having
Randy's
him on every
rant.
time he comes on, baby.
I heard someone say the Randy runover. You run over with a car, right?
All right, man. All right, guys. I'm not sure what the... What was this hate, guys? What's going on?
There's no hate there.
All right, guys,
baby.
let's have a look back at VSTM and bang. We'll take out that move through 46. Pleased about this one. We've been waiting on this one. VSTM looking a lot better than QSI off that VWAP bounce and pop. It is now at the $0.50, and we know that $0.50 can be an area of psychological resistance. I'm talking about VSTM small cap gapper de jour breaking through that 50 penny area momentarily, but it's this one that's boring me to no end. QS dang guy, we got the fill at the third of a dollar, but that's as good as we could do, and right back down it goes into that fifth, a quarter of a dollar. That's where we're long. We're long at that $0.25 for a VWAP hold, and again, it's coming back into it with no continuity. You know, but it doesn't change my trade. My trade in this one is based off VWAP. So if VWAP holds, it's incumbent upon me to stay in the trade because I got into it for VWAP and I'll get out of it because it gives up VWAP. So we'll pack our patience here on QS dang I and see exactly what's going on over there, Katina man.
It's like, wow.
He wants to show you his shorts. All right, Katina man, there it is. The Katina man has been doing an absolute fight with NVIDIA at these levels. No, you can show his positions there. There we go. He's obviously, Katina man, the top end of that range, what price is that? 140? 136.36. So he's established a range there. And I love it because Katina Man's range trading here. We always see the Katina Man, Dara's clapping. I love it. We always see the Katina Man taking these big moves on the open and on the close of the show. Doesn't mean he can't range trade midday when it is appropriate to do so. So shout out to you, brother. Great trades there. Joseph, what do you got?
What shorts is he wearing? I know. He's short stock. Oh, yeah. I mean, Sharif, I just punched out a TQs here. We came to that bottom of that range. As you can see, I bought the top here, which isn't the best idea. So that's why we just get out of here. If we're selling Katina Man short NVDA, the market is continuing to sell. You don't want to fight the trend. You're not going to try to catch this falling knife. continuously trying to press these longs that aren't working. It's time to join the trend. Are we going to make that second leg down? Only time will tell here, folks. As of right now, it's looking like it's going to be the case, but we have some news with Adara.
Not news, just a quick little update here on the US dollar. We talked a little bit about this bull flag on the daily chart on Tuesday, and man, has that come to fruition. Look at this breakout today on the DXY on the daily chart. A little bit of economic data today, including a lower than expected initial jobless claims print and a higher than expected S&P PMI print. We also had a construction spending print that was a bit lower than expected as well, so flat on a month-over-month basis compared to an expected increase of 0.3% and a previous increase of 0.4%. So we're almost at 110 here, currently trading around 109.3s on the DXY. But here's the thing we all really want to look at. What are we thinking with regards to rate cuts at the next meeting? Our next FOMC meeting or announcement is going to be on January 29th, 2025. And we have about 88.8% of participants expecting that there will be no cut. That's basically in line with a lot of the talk we were getting at the FOMC meeting, which was a lot more hawkish than we were expecting. Fed speakers that have spoken since that meeting on December 18th have also been a bit hawkish. But here's the interesting thing. If you zoom in here and look at the changes here on a month-over-month and weekly basis, we actually have a bit of a return here and people expecting there could be a cut. So before the last meeting, we had 11.8% of participants expecting the cut. Then this number dropped. Now we're actually seeing 11.2% of participants expecting this cut. Likewise, the amount of people expecting no cut has actually gone, of course, it's gone up. Now it's trying to go down a little bit as well. So we're going to have to wait and see, but it could look like we're seeing a little bit less of a hawkish take now than we were about a week or a month ago. So keep an eye here on this CME FedWatch tool. It's a really great way to gauge sentiment heading into these FOMC rate decisions, especially now that we're potentially in a bit of a cutting cycle. Let's see if that cutting cycle continues on January 29th. Back to you.
I'll go. Great look there. Guys, I want to show you guys the strength of the amazing USD to CAD. And I'm obviously saying that very sarcastically. Guys, we are almost at pandemic dang highs. This is what happened in February and March of 2020. We all remember that. We got to 146. Guys, we are knocking on the door of 145. Holy cow. I mean, our dollar could be very soon worth half.
Yeah, that's a tough look.
Yeah, it is a tough look, dude. And it's just like, I don't even want to
dude.
visit my sister anymore.
No, the conversion rate isn't.
No, you get creamed on that.
Yeah, well.
So the USD and the CAD, obviously, killing. We're getting killed over here now. Obviously, for exports, Canadian exports, this is fantastic, right? Because other companies, or the countries, buying with stronger currency can buy your products for cheaper. So it does good for exporters. But if you're importing anything, and I'll submit to you, we import the majority of our food in the winter from the States, it's a bit of a tougher look. It's going to cause food inflation, despite the fact that there's no actual food inflation. It's currency inflation affecting food, Joseph, but we got to pay a bill.
Hey, pay some bills, guys. eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. eSignal. eSignal. Beautiful stuff there.
I was the 51st state comments after.
No. Yeah, well, hey, man, at this point, we'll take it. But speaking of global markets, Shreve,
yes, sir.
We're talking about currency. So what do? I type into Copilot, and I want to know the top 15 strongest currencies. We are sitting at 11th, which isn't horrible, but the top being the Kuwaiti dinar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Top.
Well, I mean, the Middle East, they have obviously
they have all the oil,
resources
exactly,
to back up their currency, whereas ours It's not backed up by anything.
No. But well, again, we mentioned this before too. As the Bank of Canada continues to cut interest rates, that's going to weaken the Canadian dollar as well too.
Because think about it, right? You're cutting rates. Why? Because you're showing a weakening economy.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you're not cutting rates. That's number one. Number two, money that was hanging out in Canadian bank accounts no longer wants to hang out there because it's not paying a coupon worth paying. They're going to hang out where the coupon is, and that's down south.
Exactly.
Right? Because the rates are still higher there.
Exactly.
So, it's just that's the way it is, and take it or leave it kind of situation. All right, guys, VSTM breaking through the $0.50 here, and let's see how many outs we have left on this monster. We only got one more, so I got to be quite choosy with where I get out. I'm going to let this one cook. We only have about 28 minutes left on the show. I'd like to see if this one is able to get about that $0.50 area. I'm talking about VSTM. Doing the dance right now with that $0.50 QSI. It was displeasing me. Now I'm okay with it a little bit because it's bouncing off VWAP for the umpteenth time, and by extension of that 3 1/5 area. Let's see if it's able to get up into that 3 1/3. That's where I'm waiting, holding a bit of a bigger position on this one. So let's wait possibly above that 40 penny area if this one really squeezes. I'm talking about QSI up 22.5%, a quantum name. Quantum has been in vogue, hence why this one is up. It's got no specific catalyst for it himself. I see you there, West, y'all. Neto coming down, absolutely coming down. We're going to get to the Katina Man's trade in a hot second, but NITO, this one finally, West, y'all, breaching the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 for the first time since 12:05 today. I'm not even, sorry, since 11:50. So that's the last time we were actually printing below and printing lower lows and lower highs now. Let's see what it does at that buck, right? It's an entirely different trade north and south of $1. So I'd like to see if, number one, breaches a 20 on a closing basis. And if it does it move up into that dollar? I should tell you that VWAPs are around 86 pennies. So there's that dollar, but there is also that 86 penny area. So keep your eye out on that. I'm going to continue to keep my eye on QSI. Rigetti. Okay, I see you, Rigetti. Rigetti is in a holding pattern at the moment, but a respectable holding pattern because it keeps holding off VWAP. It's putting in lower highs. So that should be concerning, especially if you're looking from this candle over here at 1245 onwards, every successive high lower than its predecessor. But we've also got on the other side of the coin, higher lows if you're basing it again off that 1 p.m. candle. So a bit of a compression pattern, but the trend that preceded the compression was a downward move. So the textbooks say the likelihood of this one resolving to the downside are higher than it resolving to the upside. That is because the trend that preceded it was down. We're talking about a compression pattern, kind of like a bear pennant above VWAP though. So a bit of a conflicting look there. So that's all I'm looking at right now. VSTM, QSI, those are the only two trades I've got on. I'm interested in NITO if it does pop right back into that level. Ron Campbell. Canada becomes a state, I may move there for a cooler weather and fish and hunting. We got that in spades, baby, but we ain't going to become the 51st state, I can promise you that. What we can entertain is some sort of economic union, and I mentioned this on Tuesday before we went, we had New Year's. Kevin O'Leary talking about visiting Mar-a-Lago to speak with the Orange Man about exactly that. Whether or not he has any binding power, he's still got to come speak to the future PM here. It's not going to be the current PM that we have. He's on the way out. And it's going to be a new government probably in the spring, at latest in the fall. That's the situation we have in Canada. But O'Leary's obviously, he doesn't have any power to bind Canada. But there could be something afoot. Who knows?
I was going to ask you this, and maybe you'll be able to touch a little more light on it than I'll be able to. So Canada had substantial population growth over the past couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
How come that hasn't been reflected in the GDP?
It has. It boosted. If we didn't have those people come in, you can bet your bottom dollar we would have been in negative GDP.
Okay, so back
That's
to back.
the only reason we even maintained balance, Joseph.
Yeah.
And that was a strategic move on their part. Instead of actually allowing growth internally by increasing productivity, they chose to bring in more people from outside to kind of counteract that. That ain't the move, bro.
No. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I was curious because...
So I get a little passionate about this.
No, absolutely. But that's a great question, and rightfully so you should, because we live here. We've lived the majority of our lives here. I know you were in the UK for a little while, and I realized that's why you like Jaguar.
Hey, and I like Arsenal.
Yeah, and you like
Arsenal.
Arsenal.
I watch the EPL,
exactly.
Right? It's only my stint in England.
No, I was curious on that, but I thought it would reflect more just due to the population growth that we've had over. Because again, we've been population growth outpacing the growth in the housing market, etc. So again, that's why we had a lot of inflation here as well, too, folks. So yeah, I was just curious. I'm glad you touched on that.
Yeah,
so,
no, that's a great question because it's something that was obviously an issue, and they had that in their mind. That's why they executed the way they executed.
Yeah, good look there. But yeah, Sharif, man, again, we popped in some TQs here, folks. Again, we're just holding these levels. So I'm curious if we're going to get that pop or it's that second leg to the downside, right? So as of right now, it's looking like that might be the case, that we're going to continue to move to the downside. We have these lower highs, which is slightly alarming. I said I wasn't going to go for another stab, but we had, as soon as I punched out, sure enough, it decides that it wants to bounce again. So we're really, really holding the 77 level here on the TQs and the overall market. So I'm really curious to see if these mega caps decide that they want to turn around. NVDA is starting to trade at the top of the range, as well as Meta and as well as the SPY too, folks. So did we get stopped out? Yeah, I think we got stopped out on our SPY trade. So that's unfortunate. But guys, yeah, 3 in a row. But hey, it is what it is. But let's see what's going to happen here. Is that selling done? Has that momentum waved out to the downside? And are we going to slowly just have somewhat of a cover rally here in the overall markets? That's what I'm looking to participate in here. And sure enough, we are heading back into those resistance zones. So we need to assess the situation. Are we going to head back within the range? Or is that volume starting to step in on the lower time frames, giving us that ability to break through those key resistance levels and then potentially pull back a little deeper than what we're expecting and recover some of that of these losses that we had in that sell-off earlier, all right? So QQQ hammer on in the 15. Yeah, let's take a look. I like that idea. Hammer on the 15 at the lows. Let's take a gander at that. Yeah, and multiple of them, guys. So as you can see, we decide the sellers push price down, but then buyers are just continuing to push it back up, forming these hammer candles at extreme lows. So yeah, let's see. That's a positive signal for us. There's no doubt about that. So we'll continue to monitor. If we break these, then that's going to be really positive for this trade. Other than that, we just have to keep those risk measures in place. If we break it to the downside, we're at a dodge, and then we reassess the situation. A couple stabs at it, it's not working. We're about 2 for 2 on this thesis. So again, we go 2 for 1 actually. But again, so let's see what happens. Being really patient, that volume is starting to step in. We are forming lower highs, slightly alarming, but I do like the buying pressure at these levels here, Sharif.
Absolutely fierce and fiery. Love that name. And shout out to LVB. I'm going to get to OCC in 1 second. But LVB, I was asking me earlier, Joseph, did you guys say earlier that during the show you don't do options, just equity trading? And I agreed. I said, yeah, we're supposed to get access hopefully soon to 0 days to expiry options, 0 DTE, but we haven't quite yet. When we do, obviously we'll be doing it. But Joseph does an options lesson twice a week, and he did one today. The beautiful thing about YouTube is you can rewind right to the beginning of the show. Joseph, Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday, excuse me. Tuesday and Thursday doing options lessons. So if you're into that options life, you know exactly what the schedule is and when to look out for that. LVB goes on to say, even during the morning show, are Sean and Neil doing options trading or equity? Only equity for now. Again, Real Trading, which is our prop firm, gonna be getting 0 days to expiry options, but we don't have an ETA on that yet, but it is coming. And so we will let you know.
That'll be a lot of fun trading those 0 DTE, but we know that they can get extremely volatile, folks. So again, if you're new to options trading, don't start messing around with the 0 DTE. It can get ugly, even though they're a defined risk, right? So you can only lose the premium that you pay for them, but you can lose it faster than that.
All right, guys. I see you, Amr QSI going. I know I'm waiting. I just got the print at 35s. Now I'm waiting at 42. So QS dang I going. The spiled one. Sharif, the Katina man trading 0 DTE in the afternoon or Qs or SPY, he gonna clean up. He cleaning up anyway, bro. You know that. He's printing up storms on that. You know what? So shout out to the Katina man. He's not at his desk right now, but yeah, totally can see that happening, baby. All right, what else we got over here? I see you guys. By the way, guys, I got to tell you, over the past few days, the engagement has been fantastic in the chat, man. We've been seeing people that we never see commenting, and you know, obviously we're going to expand the subject matter of things that we talk about, but I'm absolutely loving the engagement. I was talking to Chilean Nightmare on Tuesday about engagement. Looks like it was up as well, so really happy about that. And you know, that's the beautiful thing about this whole thing during the 3-hour midday show is things a little bit more chill. We can talk about some things that the big boys can't really cover because there's really no time on the morning show because everything's kind of in flux and people are trading and it's very serious. So throw whatever comments you guys have in the chat. You'd be surprised the subject matter that people are willing to engage in here, and we could not be more happier. So love you guys and do appreciate all the participation.
A lot of new names today.
A lot,
like
and
a
on
lot.
Tuesday as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Seeing a lot of new names, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
And a case in point here, Roving One. Never seen that name before. Been on the show over 2.5 years.
Many. Yeah, exactly.
What is he saying? This is all fun until volatility explodes. Be careful. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You make sure you are using sound risk management so that you can have an account with which to trade. Otherwise, you know, you're just not gonna. So that's a look there. All right, let's take, VSTM, I don't have any more outs except one, so I will wait until there's $0.5 breaks, but VSTM right back into that 6.5 area. QSI as well, did work in the 40s, kind of coming back into mid-30s. I'm waiting at 42s on QSI. The high of the day is 60, so we'll see if this one wants to run up. I've got a few more outs here on QSI, Rogelio, Concepcion saying RVSN. Another one we've been talking about multiple times here on the How to Trade during the midday show. Let's load it up, RVSN. Let's see what the situation is with this bad boy. Big move for it today. This is the weekly. Let's flip to the 5. Yeah, okay. It's had an okay day. It's up 8%. It's off VWAP. It's very range bound. Rogelio, I'd be honest with you, I'd be looking at 2 1/3 rejection because that's what it's done all day. Moving into that 2 1/3, 235 area and then drops back down, breaches VWAP maybe into that 215s, 220s. No breakout trade for me. I'll keep an eye out on that one. What else we got, you guys, in the chat? Escape Planet. Sharif, I've been paying attention to your rules. Can you explain more regarding the definable pre-market high rule? Maybe an example. Fantastic question. So what I mean to say by that is if it was not trading in the pre-market in the way that, you know, you would expect a small cap gapper to trade, which is quite volatile, right? Then you've got, let me see if I can pull up something here rather than trying to wax poetic about it. VSTM is taking out highs, local highs, by the way. Let's see if VSTM was trading in the pre. Okay, this is exactly it. VSTM was doing bupkis in the pre. Look at how sparsely traded the pre-market is. This is 4 a.m. and then this over here is 9:30. That's the opening bell. VSTM has no definable pre-market high. I would not categorize VSTM as having a definable pre-market high. Let's look at, though, at some others. I think SPCB did. No, this one didn't either. Let me keep looking. I think Rigetti was probably 3. Let me keep looking here. Nitto, maybe? Nitto? Yes, there we go. Nitto's got one. All right. So look at this. Nitto's doing volume, right? These candles over here, starting at 810, you had 3.5 million on this candle. These are 5-minute candles, by the way. This one had 2.1 million shares. This one had 6 1/3. These are all every 5 minutes. So this had a definable pre-market high. That definable pre-market high on NITO, 55 pennies. But look what it did right there at 9:55. It took that pre-market high. That would have been my cue. All right, now it's above that pre-market high, above 55 pennies. NITO, I can get in. So if it has a definable pre-market high, it has to be trading above there. If it didn't have a definable pre-market high because it was doing bupkis volume in the pre, then that rule is kind of foregone. You have to be looking above the volume weighted average price. That's it. And that makes sense, right? Because if a new stock, a new small cap gapper shows up on my scanner at 11:30, by definition, it wasn't trading in the pre-market. It got its volume midday. So you can't have that rule for something that wasn't trading in the pre. But if it did have volume like this one did, I just showed you 7 million shares on this 8:35 candle. This was obviously trading in the pre. Then I would only be interested in it after the bell if it was above that 55 penny area because that is the pre-market high. I hope that helps. All right, AR31.
Sharif, Joe, AVI from France. Bonsoir, monsieur. Parlez-vous en français? Oui, on peut.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
because, you know,
Wow.
this is Canada, bro. It's a dual language, my boy. Yeah, it's a dual language. Hey, I'm not the one whose last name is LePage, though. Let me just tell you that. Bang. Edited, Dara.
Bang.
All right, so, yeah, we speak a little bit French, but we speak Quebecois, right? It's not like, you know, that Parisian French. We got that... I don't know, you guys don't speak well about Quebecois. Anytime I speak to like a person from France or any other, like even African countries that speak French, they're like, what is this?
What is this French
concoction you guys got going on here? It's like half English, half French, right?
English, yeah, well.
And so, yeah, it's not really well talked about.
Yeah, well, grade 9 was the end of my French. I'll tell you that real quick.
Yeah. Everybody's putting up their hand. Who was that hitting the bags? Was that you, Ram?
Yeah, everybody was done in grade 9.
That was you. That was Neil. Neil's
Neil
like,
was-
he did not, because the way it is.
Neil was done in grade 9 too, eh?
Right, yeah.
Is that
Did you have to take it from grade 4 onwards?
Yeah,
So grade 4 to 9.
Grade 9, boom, done, out, see ya.
I started in grade 4.
I know significantly more Spanish than I do French, unfortunately, and excuse my ignorance, to be
That's
honest.
okay.
Yeah.
Whatever, bro. What's wrong with French? Oh, what's wrong with Spanish?
No, nothing
right?
at all. Nothing at all.
Exactly.
But Sharif,
Yes,
one
sir.
thing I want to touch on here real quick is someone Hoop Love Basketball. All right, he's like, is this entertainment guessing on trades or what's the strategy? Well, what you got to understand is that there is no one strategy. Sharif's been doing this since the pandemic, right? I've been doing this just a little after the pandemic. Sean trades different. Neil trades different. There is no one specific strategy. This is what we have come up with over years and years of trading. Sean and Neil especially more. They've been doing this for a long time.
A minute,
They don't,
man.
and their styles of trading are not exactly the same. Is there similarities? Absolutely. But there's no one specific strategy. Just keep that in mind. You need to build your own strategy. From a pattern recognition standpoint, you need to sit in front of these screens day after day, month after month, year after year to define your strategy. There is no one specific strategy, all right? So just keep that in mind. So hopefully that helped answer your question. Yeah, Adam DeLu, Spanish is a good one. I'm always there. I'm always over there in Mexico and DR, so I'm just trying to learn a little bit more. I don't have anymore.
I love these comments.
Yeah, a lot of, and you mentioned this before. There's so many new names in the chat today. Maybe it's because of the new year, people are getting into trading than what we usually see. But guys, continue to participate, especially if you're new. Ask those questions, because the chances are, if you have that question to ask, there's a dozen or multiple other people who have the exact same question as you. So not only are you doing yourself a disservice by not asking, you're also doing other people one as well too.
Go.
So exactly. So just keep that in mind there, folks. What I was looking at here is the cues. We are still trading in this consolidation range, Sharif.
Okay.
That momentum to the downside was extremely strong. So I don't know if we're going to get those buyers to step in today. As of right now, even though we are holding the bottom of that range, it doesn't look like that buy program wants to step in just yet. I think that we will really be able to definitively tell if we want to recover those losses from earlier is that we're going to break those key resistance levels around 508, and then that momentum and volume is going to step in where we can get that push towards the volume weighted average price, all right? I always talk about elasticity in the volume weighted average price as well too, folks. So as you can see, it was broken multiple times, especially with that momentum to the downside and the volume supporting that. So you guys know that I'm really keen on volume and price analysis. The correlation is extremely important in my style of trading. So hopefully you have the ability to adapt that as well too, and that can help you kind of assess the situation and say, are we ready to turn around, or are we going to continue in the exact same aspect? Juan Wick, let's go, my guy. This show is legit. Respect.
You saw that? Look at this guy, bro. He's
Well,
kind.
dang, you know what I mean? Exactly.
Appreciate
No,
that.
Respect to you. No, thank you, Juan.
Yeah,
I see you in the chat all the time as well too. And the regulars that we have, Hal R, we have Darwin, we have Kyle, we have Pretty Panda, we have Havana and Nick W. All those people that are consistently
John
in the
Van Saunders.
John especially
Jay Lee.
Jay Lee. Just and you know what? Great community, great people. You guys can talk amongst yourselves as well too, and ask yourselves questions. Talk about what's going on in the overall market, because that's what we do here every day on a day-to-day basis, guys. So it's
your boy?
What do you say?
Max got married.
Yeah, I know, eh?
Yeah.
That's not. Oh, Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast. These
Mr.
guys were
Beast.
serious. These guys were thought you were serious. Yeah.
Where's
Dude,
the Lambo? Can we get the Lambo?
Get the Lambo.
Listen, man,
You get
around here,
hey,
bro.
did you see the? I guess I know you don't
There
watch
he
too much.
is.
You don't watch too much TV, but the Mr. Beast games.
Oh, you heard the one he had in Toronto? Somebody got hurt.
Oh, did he
yeah,
have
he's
one?
getting sued.
Oh yeah.
You know Downsview, that huge airport, Downsview
Is that
Airport?
when they did the-
That's where they
the
did the
sling
Mr.
into the
the
water
Beast
or
games. I don't know. I didn't see because I don't watch the show, but
Lost the eye, right?
yeah,
The Mr.
Tina,
Beast.
man, he
No,
had
not the one in
Downsview.
Toronto. No, Mr. Beast games is different. Like not the one in Toronto. Mr. Beast games is an actual. Yeah, on Amazon. Yeah, so that's a totally.
okay.
Yo, this guy is talk about revolutionary. This kid is a genius.
Oh God, yeah,
Absolutely,
Yeah,
he's an
this
absolute
next level.
Yeah,
dude.
he's an
Next level
absolute
dude, yeah.
genius in what he does, man. He's been
100%.
and it's so entertaining. Like a $5 million cash prize. I don't think we've ever seen that in any type of game. So
No, did you see
yeah.
the latest one he's got? So he's got 2 pilots.
Yeah.
They're both certified pilots. He bought 2 different jets, both jets, not airplanes, like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
actual jets. Like private jets,
yeah,
right? With
oh,
turbine
okay.
engines,
Yeah, but
right?
even so,
and he
it's
put them, he's like, you can spend 100 days. If you spend 100 days inside the airplane, you
Mm-hmm.
keep the airplane. Now, you can have the option of flying the airplane to different areas, but you got to be inside it, or you can just stay on the tarmac for 100 days.
Yeah, I
the
think
point
that-
is, though, if you last 100 days, you keep the airplane. You know what he does, too? All the money he makes from the videos that YouTube pays him, he throws it right back into the show,
Right back
right?
in. Dude, this guy
Reinvesting
built
the
the whole.
surplus product.
Yo, in the Mr. Beast games, this guy built a whole community.
Oh
Yeah, and he's done it before. Like the
intense,
kid is a genius, man. Guy's
Let's
a
see what people are
genius,
saying
bro.
here in the chat. We don't have much time left. Joe, Sheree thought Mr. Beast got in trouble. Okay, yeah, no, he didn't. He has nothing to do with the diddler. Adam DeLuce, someone saw Mr. Beast in a drive-thru and bought his coffee. He then went on to buy everyone's order for the rest of the day. That is nice, man. I like that.
Yeah.
That's respectful.
What's it
Shout out
called?
to Mr.
A
Beast.
philanthropist.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah,
He's
so-
doing things. All right, guys, we got the beak wetter there on QSI at 42s. I've still got a couple of more outs on this one, so I'm going to layer another order over here. We're going to sit in front of 350. So we're going to sit at 49s. What's life without whimsy? We're going to sit there at 49, see if this one can curl back up. I'm keeping an eye on VSTM, though. This one is coming back down. I've got a lot of room for my entry and where the price here on VSTM is, but if I get up and this one's not above that 660 area, I should have been taking it out at around 660, but we were having a good time, and I didn't have a profit taker. So I'm going to let this one cook, or we're going to take out, I'm going to put a trailing stop below that 635 area. That'll be my line in the sand, Joseph. But it is now 2 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. It's a quick 2 today. And
quick
we're
two.
going to have to send you, obviously, to the big kahunas who are right next to us. Joseph and I will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Boys, take it over.
Adios.
We were just,
All right, welcome.
we were just talking about the Squid Games there.
Yeah, Sean was telling me about
Mr. Beast
No,
games,
the
sorry.
the Beast game.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah. I just
I
realized.
haven't seen it. I got to find the chat to get into it. I realized we were sort of just chatting away.
It's a good one.
And then this guy's talking about Max is married. I'm like, what?
No, but you
Max
didn't.
is-
You
no,
didn't give the precursor.
What's
to
so
this.
weird about this is, like, obviously, for those of you that don't know,
Gotta keep
Max
to this.
traded on the floor here.
Yeah, here
on
he
the
is.
Show,
where
and
is
there
he?
was a moment when these guys are talking about Max getting married. Sean and I were literally just discussing a former trader that I found out over the weekend, over the holidays, and got married. Like, he was former manager on the floor. So it was just like this weird, sometimes the world feels like
Can't
a
believe
simulation
that guy was
moment.
a manager. That's hilarious.
Yeah, like he was, how long was he manager on the floor?
trials and tribulations.
No, before Brank,
No,
this was like
don't.
years and years ago.
We never mentioned him on the show. He
No,
actually.
because he preceded the show. He preceded.
No, but remember,
Didn't he? Or wait a minute.
there was a couple times, but he wanted to go with an alias and all that.
Oh no, I'm wrong.
He's too famous for
Before
the
we
show.
came to YouTube, and it was an internal show. He did host when it was an internal show. That's what it was. But he didn't want to go on in his own name.
There was something like that.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta find the chat.
This is not my real name either, so it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you don't want to let those.
My name is-
You don't want to let everyone know.
Yeah.
You got to keep that on the down low, man.
Keep
I
on the
try.
down low. Keep
It's
on-
hard for me not to slip and give up what your real name is, Sean.
Yeah, Deshaun.
But, Deshaun?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that your? Yeah, I won't even go there.
It's like B. Aaron. Like my kid's name is Baron, so it's B. Aaron. That's one of the best skits of all time, the Key and Peele. Honestly, it's not even like. It's just like if you have some kind of a sense of humor and just. I wish I knew what it was called, and I wish I could show it. I'm not talking to.
No, it's a substitute teacher.
Oh, it's just called substitute teacher. Okay, so Google that. I believe there's 2 of them, maybe.
They do multiple. No, there's more.
Maybe
than
even
2.
3.
Yo,
yeah,
D-Nice.
Like, yeah, the girl's name is Denise, and it's just like, yo, man, who you playing? Balake? Yeah, that's Blake, right? Yeah.
What's so crazy about those
what
two
the hell
dudes?
are we doing?
You got to go back and watch, and we'll get to like some stocks in a quick second. You have to go back and see what they did on the original Mad TV. Like Key and Peele, like you could see, and anybody, if you watched Mad TV, you knew these two, they had it. Like they were clearly like 2 of the best cast members. Orlando Jones.
But I think what's his name, Peele or whatever, whoever's done those movies, they made a lot of.
Oh, dude, he can.
That guy killed.
He's a fantastic director. I think if you watch any of his horror films, which is weird because he's a really good horror director. So we're not in.
I didn't look at the last one. What was the last horror movie? Don't Look Up. No.
No, it was
Nope. Yeah, Leslie Nope.
If you haven't seen Nope, that's a really good one. So let's get to the market.
Have you seen it before?
Dude, I've seen every single. Yeah, I've seen.
Ask me if I've seen it.
Have you seen it?
Nope.
Okay. I'm laughing at it, Ramin. It doesn't matter.
Who is that,
if
Ramin?
Laughs at it. I'm laughing at it.
Set your own joke up, and then just get a fail right there. It's like my kids. My kids are always like, try to be funny, and it's just like, Dad, it's not funny. But my wife is like, it's kind of funny.
There was a moment when, I wish I remember some of these, but I was at my in-laws. We did like our Christmas with my family my parents on Christmas, and then the weekend, and over the weekend, we went up north to hang out with the in-laws. And you can't make this up. My father-in-law, like after dinner, he gets out a book, and everyone's just sort of chilling and having drinks, and he's literally reading a book of dad jokes.
Yeah, I have a book of dad jokes.
And we just sat there, and like none of them were funny, and he was just doing it for a half an hour, and it was very amusing.
That's the point of dad jokes. Is they're really not that funny.
Well, I
have a book of dad jokes too. Actually,
I have a Star Wars one that I should bring in.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, I said we get to the market.
I mean, you wouldn't think I have a book of jokes because these jokes that I keep throwing down are really bad.
I thought that last one was funny, the Nope joke.
It's not even a joke. That was just like
seen it. No.
Yeah, that was just like a off the cuff joke. Like, that's not even a joke. That's just like a real time reactive.
No, but there's a punchline. There's a setup.
Yeah, I guess it plays as a joke, but joke's more like knock knock. Like I don't have anything, so don't say who's there. But
I don't know any knock.
All right. Knock, knock, who's there? Oh, yeah, we're working January 9th. How about that?
Are we going to tell them what's up? Or we?
I don't know. I mean, does it look like I'm doing whatever I want to do?
No, we're working on a stream for you guys. I know the market's not open in observance of the passing of former President Jimmy Carter on the 9th. So it's next Thursday, a week from today. And so we're coming up, Brennan came up with an idea, and we're going to try and go with a bit of a top trade ideas 2025, and then we'll do a little Q&A action. So I think the idea is to come on about 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
we'll go.
Really? 9 o'clock.
I don't know if we have maybe there isn't a specific time. I don't know, but it's something along those lines. We'll take questions. It doesn't have
quarter
to be
after
9. I just threw out 9 because I think Brennan said 9.
I think. What was it? Quarter after 9? Was it just no?
Yeah, whatever.
We'll get it all figured out. But the idea is to get some engagement, be here, have some fun.
Exactly.
Half day sounds good. Maybe end 11 o'clock. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. We'll figure it all out.
I have to reschedule.
Just out of NVIDIA right now as it finally goes through the top. But okay, let's go over to Sharif. So we'll probably get to NVIDIA at some point, but there it is going through the top. So all right, Sharif, drop hotlines.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are in the house, are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But it's a subs-only chat, so you got to be liking, you got to be subscribing, and make sure to join us every day during the midday. All right, guys, let's have a look at the triple Qs over here, down 0.56 off the lows. It's the same
look for the ES, also down on the day, about 0.5 percentage point, with the other major averages down as well. Keep an eye out on that. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you. TSLA, Tesla having itself a tough day, 6% in the red right now, and that's not even as low as we went. Tumbling on Q4 deliveries that missed all expectations, whether it was analyst expectations or Tesla's guide for Q4. It missed and was below 500,000 vehicles. It produced about 459,000 and it delivered 495,000. So some leftover inventory from the previous quarter. So a bit of a tougher look, guys, on Tesla on the day, down 6%.
Guys.
A tale of
guys.
Gentlemen.
Oh, man.
It's funny, no one ever calls us gentlemen. It's always like the guys, the big kahunas, the boys.
Big kahunas, yeah, that's right. No, that's
which is weird. Like, we never. The only reason that I actually don't mind the big kahunas.
Short Google.
Google's not looking too good. Tesla's back at 380, by the way. Tesla, if it gets to VWAP again, is going to be a short. I think there's a vast difference between the pre-market and the open, and then the middle of the day. So in the pre-market, it was just short the pop, and then you had the flush into the open. But then on the way back up, it was bamboozlement on Tesla. Look, obviously the delivery numbers aren't good. I think this puts them in a little bit of a temporary penalty box here for Tesla. Down 6%. Down 6%. I'm smelling pastries. Anyways, if it gets to VWAP, I want to short VWAP again. We had the 384 just at lunchtime.
I only see a Dara back there.
Market good.
Pastries.
VWAP good. You don't smell that? So, Ramin just said she opened a Beaver Tails box and then says there's no way I could be smelling that.
I mean, that's obviously exactly what
Beaver Tails are a Canadian delicacy. So I think 380 looks like a little bit of a level here.
I can smell pastry, and we have like the finest pastries over there.
Beaver Tails are, if you've never had it, if you come to Ontario.
It's crazy.
It's like the one thing. I don't know, there's not really Canadian foods, but for desserts, it's Beaver Tails.
Like
poutine. It's poutine and Beaver Tails.
Right, yeah, you nailed it. That's
and then maple syrup.
Maybe some ribs, I don't know.
Well, I mean, ribs are everywhere.
Like moose, something, moose meat.
Anyways, I'll short Tesla VWAP.
What? You can use, I mean, moose. Yeah, there is. Okay, so just real quickly here. We've just got, let's go new position, just real quick here. It's like I smell pastries, and she's over there like with this beaver tail. I don't smell it. I mean, I don't smell, but I think maybe you're more the wafting.
Unless it's something else.
Okay, quickly here, Tesla. We'll just look. I mean, I was talking about this with Randy. We were all sort of on Tesla at the beginning of the day here. I think it was a no-brainer that you at least looked at it and tried to trade it, right? I mean, the deliveries were coming. We knew they were coming through. The problem with me today was this level right there. Like, just being stubborn with it. Like, despite knowing that deliveries were coming and despite all of that, we were still like, oh, let's see if it holds Friday's low, So there it is, right into the close. And yeah, no workout, and just kept on going. And you can see here, if we zoom in a little bit now and just take a look at that candle, we go there. Tesla numbers come out there at 9 o'clock, and it goes from 410. This is 1 minute, it loses $7. The very next minute, we go from 404 down to 394. That's $10 in that next minute. Okay, $10 in that next minute, and then that following minute after that, or 2 more minutes later, you're back down to 384 and change. So it does become a little bit of a disaster story there for Tesla. We're able to make some back, not all of it back, because this hit was just too fast, too quick. Like by the time we were able to make it down. Anyways, we did have a pretty big winner there. There was at one point over $20 in the money. It does bounce back. We got in and out once we took VWAP. And since then, VWAP's been king. It came back there, held it, and held it again. So I think if you're going to go short, you want to wait for 384 and change. But Tesla down 6%. I look at it and think it's a buying opportunity, to be honest with you. But I'd rather see it. Yeah, if the market loses steam again tomorrow, they probably come hunting for Tesla again. So I could see like 360 as maybe a buying area, but that's actually, it's not too far away now, actually, down here at 360. So we'll actually put Google back into our pipe here. Nice move downside. Watch out for this move. All right, let's go over Apple. Big enough tech. We could talk about Google and Apple, so let's go see the story there. But Tesla, good trade today.
Another one here, Sean, that's really bleeding at lows right now. Apple down over 3%. That is a big move for Apple. Don't get it twisted. 242 and a third right now. Shares trading lower after the company announced discounts of around 500 yuan. This is in China specifically for the 16 Pro and 16 Pro Max. The 16 model, as well as some others, the 14 and the 15, also qualify for a discount. A little bit less though, guys, at around 400 yuan. Just to give you some context, 500 yuan, around $70 US.
I mean, decent discounts, no questions asked. I mean, the market, look, man, price doesn't lie, so it doesn't matter what we might think about this news, because I know when I sat down today, I was like, I don't think this is that big of a deal. It was a late reaction because this was out obviously very early and nothing happened, and all of a sudden, technically, we broke down well before the open. This is actually before Tesla he'd even done the delivery number thing. So you had this early move down, and it was just continuation after continuation. My response to this was I just stayed away from Apple because my gut was telling, I kind of felt like this wasn't going to be that big of a deal, and I was pretty bullish on this to start the year. So I just backed away from it because it didn't make a lot of sense. That said, I like the 50-period moving average on stocks. And this is lining up for, we'll probably see this, I guess, maybe this week or next week. It's already Thursday. Look at this triple top on Apple. Like 237.5, 230. It's not really a triple top because technically speaking, it didn't really bottom out here. But this VWAP, this a 50-period moving average corresponds with the double top that you had in 2024 that broke out late. So I think this is an obvious buy zone if we get underneath 240 on Apple right down here at 237, 238. I don't know that we see that here today, but the market just... Actually weird. The market just bounced a little bit. I'm only in Unity Short, which at some point we'll go over. But BTC next. Apple, I'm probably gonna be on that bid if we get there tomorrow or next week at that 238 area.
And we interrupted before when we were talking about NVIDIA to talk about Apple or talking about Google. So there's Google. Nice little win here as it's starting to go. I still have Rigetti and Google. Those are the only two plays. Thank you so much, Jarhead, and one of the original traders when we used to have guest traders on. So here is this for you. We did have the Hydration Nation. I just had it up and I missed it. There it is. So he says HNY. So Happy New Year, my old friends. Not a stock. Hope it is an incredible, prosperous year for you and your entire TTL community. So yeah, thanks, Jarhead, for everybody, from us to you. Thank you so much and Happy New Year back at that Hydration Nation. Fruit salad and gains. 4 days. Oh, here, you want to, those of you that have never seen this before, there is your fruit salad animation. All right, so yeah, well, there's some fruit salad hanging around here right now. Look at this Google move. Good job to the downside as it hits the 200 period, and we just sit there and say, okay. All right, so for Apple, yeah, I agree with Neil. I had not looked at Apple yet today. What? Okay. 242 and change. Ay, caramba. We're starting to watch The Simpsons with my kids now, and it's just like, they don't know they don't know Bartman. Like, they don't do that anymore. There's no Simpsons. Like, they don't know that whole craze that there was. Like, they don't know the Eat My Shorts.
She won't watch it. It's like...
Yeah, it's all right. Like, my kids are older, but it's just like... Yeah. Marissa said to Barron's, like, Eat My Shorts or something like that. And he's just like, what the? Like, what's up with that? And we watched this Simpsons.
AO 24 away.
The countdown. That's like the Squid Game number, like, and then you say, all right, is that enough money to quit the game?
If I have you know what? I just started watching Squid Game. The second one, season 2, I should say. Takes them too long to get into it. So
who's going to hit the thing to 490?
Here's the thing. We got to get it to 490. I think that's reasonably doable this afternoon.
Doable this afternoon? I think it's doable in 3 minutes.
Do this.
What time is it now? 2:16?
It only takes 24 when we hit that 490 number. Of course, we'll do a little celebration. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Like,
I feel like that's not updating live.
I think when we started this in 2020 during COVID, like I don't think necessarily we realized how quickly it was going to grow. But that's all thanks to the fantastic community that we have.
Yeah, I thought it'd go faster. But
pat yourselves on the back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Did we just get it? Oh no. Okay.
No.
Okay, I was just playing around. Okay.
You should put it in the corner somewhere.
Google just took some more out there in the 60s. Okay, now I'm going to be obsessed with that. So let's go, man. I mean, you guys got to hit that. Anybody watching? I mean, how many people are even watching right now? Let me pull this down. Right here it is right now. 400. 81. All right, 4,276 watching right now, 82. What did I just see right there? Well, I think it went the other. There it is, 472. I forgot to hit the like button. All right, hit the like button as well, like I just did on purpose to demonstrate to you guys there. All right, so 1981. So we'll get that going. 19 more, Neil.
Well, I know it's, don't be that person, because what... Where it's like, I'm going to hold
I know
on.
a way to
Just
get it
do
up there.
now.
If we throw it to Sharif, the likes are probably going to go crazy. So let's do that right now, and we'll see.
Put me on the spot there, Sean. All right, guys, maybe this good news will help move the needle. Bitcoin at day's high, breaking through 97,500. Good recovery for a Bitcoin, completely trading counter to the overall market. So keep your eye on that if you're looking for strength. Bitcoin strong right now. And IBIT also up 4 2/3. And listen to this, guys. BlackRock's ETF, which debuted last year, has become the most successful exchange-traded fund launch in history, with quite a bit of money coming into this one. So IBIT, BlackRock, ETF up 4 2/3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you consider, like, well, I guess they're just measuring that by like dollar volume. But whatever. I think you should have like some kind of metric of like the performance is going to matter relative to the volume, and then consider how long like the underlying has been around, right? Like, I think it's a very unique situation, the ETS for Bitcoin versus some of the other ones. So like, it's probably not an apples to apples comparison. But I think there's a comparison that is also not apples to apples right now, and that is MicroStrategy to Bitcoin. Because once again, here we are, double top, high of the day, Bitcoin looking like it wants to break back out. Can we please just get to 100,000 already? So we don't have to keep talking about 100,000, and we can start talking about like more exciting numbers, like 120, 124, 69, like things like that. But instead, we're just dealing with this 100,000 level. But the problem is, for MSTR, it's at the low of the day. So I had this for a flat bottom break at 300. It went down to 298 and then did not hold. Like, in the moment that I took it, it probably wasn't the moment that 300 was going to be any good, but it's still stair-step down on MSTR. I know it's up 2%, but that's it's very deceptive. There's still very much...
Oh, I got to get the low taper fade.
There's just very much a wall on this every time it gets to the upside. So you got to be careful. Like, not all of these crypto adjacent names are going to be the same. When you're double topping on Bitcoin like this, and this is why I would say just buy Bitcoin. It's a lot safer. Like Coinbase, does this look good to anybody? Like, does this instill confidence in that relationship that this is consolidating off the bottom? Like, these are all vastly different in trading by themselves. And you've got to notice when the correlations are, when they're moving together or when they're moving apart. And right now, it's a Bitcoin story. Mara is at its lows of the day here. Like, if you're trading these proxies, like, I'm glad I'm not long any of these proxies trying to take advantage of the move up in Bitcoin. Just buy IBIT or whatever ETF or Bitcoin if you want to play on the long days. And on the days that it's weak, I think you want to short these names. So if Mara looks bad, it's up 2%, but like, come on, you're at the low of the day right now. That's pretty nasty. I'd see a trade in this if it was actually doing anything. Maybe there's like a short into these highs of like 17.3, especially if we don't break out that top on Bitcoin. But yeah, for longs, you should just be trading Bitcoin itself.
Yeah, I was, so I recently, last night I did buy some more Dogecoin and some more Cardano. I don't know how to show this without the Happy New Year messages here, but thank you so much. Here's pictures. We're at Wonderland, I think, in front of one of the big trees there. Can't really see anything Wonderland, but I'm trying to get a picture. Okay, the video. Okay, my wife's going to send it to me. Low taper fades. This is Bear and this is Gia right there, and this is me. But I'm going to show a picture of that low taper fade. We talked about that. He finally wound up getting his haircut. So Happy New Year to everybody. That's from my family to yours, and of course, my wife taking the picture. But you can go over on Instagram and see that. 125 likes. Thanks for all of that. Maybe I can find. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something else. A picture here. This was. I think this is a throwback Thursday. Yeah, this is a throwback Thursday of Neil and I way back in the day. This one got a couple of good likes as well. I mean, we look similar, a little more hair and everything, but other than that, throwback to 5 years ago. Okay.
I don't have any great. Oh my.
Things were a little bit more simpler back then, but pretty much the exact same.
Well, that's not 5.
That's what it says here. Throwback to 5 years ago. I don't know. When did we post that? 2019? Does that make any sense? No, that doesn't make
No, because 2020 would have been during, like, we started during COVID in 2020. And we would have, I think we had that stupid, didn't we have a shield or some stupid nonsense? And then you had to sit over there. We couldn't sit next to each other when we started on YouTube.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know, whatever. It was actually, I would sit here and Sean was over at another seat 20 feet away. Weird.
364 likes. I was not, I get, you know. What does this one have? Oh, yeah, this one's a good one. Green Bay Packers. Oh, yeah. Starbucks. We'll have to look at some Starbucks. Okay, it's a trading show. All right, Bitcoin. Yeah, look, we let's just move on to SoFi here, and then we'll get to Uber, and then we'll talk more about Bitcoin. I mean, I like the run it's on. I think we're headed to 100,000 before we get to 90 again. So starting to break higher, trying to break through some support. We talked about 97.3. We're taking that out right now. I think 97 is a nice hold. Let's see if Bitcoin can get higher.
All right, guys, SoFi, another name that's really bleeding down 8.5% today on the back of a KBW downgrade from market perform to underperform, basically saying that 2024 was a fantastic year for SoFi, but they believe now this stock is richly valued, boys, down 8.5%.
Yeah, SoFi, you know what? The good news for SoFi is it made a pretty solid SSR bounce, meaning, you know, you go down 10 points. 10%. I think it got pretty much exactly down there and then did a mean reversion, which looks like it's heading into VWAP. I'm not a huge fan of this move, being a shareholder of SoFi, but at least this time I said I was taking profit at this level because the last time it made a bounce like this, I took nothing out like an idiot. So this time we did. The good news, you just bounced off the 50-period moving average. Now, this is not the same as Apple at the 50-period moving average or Meta at the 50-period moving average, where generally speaking, if I haven't recently bought and I'm looking to buy, I am automatically buying a stock like that. SoFi does not fit into that category for me. But for a trade here for the next couple of days, if it holds on to this December low at 14 and keeps bouncing off the 50-period, then I'd look for maybe a long continuation, presuming it closes above $14 today, which we're a long ways away. By the way, Rigetti just made a bit of a VWAP there. I'm in at VWAP. I know you're in from earlier. I got in at 17s, or just adjacent to 17 off VWAP, and we are now 3 away. Who is going to be the lucky 490,000th
oh my God,
subscriber?
This is so stressful. Someone's going to do it. Who's going to be the lucky one? Wish we had something to give away, but we do not. Yeah, what's up, Adam?
Undying gratitude.
Here we have undying gratitude. This is Adam DeLuz. I saw him in the chat. He's like, yo, gotta show my picture. All right, this looks fake back in here, but it was such a great day. Like, when's the last time sun was out in London? I don't know. I mean, Adam can tell you, but there it was, gorgeous, overlooking the river. He picked a great spot there at an opera house. It was absolutely fantastic. So thanks, Adam, for all of that. Look at this thing over here. Oh, my Kevin O'Leary. Oh, yeah, baseball. Okay, so let's go back. All right, so just real quickly here. We just reloaded some Google and got some out as it did come back upside there. And then we were able to get something at the 200 period and now out again at O's or 01. So that was pretty good little 20-cent trade there, but we are still stuck short. So this could blow up basically in our face as the market trying to go upside. I did put a stop, and I just want to go over it with you guys. Yeah, breaking 30s, basically. That's the 200 period, and this kind of a top level is 50. I'm not going to hold it too much. There it is. So there we go. Thank you so much to everybody. Yeah, awesome and everything. Do we have the congratulations? Yeah, I don't know. There's
on the other page.
There we go.
Where's it?
Now let's get off of it before people start unfollowing, you know? Yeah, but no, thank you so much. I mean, it's a big thing there. The only thing that means now is someone's got work to do because, we got 475 right there. We're going to change that right now to 490 and then 500. Oh boy, that should be exciting when that does come through. So again, thank you everybody for
We're sipping champagne if we get.
We're doing something. We're definitely doing something. Some sizzler.
Or, well, I mean, I think champagne sometimes overrated.
Yeah, maybe like beaver tails, something like that, you know.
Nice
figured out over there, I
mean. Be good.
Scotch. I'm definitely. Okay, you're really celebrating this.
Well, I mean, okay, well, we can go a lot of different directions, but I am down with beaver tails, beaver tail Fridays or something.
Yeah, I was kind of joking about that, but we could definitely get some beaver tails.
I don't even know where the
I want to level it up
here.
Well, you can't get beaver tails around here.
There's got to be somewhere. Of course you can.
Where?
Yeah, well,
Queens Quay. That's not.
We're not going in from
around here.
We're around here. So we're not going that far.
Let me guess. You're going to say Wonderland next? I mean,
it's a Canadian pastry.
What about the zoo? What about the zoo? Why don't you go to Scarborough Zoo and go up there? Ramin,
I haven't been to the zoo in a long time. high school.
All right. She's gonna look it up. The beaver tails. I mean, we can get Starbucks.
I want one now. We should be talking about Uber apparently. We went over so far.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's go talk about Uber Eats.
It's a fantastic day, guys, for Uber, up 4 2/3 right now, looking to take out the day's high. So a couple of different conflicting upgrades or downgrades today. JMP Securities downgrading Uber, maintaining the same price target, though Goldman, on the other hand, maintains their buy and maintains their $96 price target. The reason this was important to me is because that $60 level continues to hold, guys. We're going on the 4th week now. Good day for Uber, 4 2/3.
I like that. I just saw in the chat here. It was a Mark in the chat.
I just feel like
give away some signed merch when we get to 500,000. Try to figure something like that out. There's all kinds of stuff we can try to do. Just give us.
It's generally like $10 an autograph. We can take that down half price.
See, why? I'm hungry, and now.
I just wanted to show everybody because I feel like there might be some controversy, Ramin, about this is what beaver tails are. So it's like the tail is the pastry, and then you can just get like whatever kind of topping you want on it, basically. And it's just like s'mores and all this kind of stuff, Reese's here. You really start, I'm not going to scroll too far farther down. I don't know what else is going to come up.
How do you do?
Okay, we're supposed to, okay, something about Uber in the main chat, but okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Just really quickly, thanks, Ramin, we'll have a quick look. But Uber today, yeah, nice day, up to $63, up 4 and a bit %. Look, I mean, we've been buying this dip. Yeah, we've been buying, but Sharif's like, wow, you guys have been buying that dip. That's great. I haven't. It's like, okay. But yeah, no, that's, I don't know if it's what I was going to say. So Sharif, never fear, man. I think you might have more opportunity to buy this because the thing is like, I'm not sure this is out of the woods. I mean, that story about we got Waymo really scared this thing downside right there. Tesla with their robo-taxi situation. I mean, I think can we all be friends? You know, that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. When I was in London, I talked about this on the show. They had on the River Thames there, the Uber boats that were great. They still have, I believe they're going to get something done with potentially helicopters and things like all this. There's Uber Freight, and I think we can all work together. But at the end of the day, you're getting close. Like if you don't believe in the trade, I could see a bail at some point. You almost got it right there in and around $58, $59. But let's see if Uber can hold it. It's nice to get the upgrade today, and it's nice to get a little bit of hopefully some kind of tailwinds now as Uber gets pushed forward, hopefully into the new year, and people start picking up some value because Uber being down at 63, I wonder if like April, May, we look at this name as an $80 name and wonder why we missed it so badly. So I'm going to be in it right now, in and around those prices, and cover some more Google. As there it is, Google on a little bit of a reload one more time at the 200 period. Let's go, man. As we say, there's a nice little trade there. Nicely done in the money, and then Niels and Rigetti as well. And there goes Uber, or there goes Google. Nice downside take here for that pushing lower.
So I think this Uber might not be out of the water yet, but technically it looks real good. Where's my trend? See, I gotta get in the habit of making sure I have these trend lines, which I pulled it up. I'm pretty sure I had drawn this. But if you just look at this, from the time that it held the 50-period moving average in there, this is what the trend line looks like. It's on a weekly chart, by the way. You can tell by the big W in there. But all I'm looking for myself is I've been kind of waiting for it to close on the weekly above the trend line, which it's basically about to do this week. Knock on wood. Like if it closed here above 63, technically it's going to hold this trend line. Anything above. And that just means I want to buy it on Monday if that happens. So for myself, I haven't done anything with Uber since the last time I sold some after it got added to the NASDAQ. That's the S&P 500. So that's what I was looking for. It's just the hold of this trend line has happened on the weekly, and I want that close above. If I'm using a weekly chart in a long-term position, then I need it to close above the level I'm looking at for a long. I don't do any shorts, so I don't have to worry about the other direction. For today, I mean, hey, it just made a double top break. I mean, that's not bad. I look at this on a 15-minute prior high, 62.90 in there, and then go back and sort of see 62.90. So I feel like a join of the trend makes some sense here on Uber. The next available dip, as long as it holds onto this level here, look for some kind of a consolidation or a dip and go on Uber. I'm going to throw this one up on a level 2, and we'll see if we can get that one. I like a stock that is relatively strong in a market like this, right? Like the NASDAQ has been stair-step down and trying to break back out. Well, instead of trying to find something to fight the bottoms, why not just join the trend on something already strong, like an Uber? And just to mention, I know we talked about Rigetti a couple of times here, but it just caught a lot of, I'm going to be bidding down here. It just caught a lot of volume off of VWAP, but 18, to me, is still that resistance level. So this has been 18 the last couple of sessions on Rigetti. As far as I'm concerned, there's a big seller at 18, and they just keep dumping the stock. So when it gets to that price or in front of it, I'm getting out. I'm definitely already trailing it up here. And if it breaks 18.25, that's the, I think it's 25. Yeah, 18.25. That's the breakout price on Rigetti. So I want to cover in front of 18, and then I want to take a break of 18.25 if it can go. The strongest of the quantum names, I think. Don't at me if I'm wrong. Of all the ones I looked at, it's the best. Certainly better than this Canadian one, which got smoked today. There was a Canadian quantum, not a penny stock, but it was a penny stock. I try to remember the name of it. I'll look up the symbol in a second. But
QCN?
QCM or N?
No. It's a venture stock.
It's a venture stock. QNC. QNC, that's what it is. So here's this venture stock that was just a quantum name here in Toronto. It was flying like everything else, and then today happened. So there was a news story out on it that was not good. Basically, they had something that's not working. And
not good, yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're not. Yeah, it's not even open. I guess they eventually halted it
in
news pending, so the stock isn't even opening back up. And this is you got to be careful. I know this is a Toronto stock, but if you don't think this can't happen on any one of these like smaller quantum names or smaller runners, this is the reason why you trade with stops. This is the reason why you take profits. Because look at how nicely this was churning for people that were long at the open. It was just a nice, clean long trade. It reverts the trend, halts down. Like if you actually had yourself a reasonable stop when this breaks the trend, okay, you could have been out here, not even worrying about any of this nonsense. That's why you have to take profit or trade with a stop and constantly be monitoring your position. Not that Rigetti's going to do this.
Is this stupid?
But if Rigetti breaks this, then I want to get out. I'm offering just in front, but if it breaks this channel, I'm going to get out on 1755. Let me just make sure that's where my trail is, as it's gone a little bit higher. And that's how you manage the trade. It comes back into VWAP. I can assess whether it's worth getting on the bid again at that particular price.
We just had to move down a little bit. Okay, so yeah, for Rigetti, anyway, I was with my friend on New Year's, and he was like so mad. So he bought them at 77 cents, and he had told me about it 100%, and we talked about it. It's been about a year. He had held that thing. He didn't hold it for that long, but he got out at $6. And I was just like, bro, like if you do that every time, you're going to be a very, very rich man. But nothing you could do about it. I was just telling him, like, try to hold a little bit more. And I keep saying that story. And then we were having actually some scotch as well on New Year's, and he was talking to me about it, and yeah, he was like, I was like, All right, so we did talk about that low taper fade. So my son for Christmas, there it is. But does it have the music or? Oh, she didn't have sound. But there it is. So that's my guy Bear in there. So it doesn't have sound. Okay, I have to get that figured out. But that's the low taper fade. Thing is that
is it music?
They're supposed to be like low taper fade. It's like there's like a TikTok thing. It might not be Ramin. I might not have transferred forward. We did the whole tap. Anyways, that's it. So the thing is, as a story about it is actually kind of funny. So all the barbers that I've taken him to, he hasn't come to Halim. I should bring him down here because I just go right after work. You know, so sometimes he goes to like there's this Asian lady in our neighborhood that he used to take them to when they were really small. He's not down with that anymore. He wants, the barber feel and everything. Then we went to like sports hair clips. I forget what they're called, but it's all sports. They have TVs everywhere. But anyways, it's a bunch of ladies. It's actually a franchise. Sports Clips.
What's crazy? I've gone to the same barber for 20-something years, so I have no clue.
So he went a little bit everywhere. So he was like, okay, you want to get a new haircut and you want to find a new place. We found one in near our house. Anyways, the guy there, I don't know what island he's from, but he was fantastic. And the guy, he was with my son there. And you know what they do when they're in their chair and they do the little flicks. They've got like all. So anyways, I don't know if you could see in that video, but he lined the guy up straight like this. You can't, let me see. Okay, stop. I don't know if it's hard to see, but anyways, he's got like a straight line right across it's hard to.
No,
anyway.
you gotta go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, anyways, he doesn't care that much about that. The funniest part about it is like for his haircut, he's like, you know what, whatever, man. I'll get the haircut for you because it was crazy, like huge. So you get that for my birthday, for Christmas. The thing is, it was probably like a 20-minute haircut, but he was in the chair for like an hour. The guy was like this and like that, and I'm sitting there talking to the guy and everything.
That's a West Indian barber.
Exactly. No, it was fantastic. It was great. But then you know what my mistake was, Neil? I go just to cheer up the mood a little bit because, get the mood going a bit. I'm like, oh, you should see all the girlfriends Baron has. Oh boy, this guy was like, oh man, now with this new fade, the girls are going to be coming through and all this kind of stuff. And you have to send, the guy wanted to know all about this. I was like, my guy, he's 12, turning 13 years old here. He's worried about Fortnite skins and all that kind of stuff. So, trying to get that all focused. But it was a great time. He loved the barber. We'll be going back.
Gotta go back.
And anyways, great time there.
You find a good barber that A is talented, but that you have a good time, which if you've never been to a West Indian barber, then I strongly suggest everyone do it.
It was great.
I'm glad you did that because one of my fondest memories as a kid was when my dad would take us to this West Indian barber shop and we'd just sit there and we'd be there for hours. Go in, like your cut is like 5-10 minutes. It takes a little bit longer because all they're doing is basically the movie Barbershop, man. And it's a heck of a lot of fun. Rigetti's at 18, everybody. So this is that level. I did slap the trail on. It did not end up breaking that prior bar low at 55. So as far as I'm concerned, at this point, I'm just going to try and give it a chance to break 18 even. But if it doesn't, I'm going to get out underneath this, like maybe 1784, 85 or so. I'm trying to give it a chance to press into the 18 level as Rigetti is looking like an absolute powerhouse up here. What else we got going on? You guys let me know what else you might be watching, but Rigetti's on my mind. We got Uber on the mind as well after we saw that big double top break. It still hasn't really pulled back underneath 63. Maybe it doesn't want to pull back under 63, but looking to see if we can't get a little bit of a dip buy here on Uber. Everyone's like, hide your kids, hide your wife now.
So the guy comes back. So is this on still? I have stories for days here. Forget about trading. But no, he comes back from an overnight camp and with his school there, and he goes, "I got my first girlfriend." So I'm like, "Okay, there, slow this story down a little bit. Like, let me figure out what this is all about here." He goes, "I got her Snapchat." He's like, "I got her Snapchat." I'm like, my guy. But then I found out, I think a couple of, So anyway, as the story goes, he's really happy about that. So he's sitting in the barber shop and he's talking to the guy, right? And he's like, so I'm like, "Yeah, you had a girlfriend." He's like, "Oh, yeah, I got a girlfriend." He's like, "Yeah, I got her Snapchat, And then the barber goes, "How's it going?" He goes, "Oh, I unfollowed her." I was like, this guy not playing around, so meets the girl at the camp and then is like, gets home and is like, unfollow?
Shoot.
Anyway, there it is. So this is another West Indy bar. That's when he was 2 years old.
Oh my goodness.
So I just wanted to show you, that's mini me right there, 2 years old, one of his very first haircuts coming through into what was the picture before. So
that would have been 2014?
I believe, I could try to find the exact date, but I wanted to send that through because I sent that to him and I was like, look, that was one of the first times we ever went to get your haircut. So there it is, man. Yeah.
You know what? Anytime I see young pictures of Baron, all I remember is Baron is one of the reasons why some people, when they get married, they don't want kids at the wedding. And my wife and I, when we made our decision, we're like, no, we want kids to be at the wedding because I think we love family and it just makes it more fun. Yeah. And Baron, let's just say, sometimes people a little bit scared to go on the dance floor and you never know who's going to break the ice. Baron didn't even wait a second. Like, we're still doing the speeches. He's like, "Nah, man, there's music. I'm dancing." And it was so much fun, and I think everyone had a great time with it. That's why you should have kids.
Sounds like bad parenting, actually, but
what?
By me. Bad parenting. You shouldn't be interrupting some speeches.
I thought it was fun.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, it's my wedding, so I don't,
I didn't even know that he was.
My wife's opinion is the only one that mattered that day. I was about to say,
the money, give me the baby.
One that was
that's the thing. Like, it's like this is the thing about like these kids. They're just, we're doing everything for the kids.
It's always.
You know, at the end of the day, like, you know, thank God I don't have to go to the barber as often. I feel like that, you know, he's going to be going there quite often there. But there's the fade. Yeah, what's up? Ty Lore, the creator. Tyler Cox, $10. Fade it, baby. Yeah, maybe he's talking about the market right here. So we'll thanks for that anyways. The first super chat right there. Number 1 super chat coming through. Thank you so much, Tyler, for that. And yeah, look, into the new year, right? I mean, have a great new year. And if anyone's planning on increasing the size of their family, congratulations on that. And if you are not, maybe consider doing it or not. All right, so yeah, Rigetti, look, I mean, we had bought that earlier off VWAP. We had put it down on our sticky note today down here around 1550 or so and missed it. We were at 1450 on that because that was sort of where we closed out on Friday and in around this area, 1475.